Chapter 31:11. Compared to the cultivation of Buddhist and Confucian cultivators, Xiaohua's biggest headache was the cultivation of Taoism. The cultivation of Taoism was originally his specialty, but now, it made it difficult for him to make any progress. Xiaohua's golden core in his lower dantian could no longer be seen. However, because it had experienced the 3 elements lightning tribulation, the 5 elements annihilation great array could not completely erase it. Xiaohua could still sense some traces. After that, Xiaohua's cultivation proved that this golden core could still be reformed. However, after 100 years of cultivation, the golden core still could not be formed. However, it was also wrong to say that it did not form. Xiaohua could clearly sense that the nebula-shaped golden core had different sizes. Moreover, they were all different sizes. Xiaohua could even sense traces of lightning on each golden core. However, his divine sense could not see them. In other words, Xiaohua's current golden core was not only a nebula, it was made up of many golden cores. Moreover, he had refined it into a dark core. A golden core that could not be sensed with divine sense. This kind of golden core, how could it conceive a baby? The jade slip in Xiaohua's hands had never recorded this before. Therefore, even though Xiaohua's cultivation had reached the late stage of golden core, he still did not have any signs of conceiving a baby. The most important thing was that he did not know how to conceive a baby and did not know how to do it. Regarding this, Xiaohua could only describe it as the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. While smiling bitterly, Xiaohua carefully pondered. According to the strangeness of his golden core, it should be related to the 5 elements annihilation great array. That great array that annihilated all 5 elements, although it did not destroy Xiaohua's golden core that had undergone the 3 elements lightning tribulation, it still left behind a source of trouble. The golden core could not be formed normally. Also, it was related to Qin Jian's invisible golden thread sword. At that time, Xiaohua was holding this sword. The main body of this sword was also part of the 5 elements. Naturally, it could not escape the great array's annihilation. But this flying sword was formless. The material within it might have surpassed the 5 elements and could not be obliterated by the great array. And this formless material had been rushed into Xiaohua's dantian by the great array, fusing together with the traces of Xiaohua's golden core. This might be the reason why Xiaohua's golden core was formless. In addition to cultivating Buddhism, Taoism and Confucianism, Xiaohua's blood drop paradise had also made small progress. His blood was originally the bright red of his bloodline, but now it was mixed with strands of devil qi. Within the devil qi there were countless devil lights. These devil lights were sparkling and translucent, almost condensing into crystal threads. Within these crystal threads, there were also golden threads that divine will could not detect. As for the heavenly man-body infusion technique, heavenly laws embodiment technique, dragon transformation art, and the others, they had also made great progress. However, these improvements were still lacking compared to the main cultivation method that he had been cultivating. Forget it. On this day, Xiaohua came out from his meditation. He stood up impatiently and said in self-mockery, "It seems that I really don't have the fate of being pregnant." After reading these nascent soul cultivation methods, there was no improvement at all. If I don't return to the Dawn Rain continent to find some opportunities, I'm afraid that I can only seek breakthroughs in other areas. However, if I want to refine Buddhism and Confucianism to the spirit-severing stage, it will be extremely difficult. As he spoke, Xiaohua flew out of the capital star formation and rushed to the surface of the Guihe Sea. It was noon, and the scorching sun was overhead, making the entire surface of the water hot. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked to the west. His eyes turned and he said in a strange tone, "It's already been 100 years. Why haven't those 2 old monsters come to find me? Could it be that they really think that I have fallen? Or perhaps they have already come, but they didn't discover my capital star formation? Yes, the 2 seals on my body have already been broken. Even if they, damn it." Thinking up to here, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and immediately came to a realization. That's right, since there is no seal, even if the 2 of them come before me again, as long as I use the sky-stealing sun-swapping secret technique, how could they recognize me? However, Xiaohua immediately shook his head. Forget it, I definitely can't take this risk. They are at least spirit-severing stage-old monsters. What kind of methods do they have? I will definitely not return to the Dawn Rain continent if I don't have absolute confidence. I can't afford to provoke those 2 old monsters. That old monster not far from me is probably not my opponent now, right? Today I will go and find him. Xiaohua's gaze moved from the west to the north, and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. It turned out that when Xiaohua was in seclusion, he would often come out to find some fun from time to time. Starting from the island closest to him, within a radius of 1,000 li, the sea beasts on hundreds of islands of various sizes were provoked by Xiaohua for no reason. The strength of the sea beasts on these islands was also very different, from foundation establishment to nascent soul. Xiaohua was almost invincible among the sea beasts within 1,000 li. However, 10 years ago Xiaohua encountered a sea beast with a large body, a strong body and profound magic power. After 300 rounds of battle, he was no match for it and was chased for several hundred li. In the end, he had to rely on the demon realm's concealment technique to escape. Now that Xiaohua was depressed, wasn't it precisely to find that sea beast to vent his anger? Rumble, a thunderous sound was emitted from Xiaohua's body. Lightning flashed, and Xiaohua's figure streaked across the sky, flying straight towards the north. Wherever the thunderous sound passed on the large and small islands, many sea beasts withdrew their heads. They originally wanted to come out of their caves, but they also immediately hid back. They originally wanted to release their divine sense, but they also hurriedly retracted it. The thunderous sound in broad daylight was really familiar to them. They knew that the monster who only fought with them but never used any killing moves. Every time he made a move, his flesh would be torn open. Very quickly in front of Xiaohua, there was a lush green island. It was perhaps several tens of li in size. There were many huge trees towering on the island like towers. The branches and leaves of the huge trees were like treasured swords, and at the top of the branches and leaves, there were fruits that were even bigger than a head hanging. Under the huge trees, the entire island was covered with fine white sea sand. On top of the sea sand, many crabs and other sea creatures were swimming carefreely. It was the image of an immortal island. Compared to Xiaohua's island, it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Xiaohua still hadn't flown close when a cold divine sense swept over from the island. Xiaohua also didn't hold back and similarly released his divine sense. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Like firecrackers, Xiaohua still hadn't seen that sea beast, but he was already fighting with it using his divine sense. Roar, an angry roar that could almost resound several li came from the depths of the island. Obviously, it had suffered a hidden loss from Xiaohua in the battle of divine senses. Soon after, the entire island rumbled, and immediately, a sea beast that was no less than 200 zhang in size flew out from the island. This sea beast was very strange. It had a square shape, and on top of its triangular head, 2 large eyes emitted a gloomy brilliance. Its square body was orange-red, and fist-sized protrusions were connected to each other all over its body. This sea beast had 4 tentacles. The front 2 were extremely long, more than 10 zhang in length, and the back 2 were slightly shorter. These 4 tentacles were also dark in color. The tentacles were like scissors, several feet long, and when it waved, a cold light flashed. This was the first time Xiaohua saw this sea beast, and he almost thought it was a huge crab. Moreover, this sea beast's shell was very hard. Xiaohua's suppressing cloud seal smashed down, but it couldn't smash the shell. It was very strange. Of course, the strangest thing wasn't this. What puzzled Xiaohua the most was that when this sea beast flew, there was a layer of mist under its body, as if there was a layer of faint mist supporting it. Xiaohua really couldn't understand what kind of flying technique this sea beast was using. Ha, an old monster crab. Xiaohua laughed, waved his hand and took out the 3-feet-long wishful staff and shouted, "This Zhao's weapon has finally been successfully refined. Today I will let you know this Zhao's methods." Saying that, Xiaohua waved his hand and shouted, "Grow!" The wishful staff really grew to 10 zhang, and after a few more "grow," the entire wishful staff grew to a length of 10 zhang, seemingly not inferior to the sea beast's tentacles. Looking at the wishful staff in his hand, Xiaohua smiled with satisfaction and held the wishful staff. Speaking of refining the wishful staff, it was also beyond Xiaohua's expectations. He thought that the heaven-pacifying staff was extremely easy to refine, and that it would take at most 10 years to refine it. But when he really refined it, he realized the trouble inside. To refine ordinary magic tools and magic treasures, he only needed to quench the impurities in the materials to use it. But the heaven-pacifying staff was different. The 5 elements were the 5 elements, and any other trace could not be integrated into the 5 elements star disk. Therefore, the countless materials in the soul nest were refined by the primordial spirit transformed green-robed Xiaohua bit by bit using the thunder refining technique. After refining for 100 years, he finally finished refining the materials for the heaven-pacifying staff. Fortunately, Xiaohua had obtained the thunder refining technique. Otherwise, it was really impossible to refine the 5 elements materials so pure. Later, it took more than 10 years to use the blood refining technique to fuse these materials with the 5-element star disk. Finally, the wishful staff in Xiaohua's hand was also fused into it, refining it into a better wishful staff than the heaven-pacifying staff. In the hands of Xiaohua, the wishful staff could be shrunk to the size of an inch, and the largest could be 10 zhang with a thickness of a few feet. Although it could not really reach the point of reaching the heavens, Xiaohua was happy to scratch his ears and cheeks. Today, Xiaohua dared to provoke the sea beast again because of the success of the wishful staff. Roar! Seeing Xiaohua waving the wishful staff, the sea beast roared and waved the 2 tentacles in front of its head. Kacha kacha! Sounds came from the tentacles and hit Xiaohua's wishful staff. With a loud ka sound, the wishful staff hit one of the sea beast's tentacles, and several sparks were produced. The sea beast's figure retreated a few feet. Looking at the tentacle that was hit, there were some cracks in front of it like a flying sword. The sea beast spat out a breath of clear air which fell on the tentacle, but the cracks quickly healed. Chapter 31:12. Oh! Xiaohua was also stunned when he saw this. He laughed and said, "It turns out that the old monster Xia also has a secret technique. However, today is different from the last time. This Xiao will let you see this Xiao's secret technique again." As he spoke, his body trembled. Grow! Following this mantra, a ball of golden light appeared around Xiaohua's body. Then a whirlwind appeared and countless water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into Xiaohua's body along with the heavenly laws embodiment technique. Very quickly, a 30-meter-tall Dharma idol appeared in front of the sea beast along with Xiaohua's body. The sea beast didn't seem to understand what Xiaohua was doing. When the Dharma idol appeared, the sea beast suddenly woke up, roared, and rushed toward Xiaohua without fear. Grow! Xiaohua shouted again. The thickness of the wishful steel staff was a few feet long, and it was held in the hands of Fa Xiang. Wu! The sound of the wind whistling came from the head of the staff. Boom! There was a loud noise, and it hit the tentacles of the sea beast with great accuracy. As Xiaohua's staff fell, the tentacles of the sea beast immediately turned into powder, and a mass of water-blue blood sprayed out and scattered in the sea breeze. Moreover, the huge body of the sea beast was also repelled by the staff. Ah! Xiaohua laughed. Eat this Xiao's staff again. Immediately, Xiaohua's staff avoided the water-blue brilliance on the tentacles of the sea beast and hit the body of the sea beast. Boom! There was another loud bang and a water-blue brilliance was born from the head of the staff. Unfortunately, this brilliance was instantly shattered by the staff. Similarly, after the brilliance there was a kacha sound. The previous defense that could not be broken by the seal of turning the sea was like a clay sculpture under the heavy blow of the staff, and cracks immediately appeared. Xiaohua had no doubt that as long as he added another strike, the body of the sea beast would definitely be smashed into powder, just like the tentacles of the sea beast just now. Wong. But at this moment Xiaohua had just raised the staff, and a slight roar was born from the sea beast's body. A watery brilliance followed the sea beast as it opened its mouth. In an instant, it surrounded an area of several dozen feet. Xiaohua's magic power was immediately confined, and even his divine sense was forced back into his Niwen palace. Not only that, but Xiaohua's Dharma idol flashed with brilliance and quickly shrank back into his body. Even the wishful steel staff fell into his hand and turned into a 3-foot size. It was as if Xiaohua's spiritual power was insufficient and he was forced to defend himself. However, just as the sea beast opened its mouth and extended its sword-like tongue toward Xiaohua's forehead, Xiaohua sneered and opened his mouth. Primordial unity azure light flew out, streaking through the air like a waterfall. Crack, crack. Several crisp sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, the tiny azure light rolled several times around Xiaohua, and the space sealed by the sea beast was immediately shattered. The sea beast was so scared that it hurriedly retracted its tongue. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed and threatened with the wishful steel staff in his hand. Old monster crab, eat this Xiao's staff again. Poof. Not waiting for Xiaohua to raise the wishful staff, the sea beast hurriedly opened its mouth again, and a dazzling brilliance emerged from there, and a water-blue bead flew out of the sea beast's mouth. This bead was not round but square. The brilliance around the bead was also condensed, and its shape was very similar to the sea beast's. With the appearance of the bead, an aura that swept across several miles was born from the bead, firmly covering Xiaohua. This aura was terrifying, wild, and bloodthirsty. Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that this sea beast could not distinguish right from wrong and did not know that he was being lenient. Now that it had a chance to live, it immediately counterattacked. Fortunately, Xiaohua's execution spirit Yuan light was in midair. Xiaohua did not use any other magic and pointed his finger. Shua shua. The two sword lights landed on the brilliance. He thought that the execution spirit Yuan light would definitely be able to scatter the brilliance. However, what was even more out of Xiaohua's expectations was that when the execution spirit Yuan light landed on the brilliance, it was as if it was stuck. It was simply unable to cut it. When the brilliance arrived in front of Xiaohua, an extremely strange sweet fragrance mixed with the smell of meat rushed into Xiaohua's mouth and nose. Xiaohua's mind sank. It was as if endless illusions rushed into his mind. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. He did not dare to be negligent and hastily used the God Guidance secret technique. At the same time, he felt his mind become clear. A burst of ear-piercing sizzling sound was heard. It turned out that at this moment, the watery brilliance had already eroded Xiaohua's protective golden light. It actually destroyed a lot of Xiaohua's Taoist robe. At the same time, Xiaohua's faintly pale golden skin was exposed under the Taoist robe. This watery brilliance is actually so powerful. Xiaohua felt a numbing pain on the surface of his skin, as if it was being bitten by ants. He could not help but be slightly astonished. He was clear in his heart that in the past 100 years, when he used the heavenly thunder of the heavenly sea to temper the Buddha's Saraira, he also used the celestial body strengthening technique to temper his physical body. Right now, his physical body was perhaps several times stronger than before. This sea beast's innate divine ability was really powerful. Roar, seeing that the brilliance had already succeeded, the sea beast roared again. The blue pearl flashed again and spat out several more brilliances. This brilliance was even faster than before. Forget it, Xiaohua originally wanted to check his own cultivation. Seeing that the sea beast had spat out these brilliances and that the blue color on the pearl had weakened, he knew that it was about to go all out. He really did not have any reason to take the sea beast's life. With a thought, lightning flashed around his body and forced the blue brilliance away. His figure soared into the sky. With a splash, he crashed into the heavenly sea. Roar! The sea beast was actually happy. The floating cloud under its body moved and chased after Xiaohua. Naturally, the blue pearl also entered its mouth. However, when the sea beast reached the edge of the island, it stopped again. A sea beast that could cultivate to nearly nascent soul strength, although it had not transformed, it already had intelligence. How could it really chase after him? Whoa! A clear sound came from the sea beast's mouth. A several zhang thick beam of light then rushed out from the sea beast's mouth and landed on the heavenly sea. A dense water-based spiritual energy of heaven and earth was born from the beam of light and fell into the sea beast's stomach. The previously dim pearl gradually recovered its luster. Sigh, this soul execution vital light. At this moment, Xiaohua was using the water avoidance art to travel in the heavenly sea. In his hands were two flying swords of the soul execution vital light. At this moment, the flying swords could no longer be called flying swords. They were two sparkling and translucent jade-like objects. They jumped around in Xiaohua's hands as if they had intelligence. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the two flashing brilliances and he could not help but sigh. They can already be used as spirit artifacts. It's a pity that they are not too sharp. They are somewhat inferior to the Tai green light. However, this Tai green light is part of the 5 elements and cannot be refined into the soul execution vital lights yin and yang. In the future, I still need to find the magnetic aurora. After retrieving the soul execution vital light, Xiaohua looked at the jade green sea bed. Countless large and small fishes swam around leisurely. His heart moved. That's not right. This old monster Xia should already have the strength of a Yuanying. In the Dawn Rain continent, it is a master of an area. If we were to talk about it, even if it is not an 8th grade monster, it should be a 7th grade monster, right? Why is it still unable to transform? If this old monster Xia transformed, what would it look like? Oh, I understand. Xiaohua laughed as he thought. Suddenly he realized. This old monster Xia is actually not a 7th grade monster. Perhaps it is only a 6th grade or even a 5th grade monster. However, it is not an ordinary sea beast. It has a powerful body. What is special is that in this heavenly sea, it can fight with other sea beasts. In addition, the water-based spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the heavenly sea is very dense. This is where the sea beasts can use their divine abilities. Therefore, even though the old monster Xia's cultivation is low, its strength is outstanding. At the very least, it far surpasses the ordinary cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent. This is the reason why it is commonly said that overseas cultivators are more powerful than Dawn Rain continent cultivators. In that case this Xiao can also be considered as an overseas cultivator, right? Xiaohua chuckled. He slightly raised his head and his gaze landed on a string of bubbles in the distance. I'm afraid it is the corpses of some sea beasts. Under the bubbles, a large lump of black things slowly floated up. Xiaohua took a look and flew over. There are many sea beasts in this heavenly sea. They would often fight for islands and other reasons. Even though Xiaohua did not deliberately attack and kill these sea beasts, the number of sea beast corpses he picked up in the vicinity was extremely large. Chapter 31:13. Although the monster cores in these sea beast corpses are gone, their bodies are extremely tough. Whether it's their tentacles, claws, etc., even their shells are the best materials for refining magic tools. How can Xiaohua not take them when he sees them? Therefore, when he sees something appear again, he goes over very naturally. However, when he reaches the thing floating in front of him, Xiaohua frowns again. He sees that it's a few corpses connected together. The corpses no longer have flesh, only fragments of skeletons are left. Even the skeletons have shrunk into a few short joints, as if the corpses were burned by waves of fire. Outside the corpses there are some damaged armors. Most of the armors are greenish-black in color. There are also condensed beads of different sizes on the surface of the armors, like a layer of greenish-black pearls. From the looks of the armors, it's very obvious that these corpses should be cultivators. However, what puzzles Xiaohua is that these skeletons are very thick, far beyond Xiaohua's understanding. Xiaohua makes a rough estimate. They should be 2 to 3 times stronger than ordinary cultivators. What's going on here? Xiaohua sees that the armors are already damaged, there's no possibility of refining anymore. He doesn't move forward, only looking at those strange skeletons in a daze. Oh, Xiaohua takes another look. On one of the skeleton's joints, there's a thumb-sized semicircular ring. It's a storage ring. Xiaohua understands. His eyes brighten, he grabs the semicircular ring and it falls into his hand. Sure enough, when his divine sense enters it, there's a small space that's about to collapse inside. Inside this space, there's a strange thumb-sized thing floating. Xiaohua takes that thing out. Seeing that the corpses have already passed over his head and floated to the surface of QC, he sighs and throws that already burned storage ring into QC. The thing in Xiaohua's hand looks black, but there are bits of gold inlaid inside, like bits of gold light in the dark night. Although this thing is thumb-sized, it's not light. However, when Xiaohua's divine sense sweeps over it, he can't see anything strange about it. Truly strange. Xiaohua weighed the thing in his hand. The overseas cultivators are indeed different from Dawn Rain Continent. These things should be used by the Scorching Sun Island, the Icicle Island, the Gales Island, and the Yensen Island, which Kuaheng mentioned. Unfortunately, apart from a token and a Saraira with a Buddha statue on it, Xiaohua didn't obtain any secret techniques from the storage bag and storage ring, so he didn't know how to examine them. Let's cultivate first. Xiaohua thought for a moment and suppressed the idea of going to the 4 islands. The 2 spirit-severing stage-old monsters will definitely place their disciples in the 4 islands. I haven't cultivated to the nascent soul stage, so I can't be sure of victory. I definitely won't appear. Right? Didn't he obtain many body mutilation secret techniques in Ink Cloud Dark Forest? Now that the primordial spirit of the green-robed man was no longer refining the sky-leveling staff, it was better for him to read more about those secret arts. Who knows, he might be able to find something. Moreover, this Xiao's Buddha Saraira has already reached 4 feet. It's time for me to cultivate this Buddhist sect's Heaven's Eye to the 4th level. Speaking of this, the Ardent Fire Mountain secret techniques are really useful. Although this Heaven's Eye is a Buddhist sect's magical ability, with the help of the secret techniques and Ink Cloud's brain, the advancement is equally miraculous. If I can cultivate this Heaven's Eye to the 9th level, I'm afraid I can really see the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. Soon after, Xiaohua flew to another place and found a few powerful sea beasts within 1,000 miles to fight a few times. Moreover, he casually found some things in the nearby sea. Soon he returned to the cave and began to cultivate in seclusion again. Several years passed quickly. On this day the wind was calm and the waves were calm. The sun had just risen above the sea. Countless seabirds spread their wings and soared between the sea and the sky. On the rippling sea surface, there were also tens of thousands of sea fish swimming. From time to time, there would be pillars of water soaring to the sky in the distance. At the same time, the faint roar of sea beasts would follow. It seemed that this day was no different from an ordinary day in 10,000 years. A clear cry sounded. From the northern horizon, a speck of 5 colors appeared. When it got closer, it was a several zhang large rainbow wand. One could see the rainbow wand spreading its 5-colored wings. With a clear cry, it split the sky and immediately flew more than 10 li. The 2 long tail feathers on the rainbow wand's tail slightly trembled. It was very eye-catching in the fierce wind that rolled up behind the rainbow wand. On the rainbow wand's back sat a woman. This woman looked to be around 30 years old. She looked very dignified. The woman had a pair of bright eyes that seemed to be able to see through the various states of the world. However, at this moment, her eyes were lowered to look at the misty sea surface. She was faintly anxious. The strangest thing was that this woman wasn't wearing an ordinary Taoist robe. Instead, it was a crescent moon white robe. This robe was very simple and didn't have any colored thread. What was special about this woman was that she even wore a strange hat on her head. Between the hat and her ears, there wasn't a single strand of black hair. "Stop," the woman suddenly opened her mouth. Her pearly white teeth were slightly exposed. Her words were also different from the common speech of the Dawn Rain continent. The rainbow wand was very intelligent. Its fluttering wings immediately retracted. At the rainbow wand's belly feathers, a 5-colored cloud appeared and supported the rainbow wand. The several zhang large rainbow wand and the strange woman stopped in midair. The woman stood up from the rainbow wand. Her brows were still slightly furrowed. She raised her leg and stood in midair. A faint cloud of mist appeared under the woman's feet. This woman was actually barefoot. Her sparkling and translucent jade-like ankles looked very soft and smooth, emitting a faint brilliance. As she stepped on the cloud of mist, an indescribable elegance was born from it. The woman stood on the cloud and lowered her head to look at the vibrant sea surface. Then she frowned slightly and actually closed her eyes. However, the woman's ears on both sides emitted a faint luster. This luster flickered slightly, as if the woman was using a divine ability. After a long time, the woman's ears moved. She raised her eyebrows and her brows relaxed. However, when the woman opened her eyes, the luster on her ears had disappeared. The woman stretched out her hand again and took out a small jade slip from her bosom. She glanced at it and a smile appeared on her face. She seemed to be muttering to herself, "Amitabha, this West Sea is really too far away. This so-called island is densely covered in stars. Who can tell which one is which? Sutanua is really good at scheming. He actually found this place." But, as the woman spoke, she raised her leg and sat on the rainbow wand's back. She gently patted the rainbow wand's back. The rainbow wand let out a clear cry and flapped its wings. The wind surged and the clouds moved as it flew into the distance. The woman's voice lingered in the air. "Although this place is far west, it doesn't look extremely desolate. Could it be that place?" The woman flew thousands of kilometers to the west and stopped several times. However, she didn't get off the rainbow wand. Instead, her ears emitted light again and she adjusted her direction several times. In the end, the woman stopped near the lava island where Xiaohua cultivated. "Yes, it should be here." The woman finally took out the jade slip and checked it before getting off the rainbow wand's back. She stepped on the clouds and stopped in midair. The rainbow wand spread its wings and flew around the woman. At this time, the clouds were scattered and light mist was gushing out. The afterglow of the setting sun scattered everywhere. Not only were the clouds gorgeous and the light mist faintly discernible, but even the rainbow wand's feathers reflected the orange sun and looked extremely poignant. The woman looked at all of this with a slight smile. Her eyes flickered as if she was a little obsessed. Roar! In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was another roar. However, after this roar, there were roars and hisses frequently. Bursts of explosions and rumbles also followed. The originally calm scenery was completely destroyed. Not only was the rainbow wand's flight a little weak, but the woman's faint smile also disappeared. There was a trace of displeasure in her eyes. Just as this displeasure appeared, whoosh! On the surface of the sea to the south, a wave of several dozen feet was set off. The wave dispersed the mist and rushed to the bottom of the woman's body with strands of blood. Boom! There was a loud sound that soared into the sky. The waves seemed to be boiling as they surged up. One by one, a several dozen feet tall human figure suddenly appeared from the waves. Ha! The moment the human figure appeared, it immediately let out a roar towards the sky. A formless sound wave quickly spread out. When the rainbow wand, who had already stopped flying, heard this sound, its wings couldn't help but tremble. His body also quickly shrank. When the woman saw this, she coldly snorted. Her body emitted a faint brilliance that covered the rainbow wand. The rainbow wand landed in front of the woman. The woman shook her sleeve and the rainbow wand flew into it and disappeared. Looking at the human figure again, it had already stopped in mid-air. The waves that surrounded the human figure had already fallen, creating a splash of water that was several dozen feet tall. It gradually disappeared. Looking at the human figure again, it wasn't a real person. Aside from the khaki-colored armor on its body, its strong limbs were very similar to a human's, but its head was a hairy leopard's head. This leopard's head was very ferocious. The khaki-colored pupils in its bell-like eyes flashed with bloodlust. Leopard stripes streaked across the mane on its face. A few strands of blood still flowed from its bloody mouth. It had clearly just eaten something raw. In the left claw of the leopard-headed human figure, there was also a sea beast tentacle that was stained with blood. In the right claw, there was a thumb-sized demon core that was releasing a water-blue brilliance. The leopard-headed human figure's ferocious gaze swept past the woman. There was a flash of surprise in its eyes. It opened its bloody mouth and unexpectedly spoke. "Little girl, are you the immortal friend that Su Swansea invited?" "Umph." The woman indifferently glanced at the leopard-headed human figure and coldly snorted. She didn't answer. "Roar, I'm asking you a question." The leopard-headed human figure suddenly opened its bloody mouth. A strong stench rushed out and rushed toward the woman. "You're courting death." The woman clearly looked down on the leopard-headed humanoid and did not bother to reply. Seeing the leopard-headed humanoid being so rude, the woman coldly snorted and pointed her finger. A huge fireball flew out from the air and exploded between the two with a bang. It was precisely the leopard-headed humanoid's breath that was incinerated. Moreover, dozens of sparks flew out from the fireball and split into 3 different directions, rushing towards the leopard-headed humanoid. Chapter 31:14. The leopard-headed humanoid squinted his eyes and waved his claws. The tentacles and monster core of the sea beast disappeared at the same time. Then he waved his right claw in the air and a yellow brilliance appeared. It turned into a dozen plumes of smoke and dust that rushed into the sparks. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of muffled sounds, the sparks disappeared and the smoke and dust slowly dispersed. The woman raised her eyebrows and seemed a little surprised. Then, she raised her jade-like hand slightly and a golden cauldron the size of a fist appeared. As soon as the small cauldron appeared, the space within a foot of it distorted rapidly. It was as if the temperature of the small cauldron was so high that it was about to melt the space. The space-splitting cauldron? You're Qing Qin from the Great Snow Mountain. The leopard-headed humanoid was slightly stunned when he saw the small cauldron. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. "Yes, it's me." The woman heard him and replied proudly, "If you're afraid, tell me your name immediately and let me see where you're from. If you're related, I'll let you off for the sake of Su Zhuoyang. Otherwise, otherwise, what can you do?" The leopard-headed humanoid sneered. He opened his mouth and a square box the size of a thumb flew out. The box was square and did not look special. However, when the leopard-headed humanoid breathed a mouthful of demonic aura on it, a reddish-yellow brilliance rushed into the air and a mountain peak a few feet high appeared in the brilliance. "The magnificent mountain box? How did you get this treasure?" Seeing this, Master Qing Chen's expression changed and his hand that was controlling the space-splitting cauldron slowed down. "This treasure was originally mine. Where did I get it from?" The leopard-headed humanoid sneered. "Although your space-splitting cauldron is powerful, it can't do anything to my magnificent mountain box. Do you still dare to fight with me?" "Why wouldn't I dare? I'd like to see, what ability do you have to control the magnificent mountain box?" Master Qing Chen sneered. He lifted his hand and a tricolored flame rushed out from the space-splitting cauldron. "Don't worry, my 2 fellow immortals." At this moment, a loud voice came from afar. When Master Qing Chen heard this, he bent the middle finger of his right hand and flicked it gently. The 3-foot-long fire dragon that had flown out of the cracked void cauldron returned to the small cauldron. When she looked up, she saw a golden sword light flying toward them from the eastern horizon like a meteor. In just a moment, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes dressed in a scholar's robe appeared in front of them on a flying sword. "Umph." The leopard-headed man also snorted coldly. He opened his mouth again and spat out a mouthful of demonic energy. The so-called magnificent mountain box shrank back to the size of a thumb and fell into his mouth. "It's all my fault." As soon as the middle-aged man landed, he immediately cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Because this treasure hunt in the West Sea is too important, I didn't dare to neglect it. Therefore, other than this one's name, this one did not reveal the names of the others. My apologies for causing a misunderstanding between the two of you." "It doesn't matter." Master Qing Chen smiled faintly and said, Su Tanyua has already made this clear. You don't have to apologize now. Su Swansea. The leopard-headed man opened his mouth and shouted, I know you have a wide range of friends, but I still underestimated you. The little beauty of the Great Snow Mountain was not someone ordinary people could meet. You actually invited her here. Your relationship is definitely not ordinary. This middle-aged man was Su Zhuoyang, whom Master Qing Chen had mentioned. However, when Su Zhuoyang heard this, his expression did not change at all. He glanced at the leopard-headed man indifferently and said with a smile, Leopard Immortal, you are frank and outspoken. You say whatever is on your mind. You are much better than ordinary people with dirty thoughts. However, I still have to disappoint Leopard Jinren. Among the treasures of the West Sea, there's something that Master Pure Dust wants. Therefore, although I'm only acquainted with the Dharmakaya, once I asked for your help, you immediately agreed. Haha, I don't believe it. The leopard-headed humanoid named Leopard Spiritual Master laughed. But at this moment, the sound of a crane's cry came from the distant horizon. Su Zhuoyang and the others looked up and saw a faint white spot on the sea surface in the northeast, which was already somewhat dark. Good. Su Zhuoyang clapped his hands and said with a smile, the other two are also here. However, when the white spot flew closer, it was revealed that there was an old man sitting cross-legged on the back of a white crane that was several feet in size. The old man was dressed in a linen robe. His forehead was very wide, his eyes were very bright, and his white hair was fluttering like snow. When the old man floated down from the back of the white crane, a white cloud immediately appeared under his feet. Coupled with the emerald cane in his hand, he really looked like an immortal descending to the mortal world. The white crane, like Master Qing Chen's rainbow phoenix, sensed Leopard Immortal's breath from far away and flew very hesitantly. The old man also flicked his big sleeve and kept the white crane in it. Then he flew over and looked at the three people. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, I greet you all. Su Zhuoyang heard that the old man not only did not report his name, but also frowned slightly with a complicated expression on his face. After returning the greeting, he whispered, What's wrong? That person can't come? Alas, yes. The old man sighed, Man proposes, God disposes. He looked straight ahead as if he did not hear what Leopard Spiritual Master said. Su Zhuoyang smiled in his heart. He knew what Leopard Spiritual Master meant, but he could not say a word about this matter. Brother Su, Chu Muhuan seized the opportunity to ask, If Zen Master Liao Kong does not come, how can we break the array? Where is the West Sea relic in the West Sea? At this time you should tell us the location. We can consult together and work together to make sure nothing goes wrong. Hearing Chu Muhuan mention the West Sea relic, Leopard Spiritual Master's eyes lit up. His withered yellow eyes no longer looked at Master Qing Chen, but stared at Su Zhuoyang. Yes, Brother Chu is right. Su Zhuoyang nodded and explained, This is the time to discuss it. However, although I am the initiator of this treasure hunt, I am not the only one. What? There are other people. Chu Muhuan was stunned and frowned. Brother Su, why didn't you say this earlier? I can come to the West Sea, because I value your integrity. If it was someone else who initiated it, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Chapter 31:15. Brother Chu, please don't worry. Su Zhuoyang smiled bitterly. He looked at Chu Muhuan, then at Leopard Taoist Master and Master Qing Chen, and explained patiently, This person's identity is a bit special. Before I see him, I can't reveal his identity. Of course, you three should rest assured. That person's friendship with me is not inferior to yours. If I didn't trust him, I would never have come to the West Sea. Su Zhuoyang turned his hand over, and a thumb-sized black object appeared in his hand. He said, That person has already given this to me. After I checked it, I found that the information recorded in it is detailed and true. It doesn't seem to be fake. Can I take a look at it? Chu Muhuan's brows did not relax as he asked. Of course. Su Zhuoyang did not hesitate. He raised his hand and the black object flew out. Chu Muhuan grabbed it and it fell into his hand. Then, Chu Muhuan raised his hand and was about to place it on his forehead when Su Zhuoyang hurriedly shouted, Brother Chu, this object can't be seen with divine sense. You need to use eye-clearing magic. So strange? Although Chu Muhuan was surprised, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Then Chu Muhuan placed his hand in front of Su Zhuoyang's eyes. His eyes flickered with a faint green light. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he finally withdrew it. After he closed his eyes for a moment, he raised his hand and the item flew back into Su Zhuoyang's hand. How is it? Leopard Taoist Master could not help but ask. It's true. Chu Muhuan replied calmly, if you don't believe me you can check it yourself. Hehe, if I could see it would I still need to ask? Leopard Taoist Master laughed. I don't have as many magic skills as you. I'll take a look. Master Qing Qin stretched out her hand, and a jade-like hand came out of her sleeve. Leopard Taoist Master's withered yellow eyes could not help but glance at the delicate wrist. Master, please? Su Zhuoyang handed the object to Master Qing Qin and said with a smile, however, I must remind you that this object can't be seen with Buddhist sense. I know. Master Qing Qin smiled, took the item and said, since the divine perception technique of the Confucian school can't be used, the Buddhist perception of the Buddhist sect won't work either. Master Qing Qin took the object and did not use any magical power. Instead, she looked it up and down with her beautiful eyes. After a while, she nodded and said, this is the ink cloud pupil used in ancient records. It has long been lost. Not to mention any recorded method, even the materials were nowhere to be found. This poor nun has seen the image of this item in a pile of old papers. As he spoke, Wizard Qing Qin raised Mo Yin Tong. However, he did not place it on his forehead. Instead, he placed it next to his ear. A faint light flashed in Master Qing Qin's ears and slowly covered Mo Yin Tong. I thought that the heavenly ear connection could only be used for hearing. After practicing the heavenly ear connection, one could hear things from 100 miles, 1,000 miles or even 10,000 miles away. Who would have thought that the heavenly ear connection could be used in this way? Su Tanyue doesn't practice Buddhism, so he doesn't know about the Buddhist magic. Master Qing Qin opened his eyes and said lightly, how can the heavenly ear connection of the Buddhist sect be so shallow? After practicing the heavenly ear connection, one can not only hear everything, including the sound of heaven, the sound of human beings, and the sound of the three evils, but also recognize the 3,000 macro worlds according to the sound. He can attain the Buddha fruit. Yes, the Buddhist magic is indeed extraordinary. Immortal Leopard nodded vigorously. I never thought that in the Buddhist sect one could use their ears to judge people. Then why do we need eyes? Of course, we need to use our eyes to see people's hearts. Master Qing Qin said in a cold tone. She took the ink cloud pupil from her ear and handed it to Su Zhuoyang. She said, the content inside should be consistent with what Su Tanyue said. I also believe in Su Tanyue. Good. Su Zhuoyang took the ink cloud pupil and carefully put it away. He said with a smile, thank you for your trust. However, he immediately raised his eyes to look at the dark sea and said, this is not the place that person invited us to. We still have to hurry and get there before dawn. Who is this person? Immortal Leopard was unhappy. I came from the Holy Land and spent a lot of time. It's fine that he didn't meet us here, but why didn't he wait for us here? Hehe, Su Zhuoyang smiled faintly, his eyes flashing with a silver-white brilliance. He looked around and said with great confidence, Leopard immortal friend, as long as you see that person, you will definitely not say such words again. That person has a good reason for not coming. With that, Su Zhuoyang looked up at a direction in the distance. His silver-white eyes were particularly eye-catching in the night. A golden sword light appeared under his feet, and he was about to soar into the sky. Let's go. I'll lead the way. It won't take more than 6 hours. Speaking of this, Su Zhuoyang naturally looked back and glanced at the three people. At the same time, his eyes swept over the lava island under their feet. Let's go, Immortal Leopard roared around him. He stepped on the wind and flew more than 100 feet away. Seeing that Immortal Leopard had left, Master Qing Qin and Chu Muhuan waved their sleeves. The colorful Wan and the cloud crane flew out. The two birds stretched their wings in the air, but none of them dared to make a loud sound. Just as they were about to step on their mounts, Su Zhuoyang suddenly said hurriedly, wait. Su Swansea, what's the matter? Immortal Leopard asked unhappily as the wind stopped. Immortal Leopard, Master Qing Qin, the silver-white color in Su Zhuoyang's eyes had disappeared. It was replaced by a kind of astonishment. Who arrived here first? It's me. Master Qing Qin's face also showed a strange expression. She followed Su Zhuoyang's gaze and looked at the lava island under their feet. This place. I've already checked it. There's nothing wrong. Could it be that Su Tanyue found something? It's really interesting. Su Zhuoyang's face showed a thoughtful expression. I didn't expect to meet an overseas cultivator in the depths of the West Sea. And the magic array outside the cultivator's cave is also strange. It seems to be very powerful. If my 1,000 eyes hadn't just improved, I'm afraid I wouldn't have discovered the strangeness inside. When Master Qing Chen heard this, her face changed slightly and became a little hot. She didn't expect that there was an overseas cultivator hiding under the feet of the four of them. It was especially hidden from her heavenly ears, but it was discovered by Su Zhuoyang's 1,000 eyes. She wanted to activate her heavenly ears again, but after thinking for a while, she gave up the idea. Since she couldn't find it just now, what was the use of finding it now? See, this is? When Chu Muhuan heard what Su Zhuoyang said, he had already displayed his magical power. His eyes were faintly clear like water. After looking for a while, he couldn't help but cry out in amazement, "Brother Su's 1,000 eyes is really powerful. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have been able to find the strangeness of this magic array even if I looked at it 10 times. This magic array seems to. After listening to Chu Muhuan's words, Master Qing Chen's face became less awkward, but she was also very surprised. She asked, "Chu Tanyue, what does this magic array seem to be?" Chu Muhuan smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. "This magic array is hidden in the void. I can only see a little bit with my magical power. It seems to be similar to a legendary ancient magic array, but I can't remember what kind of magic array it is at the moment." Huh? Master Qing Chen was shocked. There's such an expert in the West Sea? Looking at Su Zhuoyang again, he touched his chin with his hand and his eyes flashed with a silver-white color, as if he was thinking about something. "Su Swansea, what's there to think about?" Leopard Jinren said anxiously, "Isn't it just right to have someone who is proficient in magic arrays to replace that bald donkey? If he doesn't agree, the four of us can just kill him. What's there to hesitate about?" "Leopard Jinren, it's not that simple," Chu Muhuan said with a smile. "Since there's such an ancient magic array and he's cultivating in seclusion in the West Sea, the overseas cultivators are usually more tyrannical than us. If we disturb him and can't persuade him, our tracks will be exposed. It's not good for this trip." Although Chu Muhuan didn't say that the four of them would work together, his tone was extremely obvious. "The overseas cultivators are powerful. I admit it," Leopard Jinren sneered, "but along the way there aren't any powerful sea beasts within 1,000 miles. There's only a sea beast whose strength is between the 3rd and 4th level of essence power in about 800 miles. If there's really an overseas cultivator who's more powerful than us, the surrounding sea beasts wouldn't be so weak, right? Then the overseas cultivator wouldn't need to use such a magic array to protect himself, right? Although that's the case, the real situation may not be so," Master Qing Chen said faintly. "The reason why overseas cultivators are called overseas cultivators is that most of them are cynical and can't coexist peacefully with us 3 continents' immortal friends, so they cultivate in seclusion. These overseas cultivators can't be judged by common sense. In addition, many of the overseas cultivators, what they cultivate isn't the ordinary cultivation method of our 3 continents. It has nothing to do with us Confucian cultivators or Buddhist sects." Chu Muhuan frowned slightly as if he thought of something and said in a low voice, "Their cultivation method is strange and their divine abilities are even sharper. The 9th level of essence power isn't suitable for their realm." Seeing that Master Qing Chen and Chu Muhuan were refuting him, Leopard Jinren's withered yellow eyes rolled. He opened his mouth and was about to spit out demonic aura. Seeing this, Su Zhuoyang hastily flew down a few feet and said anxiously, "Leopard Jinren, don't be too hasty." Leopard Jinren didn't want to give Su Zhuoyang face, so he snorted coldly and put his claws behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the night sky. A bright moon had appeared in the horizon. The moonlight fell on the surface of the sea like water, and the rarely seen bright white splashes of water surged. Tiny silver fish swam along with the sparkling waves, and the sound of the waves entered their ears. Chapter 31:16. Su Zhuoyang discussed with Chu Muhuan and Master Qing Chen in a low voice for a moment. Then he raised his voice and said to Leopard's spiritual master, "Fellow immortal leopard, I've decided. I'll ask this overseas cultivator to come out. Of course, even if he can help, we can't tell him our purpose now. If he's not willing to help, we'll go by ourselves." "You should have done this earlier," Leopard's spiritual master sneered. "You can just call for that person. Why ask me?" "Haha, fellow immortal leopard, you should stand with us," Su Zhuoyang said carefully. "If you stand there, if that overseas cultivator comes out and sees us surrounding him, I'm afraid there will be some misunderstanding. There might be some twists and turns for no reason." Leopard's spiritual master looked at Su Zhuoyang several times and didn't say anything. His figure turned into the wind and floated behind the 3 people. However, he was still 100 feet away and didn't come any closer. "Brother Chu," Su Zhuoyang was satisfied when he saw this. He turned around and was about to speak when Chu Muhuan suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I remember now. This seems to be the legendary heavenly cycle star formation." "How is that possible?" Su Zhuoyang's eyes lit up. Apart from being surprised, he was also ecstatic. "It said that this cosmic star formation has been lost for a long time. Only the Immortal Palace? Ha, Brother Su, I'm just guessing. I can't be sure." Chu Muhuan's face also showed a trace of joy. "If it's the legendary cosmic star formation, this formation isn't something you and I can break. It's not good for us to attack this formation without permission. Brother, please use the cloud crane technique and transmit our goodwill into the formation," Su Zhuoyang urged. Chu Muhuan shook his head slightly. "If it's the cosmic star formation, its defense must be flawless. I can't guarantee that the cloud crane can fly in. Let's try it." Su Zhuoyang smiled. "If Brother's cloud crane can break through this formation, then our chances of entering the West Sea's lost treasure will be reduced by 20%. Ha! Chu Muhuan laughed heartily and made a grabbing motion with his hand. A clear and crystalline light flashed like moonlight, and a 3-inch tall cloud crane phantom appeared. Chu Muhuan softly muttered a few words at the cloud crane's neck. Then he pointed with his finger. Quick! The cloud crane's body stretched and flew toward the lava island below everyone's feet. As Yunhe charged into the lava, Chu Muhuan's spirit-cleansing eyes and Su Zhuoyang's thousand eyes pupils were activated. They stared closely at Yunhe's figure. A moment later, the unusual phenomenon in their eyes disappeared at the same time. They looked at each other with a trace of understanding in their eyes. Sure enough, the cloud crane's silhouette flew out and landed in front of Chu Muhuan. Chu Muhuan waved his sleeve again, and the silhouette disappeared into his sleeve. "Looks like this Su will have to take some responsibility." Su Zhuoyang smiled and opened his mouth. A golden sword light flew out. Su Zhuoyang spread his hands and formed a strange sword seal. The golden sword light split into 8 in midair. Buzz! Buzz! It emitted a strong buzzing sound and rushed into the lava. Rumble! The moment the 8 golden lights fell into the lava, the entire lava island let out an earth-shaking sound. The sea near the lava island shook violently. Leopard's spiritual master, who was dozens of feet away from the 3 of them, suddenly exclaimed. He had been coldly observing Su Zhuoyang and the others' actions. His eyes were fixed on the sparkling and translucent moon disk. At this moment, along with the violent rumbling of the lava island, countless dark clouds suddenly appeared in the clear night sky around the full moon. Layers upon layers of dark clouds covered the entire area. Although there was no lightning or rain yet, within the layers of clouds, there were faint flashes of light that were beginning to appear. Crackle! A tall and skinny figure emerged from the lava island amidst a series of flashes of lightning and thunder. Before he could reveal himself in midair, a voice that sounded like a ferocious god sneered coldly in the night sky. Hee hee, the 2 old fogies didn't dare to come themselves, so they sent 4 little bastards over instead. Come, come, come. Let this Shao see how you 4 foreign cultivators are going to capture this Shao. Following this furious roar like that of a killing god, countless lightning bolts rained down from the dark clouds in the sky, completely enveloping the 4 of them. 9 heavens lightning strike. Chu Muhuan was completely stunned. When the lightning and fire were almost within reach, he seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly threw the rattan cane in his hand and opened his mouth. Swoosh! With a breath of vital energy, the rattan cane suddenly turned into a towering tree. Its green branches and leaves expanded wildly, as if to cover Su Zhuoyang and the others. Master Qingchen was also shocked. She was even faster than Chu Muhuan. The space-splitting cauldron rushed out from her hand and a flame appeared. Suddenly, a huge fireball appeared about 100 feet away, blocking the top of Chu Muhuan's rattan cane. Fellow immortal, calm down, calm down. Su Zhuoyang's flying sword fell into the lava island and didn't fly out. His face was even more panicked. Seeing the 9 heavens lightning strike, he couldn't understand what Xiaohua was saying. He could only hurriedly shout, "We are fellow immortals from the continent, not foreign cultivators. We are not sent by your enemies. Fellow immortal, you only need to withdraw your magical power and we will explain everything." The human figure that rushed out of the lava island was naturally Xiaohua. When he saw that the capital star formation was discovered and the sword light fell, he had long suspected that the 2 old ghosts from the Immortal Ascension sect and the Immortal Music sect were here. However, when he saw that the 4 people standing in midair outside the lava island were not old monsters above the nascent soul stage, he didn't take a closer look. He thought that they were cultivators from the 4 islands overseas who came to seek revenge under the orders of the 2 old ghosts. As soon as they met, they used the thunder-attracting technique. Moreover, the spirit-killing vital light and the Tai green light were already prepared. When the 9 heavens lightning strike struck, he believed that even if the 4 of them were of the nascent soul stage, he could definitely kill 1 or 2 of them with a sneak attack. Fellow immortal? However, when he heard Su Zhuoyang call him fellow immortal, and the language was very different from the language of the Dawn Rain continent. It was very obscure and had a very ancient style. It was also different from the language of Qua Rhyming and the others from the Sunset Island. Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised. Fortunately, he could understand the 2 words, fellow immortal. In particular, when he scanned the 4 people with his divine thought, he was even more stunned. He pointed at Su Zhuoyang and said in an incredulous voice, You are a Confucian cultivator? Rumble. Just as Xiaohua was wondering, the thunder-attracting technique finally fell. The first thing it hit was naturally Master Qing Chen's splitting cauldron. The fireballs that were hundreds of feet long exploded along with the lightning. It was as powerful as a volcanic sea of fire. However, in the blink of an eye, all the fireballs were destroyed. Pfft. Wizard Qing Chen's face turned red, and he spat out a small mouthful of blood. The cracked space cauldron fell into Wizard Qing Chen's hand with a wail. Buddhism sect. Seeing Master Qing Chen's clothes and the familiar Buddhist awareness, Xiaohua's mouth was wide open and he could hardly close it. Xiaohua's indescribable shock made him forget the layers of thunder. He only used his eyes and divine thought to look between Su Zhuoyang and Master Qing Chen. He was more greedy than looking at his first love from more than 10 years ago. Fellow immortal, fellow immortal? Seeing that Master Qing Chen's splitting cauldron couldn't withstand Xiaohua's thunder, Su Zhuoyang was anxious again. He knew that the Buddha fire of the splitting cauldron was similar to the thunder falling from the 9th heaven. Perhaps it wouldn't be destroyed by the thunder falling from the 9th heaven. However, Chu Muhuan's rattan staff was of the vegetation attribute. Although it wasn't afraid of heavenly thunder, the rattan staff itself was weak and might not be able to withstand heavenly thunder. If the rattan staff was destroyed, the trip to the West Sea would be much more difficult. Therefore he had to beg for mercy. Please stop the thunder falling from the 9th heaven. Don't hurt fellow immortal Chu's imperial equipment. We will leave immediately. Su Zhuoyang spoke too much, so Xiaohua naturally didn't understand. However, looking at Su Zhuoyang's anxiety and the 4 people standing together, Xiaohua understood a little. Seeing that the thunder was about to strike, although the big tree transformed from the rattan staff wasn't afraid of heavenly thunder, under the seemingly endless thunder, its green leaves had already fallen everywhere. Green light flashed rapidly. Xiaohua hurriedly urged his magic power to stop the thunder and shouted, If you're not from the 4 islands abroad, where are you from? Quickly tell me, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Xiaohua spoke too much, but Su Zhuoyang also didn't understand. He had the same feeling as Xiaohua. He only felt that Xiaohua's language was simple and unadorned, as if it was passed down from ancient times. However, if he listened carefully, it was specious and he didn't understand it at all. Fellow immortal. Su Zhuoyang smiled bitterly, cupped his fists and bowed. We're not cultivators from the 5 islands abroad. However, after saying half a sentence he stopped again. Xiaohua clearly didn't understand him, so what was the point of him saying it? Fellow immortal? Xiaohua on the other hand heard these 2 words clearly. His eyes turned and he opened his mouth. A beam of Tai azure light rushed out of his mouth. It danced in the air like a thin flood dragon, and then fell into his mouth. Sword Qi. You're also from my Confucian cultivator lineage. Su Zhuoyang's eyes lit up, and he blurted out a few words passed down from the inscription armor. Good. Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. The Confucian cultivation method and elixir heart arts left behind by Huang Yi also had some pronunciation of the inscription armor. Although it seemed incomplete, now it was the only language that could be used to communicate. Who are you waiting for? Xiaohua somewhat stuttered as he asked with the inscription armor. I'm Su Zhuoyang. Su Zhuoyang's mouth was bitter. He racked his brains and brought out all the inscription armor he knew, slowly telling the origins of the 4 people. What? Hearing Su Zhuoyang's end, Xiaohua was even more confused. What hidden immortal continent, what pure land, what 1,000 demons sacred realm? How come I've never heard of any of them? You're not cultivators from the 5 islands abroad then? Where did you come from? Oh, which direction? When Xiaohua finished speaking, he faintly realized something and hurriedly asked. Old brother Chu and I are Confucian cultivators, so we naturally came from the east. The hidden immortal continent is in that place. Su Zhuoliang answered in bewilderment. Chapter 31:17. Buzz. All of a sudden Xiaohua's mind went blank. There's a hidden immortal continent in the depths of Guihe Sea? How come I've never heard of it? Moreover, wasn't this Confucian cultivator killed by the Tao sect long ago? How could he still be hiding in this bullshit hidden immortal continent? What about her? Xiaohua pointed at Master Qing Qin, who had already taken a pill and was healing herself. Master Qing Qin is a Buddhist sect master, so she naturally came from the southern paradise. Although there are Buddhist sects in the other 3 continents, only the Buddhist sect in the southern paradise is authentic. Su Zhuoliang replied cautiously. How is this possible? Xiaohua almost blurted out. Nonsense, he had already been to the Buddhist sect's ruins. How could there be a Buddhist sect in Guihe Sea above Xiaoyu continent? How could there be a southern paradise like Xiaoyu continent in the depths of Guihe Sea? Why is it impossible? Su Zhuoliang understood and asked puzzledly. What about that guy? Xiaohua pointed at Master Leopard in the distance and said, Is he a beast cultivator? Beast cultivator? Su Zhuoliang finally figured out the meaning of beast cultivator in the inscription on the armor and was even more puzzled than Xiaohua. He glanced at Master Leopard, who had an unkind expression, and said in a low voice, This Master Leopard came from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm in the north. It's a continent about the same size as the hidden immortal continent and the southern paradise. It's filled with immortal beasts and immortal birds that have turned into spirits. It's different from us Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects. This. Xiaohua was somewhat distressed. What's all this about? It's a mess. Fellow immortal. Seeing Xiaohua angry, Su Zhuoliang smiled and said, Fellow immortal, aren't you an overseas cultivator? Fellow immortal, where did you get your Confucian cultivator inheritance? Who said I'm an overseas cultivator? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said coldly, I'm a cultivator from Shi country. Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua frowned slightly. Wasn't he a loose cultivator now? It's not impossible to call him an overseas cultivator. Oh, Shi country? Su Zhuoliang was stunned, then he suddenly realized and clapped. Fellow immortal, Xiao is an overseas cultivator from Shi country. Fellow immortal, which Confucian cultivator's descendant are you? What are you talking about? Xiaohua waved his hand and asked indifferently, Let me ask you, do you know about Dawn Rain Continent? Dawn Rain Continent? Su Zhuoliang blinked his eyes and shook his head in confusion, indicating that he had never heard of it. Where is this place? What about over there? Xiaohua very calmly pointed at his feet, then pointed to the far west behind him and asked. Fellow immortal Xiao. Su Zhuoliang said curiously, This is the West Ocean. Further west is the depths of the Western Sea, where the origin qi is thin. No one will go any further. Although Xiaohua was somewhat prepared in his heart, he still sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but turn his head to the west. Right at this moment, an earthen yellow mountain appeared above Xiaohua's head, immediately trapping the area around Xiaohua. An incomparably powerful force smashed down on Xiaohua. Fellow immortal leopard, Su Zhuoliang said in shock. Humph! Xiaohua suddenly turned his head, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He waved his hand. Wing. An even louder rumbling sound was heard, and the overturning sea seal rushed out of the space. Countless rays of light blossomed, and countless pearls hung down, turning into a seal even bigger than the magnificent mountain box. Fellow immortal Xiao, please be merciful. This thing still has great uses. Su Zhuoliang couldn't help but cry out miserably. Xiaohua sneered and casually agreed. Boom. A loud sound was heard, and the earthen yellow mountain was smashed into pieces by Xiaohua's overturning sea seal. The light disappeared into the magnificent mountain box, and Xiaohua's overturning sea seal didn't chase after it. It turned into a small seal and fell into Xiaohua's hand. A fierce glint flashed across Panther Spiritual Master's withered, yellow eyes. However, his ugly face turned extremely yellow. He could not help but slap his hand, take out the sea beast's monster core he had obtained earlier, and swallow it in one gulp. Thank you, fellow immortal Xiao. Su Zhuoliang saw that Xiaohua didn't take advantage of the victory to chase after him, so he hurriedly bowed and said, This Su doesn't dare to delay fellow immortal's cultivation. This Su and the others will take our leave now. Wait, Su Zhuoyang wanted to leave but Xiaohua didn't allow it. He said indifferently, tell this Xiao everything about the hidden immortal continent, Western Paradise, and the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. This. Su Zhuoyang smiled bitterly. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky that didn't dissipate and said with a smile, fellow immortal, this Su has an important matter that can't be delayed. This Su will definitely pay a visit to apologize for disturbing fellow immortal today. If fellow immortal Xiao has any problems, this Su will definitely tell you everything at that time. Oh. Xiaohua smiled, since you have an important matter, why did you come to disturb this Xiao? This. Su Zhuoyang was helpless. He thought for a while and said, this Su and the others have an important matter. We need someone who is proficient in formations. Oh, you saw this Xiao's formation? Xiaohua was a bit confused. How could you see it? Fellow immortal. Xiaohua was so curious that Su Zhuoyang couldn't resist. He smiled bitterly and said, this lowly one doesn't have enough time. Moreover, this lowly one really doesn't understand what you're saying. Xiaohua saw that Su Zhuoyang was really anxious. Moreover, Su Zhuoyang had a very good impression of Confucian cultivators, so he didn't want to make things difficult for Su Zhuoyang. He pointed at his feet. Whoosh! A golden sword light flew out from the capital sky star formation and fell into Su Zhuoyang's hand. Go. Don't disturb this Xiao in the future. Su Zhuoyang saw this and although he was very regretful, he was also happy. He put away the flying sword and bowed, this Su thanks fellow immortal Xiao. At this time Master Qing Qin, Chu Muhuan, and Leopard Spiritual Master were all adjusting their breathing. When they saw Su Zhuoyang leave they stood up and didn't dare to stay here. They slightly bowed and were about to leave together. Wait. Just when the three of them were about to leave, Xiaohua suddenly realized something and hurriedly shouted. Su Zhuoyang's heart thumped, but he still had to stop. He smiled and said, fellow immortal Xiao, is there anything else? The Xiaohua wants to ask this. Master of the Buddhist sect. Xiaohua pointed at Master Qing Qin and said, Benefactor Xiao, please ask. Master Qing Qin was a little puzzled. Although there was some resentment in his heart, he still put his palms together and asked. Unexpectedly, he also spoke the inscription of Confucian cultivators. Do you know about the heart destruction realm? Xiaohua asked, not caring about Master Qing Qin's pronunciation at all. Master Qing Qin raised his eyebrows and nodded lightly. Of course I know about the heart destruction realm. The so-called heart destruction realm is the nirvana realm. When the senior monks of the Buddhist sect cultivate to the depth, they can destroy all thoughts, all chi and even life force. In this nirvana realm they can find the true self. It's the supreme true path to achieve the Buddha fruit. How to get out of the heart destruction realm? Xiaohua asked again. Get out? Master Qing Qin said with a smile, naturally it's up to fate. The longer the process of finding the true self, the harder it is to get out. The longer you stay in the heart destruction realm, the more advantageous it is for the cultivation of the Buddhist sect. It can even achieve the Buddha fruit. Xiaohua was helpless. What Master Qing Qin said was the same as what the dead Hanzhu said. There was nothing to hide. How do outsiders wake it up? Xiaohua asked finally. Outsiders? Why do outsiders have to wake it up? Master Qing Qin smiled even more. Why do ordinary senior monks have to wake it up when they can't even dream of it? Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand. Do you know which senior monk in the Pure Land has entered the heart destruction realm and then got out? Do you still need to ask? The first one to bear the brunt is my Buddha fruit. Master Qing Qin answered without hesitation. Before the Buddha fruit, his heart destruction realm lasted for 981,000 years. Only then did he realize his true self, get out of the 3,000 great worlds, achieve the supreme Buddha fruit, obtain the supreme golden body and set foot in Lane Temple. Where is Lane Temple? Xiaohua asked. Lane Temple is the holy land of the Buddhist sect. How would I know? Master Qing Qin looked pious. What? You're a Buddhist sect cultivator. You don't know? Xiaohua was surprised. Su Zhuoyang smiled at the side. Fellow immortal Xiao, don't make things difficult for Master Qing Qin. It's true. I can assure you that even 99% of the Buddhist sect's disciples don't know the location of Lane Temple, let alone Master. Forget it, Xiaohua sighed. However, he still didn't give up and asked, could it be that Master Qing Qin doesn't know any senior monks who have entered the heart destruction realm? If Benefactor Xiao asks others this question, it's really not easy to answer. Master Qing Chen smiled and said, "Unfortunately, I do know such an eminent monk. Although he has only been in the heart-extinguishing realm for half a year, he meets the requirements of fellow immortal. Moreover, because this senior monk has only entered the heart-destruction realm for a short time, he has never mentioned it to others." Who? Not only Xiaohua asked, but Su Zhuoyang and the others were also curious. "It's not difficult for Benefactor Xiao to know." Master Qing Chen smiled and said, "That senior monk has never seen outsiders. If fellow immortal is fated to meet him, you can follow us to the West Sea. After we finish our business, we will personally accompany Benefactor to that place." Xiaohua sneered. He stared at Master Qing Chen and said indifferently, "Are you threatening me? Do you think I won't use the soul-searching technique?" Master Qing Chen's expression didn't change. He shook his head and said, "My Buddhist sect emphasizes karma. There are no more than 3 people who know that senior monk's heart destruction realm, and I am one of them. In this boundless West Sea, Benefactor Xiao actually met me and asked me about this matter. Benefactor Xiao, don't you think you should go with me? Moreover, I have been friends with Su Tanyue for a long time." The pronunciation of the ancient inscription was also taught by Su Tanyue. "I have always admired the awe-inspiring righteousness of Confucian cultivators. Since Benefactor Xiao is a Confucian cultivator, you naturally have righteousness. How can you use the soul-searching technique on me?" This. Xiaohua's eyes flickered. He looked at Master Qing Chen and pondered. Chapter 31:18. Su Zhuoyang and the others were overjoyed. They naturally knew what Master Qing Chen meant. They had seen Xiaohua's magical power and knew that he would be a great help. Moreover, Xiaohua was proficient in formations. If he could accompany them, they would be able to get the West Sea's treasure. As for Xiaohua, before he saw the 3 of them, he would not leave Lava Island. His purpose of seclusion was to reach the nascent soul stage or even the separating spirit stage. However, after listening to the 3's introduction, it seemed that this was no longer the Kueha Sea, but the West Sea. Moreover, there was no Xiaoyu continent but 3 continents. In other words, Xiaohua's archenemy was gone. He didn't know anyone here. It didn't matter where he cultivated or not left Lava Island. Moreover, he now knew that the further east he went, the more abundant the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was. Further east was the hidden immortal continent, not the depths of the Kuai Sea as he had imagined. Instead, behind him was the daybreak continent in his mind, but now it was the depths of the West Sea, where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was thin. All his cognition had been changed. Besides, he had always been worried about Jianghu. It had been 100 years, but Jianghu still hadn't woken up. Although Xiaohua would check on Jianghu every once in a while to see if he was alive, Xiaohua didn't dare to delay any longer. Although Master Qing Chen said that the Buddha Lord's heart had been destroyed for 81,000 years, that was only after he had succeeded in cultivating Buddhism. Xiaohua didn't dare to gamble with Jianghu's life. Now that he could leave and find an opportunity to wake him up, Xiaohua must seize it. Xiaohua was afraid that he couldn't wake Jianghu up from the state of heart destruction. Alas, there's still that damn nebula gold core. In these 10 years there's no change in my realm. My magic power has also stopped growing, as if I've reached a bottleneck. And this bottleneck is a dead end. If I can't find a way to break out of this situation, I'm afraid I'll have to hide in this gold core stage for the rest of my life. Xiaohua immediately thought of his own cultivation. The progress of Confucian cultivation is also very strange. I clearly cultivate according to the cultivation method, but in the end, I always can't completely enter the chi refinement stage. I don't know why I can't refine that strand of core. My own core is also just a simple outline. He could only wait for this person's core of elixir to disappear before he could truly condense it. In such a situation, I can only find the answer by asking these cultivators who practice Confucian cultivation, right? If this Xiao continues to work behind closed doors like this, I will never be able to find the answer. All right. Thinking of this, Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "This Xiao will go with you. However, this Xiao hopes that Venerable will inform this Xiao of the location first." Great. When Su Zhuoyang heard this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He clapped his hands happily and said, "With fellow immortal Zhao's help, great things can be done." Su Swanzi. Next to him, Taoist Leopard's complexion changed a bit. He glanced at everyone who was beaming with joy and reminded, "Although fellow immortal Xiao can participate, we have a bit more assurance. However, with his strength, I'm afraid we have to make things clear in advance. The things that this old man wants can't be lacking in any way." Hehe, fellow immortal leopard is overthinking. When Su Zhuoyang heard Taoist leopard's voice transmission, he couldn't help but laugh. He also transmitted his voice, that West Sea's lost treasures are innumerable. As long as we can break through the Great Array and enter, wouldn't we be able to get whatever we want? Moreover, there was originally Zen Master Kong's share. Now that it has changed to fellow immortal Xiao, there isn't any change in the previous allocation. Humph, this old man still feels that it's inappropriate. Taoist leopard was still not at ease. We are only around the 4th grade of essence energy. This fellow immortal Xiao is probably almost at the 5th grade of essence energy. His origin is unknown. If at that time, he has other thoughts, even our lives will be in danger. Su Zhuoyang smiled. If he has other thoughts, can we safely leave now? That's not the same. Taoist leopard shook his head. Right now there are no West Sea's lost treasures. This old man knows that you humans, there are many cases of people dying for wealth and birds dying for food. When Su Zhuoyang heard this, he couldn't help but ponder slightly. On the other side, Master Qing Chen also pondered for a moment and said to Xiao Hua, Benefactor Xiao, it's not that this poor nun doesn't want to make things clear to you. It's just that that senior monk doesn't like to show off. There are very few people who know about this matter. If you go, not only will you not be able to see him, but you will also expose this poor nun, and things won't be good. Only this poor nun can accompany you and earnestly ask him first. Only then will there be hope. And that's for sure. Xiao Hua nodded. This is one of the conditions of this Xiao. This Xiao just wants to hear the name of this place in advance. Alright. Master Qing Chen knew that if she didn't say it, Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't go. She nodded and softly transmitted a few words. Xiao Hua's expression didn't change, as if he didn't hear anything. After Master Qing Chen finished speaking, he didn't hesitate and cupped his hands. Everyone, please wait a moment. This Xiao will go and pack up and immediately follow everyone. After saying that, his figure turned into the wind and rushed into Lava Island. Brother Su, seeing Xiao Hua's figure disappear, Chu Muhuan also whispered, This fellow immortal Zhao's learning is very complicated. In addition to the magical abilities of our Confucian cultivators, there are more Taoist rogue cultivators. Most of these rogue cultivators who are obsessed with Taoism are unscrupulous in their pursuit of power. The Brother Chu's doubts are normal, Su Zhuoyang said with a smile. However, in this Su's eyes, this fellow immortal Xiao is upright and upright. He's not the kind of rogue cultivator that Brother Chu said. Moreover, to tell you the truth, this Su has seen a few rogue cultivators before, and they are completely different from this fellow immortal Xiao. Hehe, at least those rogue cultivators have such strength. I'm afraid that we can't escape unscathed. By the way, Master Qing Chen, you practice Buddhist magical abilities, especially heavenly hearing, which is very useful for identifying people. What do you think of this fellow immortal Xiao? This benefactor Xiao is very strange. Master Qing Chen frowned. This poor nun didn't detect any Buddhist cultivation on him, but this poor nun heard a familiar aura from him. This aura is unique to senior monks who practice Buddhist cultivation methods. Therefore, this poor nun just now invited him with confidence. Hiss, as soon as Master Qing Chen said this, the other 3 people gasped, especially Leopard Spiritual Master, who almost blurted out, How is that possible? This overseas cultivator not only has Confucian elemental energy, but also Taoist magic power. This is already rare and commendable. Now he is also hiding Buddhist telekinesis. He. Leopard Spiritual Master said he a few times, but he didn't know what he wanted to say. Master Qing Chen, can you confirm? Su Zhuoyang bit his lip and looked at Master Qing Chen with bright eyes. This poor nun can't confirm. Master Qing Chen smiled bitterly. This poor nun first used Buddhist consciousness to probe, then used heavenly hearing, but I couldn't see his cultivation. I'm afraid he has a Buddhist treasure on him? Chu Muhuan reminded. But Master Qing Chen also bit her lip like Su Zhuoyang. This poor nun can't even detect his Confucian elemental energy. Could it be that his cultivation has surpassed the 5th level of elemental energy? Chu Muhuan was also shocked. This person is too mysterious. Leopard Spiritual Master shook his head. I think this trip is worrying. Haha, fellow immortal leopard can rest assured. In the end, Su Zhuoyang had to lay his cards on the table. Long before coming to the West Sea, this Su has already used the divine divination technique to divine. This trip is very auspicious. In other words, Chu Muhuan's eyes lit up and he smiled. Although Zen Master Liao Kong didn't come, this fellow immortal Xiao is the array master sent by the heavens? This is why Brother Su wanted to recruit fellow immortal Xiao as soon as he saw him? That's right. Su Zhuoyang didn't show any pride on his face but frowned and said, this Su thought so. But you didn't expect fellow immortal Xiao to be so difficult to invite. Master Qingchen was also in a good mood and she smiled. He almost made us fight. Even Su Tanyue wanted to retreat at that time. Speaking of this, Master Qingchen changed the topic and asked, by the way, Su Tanyue, if this poor nun didn't say anything and couldn't invite fellow immortal Xiao, then would Su Tanyue's divine divination technique have a flaw? Ah, how is that possible? Chu Muhuan laughed and said, how can my divine divination technique have a flaw? Master's words have already been included in Brother Su's calculations. Oh. Su Zhuoyang waved his hand and said, Brother Chu, this is also where this Su has doubts. What do you mean? Chu Muhuan was a little puzzled. He was a Confucian cultivator, so naturally he was very attracted to the divine divination technique. Leopard Spiritual Master said coldly, the West Sea lost treasure is passed down from ancient times, and it has been lost in the West Sea for many years. I don't know how many fellow immortals have come to look for it, but this old man is not stupid enough to think that I can definitely enter it. Su Swanzi's great fortune has a problem. Chu Muhuan naturally understood with a hint, and his heart also became alert. He glanced at the lava island where Xiao Hua disappeared and asked curiously, could it be that this great fortune is because of fellow immortal Xiao? Brother Chu's thinking may be correct. Fellow immortal leopard's thinking is also correct. Su Zhuoyang smiled bitterly. This Su's divine divination technique is only at a small level, how can it be perfect? To be able to obtain a great fortune, this Su was originally ecstatic. But then he was puzzled. As fellow immortal leopard said, how can this West Sea treasure hunt be a great fortune? If it was a little thrilling, this Su would also believe it. However, looking at fellow immortal Xiao now, this Su somewhat believes it. But even so, it can't be a great fortune. Yes, the four of them knew their own cultivation, so how could there be a great fortune in the West Sea treasure hunt? Needless to say, if Su Zhuoyang's divine divination technique was not wrong, then this great fortune fell on fellow immortal Xiao, an overseas itinerant cultivator whose name they didn't even know. Chapter 31:19. Let's hope so. Although the four of them didn't speak, they all thought of the latter at the same time. Just as the four of them were having some inexplicable thoughts before leaving, Xiao Hua came out from Lava Island again. Although Lava Island was barren, after all, he had cultivated for more than 100 years. It was the place where Xiao Hua had stayed for the longest time since he started cultivating. Xiao Hua actually felt somewhat reluctant to leave. Peaceful days of cultivation were hard to find. Xiao Hua was very clear that after being discovered by Su Zhuoyang and the others, he had involuntarily fallen into the karma of the three continents. This karma would become more and more complicated. His experience would definitely change because of the three continents, and perhaps the three continents would also change because of his appearance. Of course, because of the existence of Jianghu, even if the four of them didn't appear, Xiao Hua would inevitably fall into the karma. It was just that the time and opportunity were different. Fellow immortal Xiao, have you packed up? Seeing Xiao Hua fly out, Su Zhuoyang greeted him with a smile. It's just a big formation, nothing else. Xiao Hua didn't hide anything. I've packed up the things to set up the formation. Speaking of this, Xiao Hua's heart moved and he asked, fellow immortal Su, if possible, can you give me the map and signs of this place? Su Zhuoyang was stunned. He thought he had misheard and asked curiously, fellow immortal Xiao, this inscription? I'm not particularly familiar with it. Do you mean the sea map and signs of this place? Yes, that's right. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and nodded. Back then, I came here by accident and I don't know the direction anymore. Moreover, if fellow immortal Su has a jade slip with records of the hidden immortal continent, let me have a look. Jade slip? Su Zhuoyang was even more confused. Su Xiangyuan, behind him, Master Qingchen reminded, what fellow immortal Xiao is talking about is something recorded in ancient times. Nowadays, our three continents use jade eyes. Oh, I see. Su Zhuoyang looked at Xiao Hua strangely. He really didn't understand. This fellow immortal Xiao's words were not only simple, but his knowledge was also simple. Xiao Hua's heart thumped and he secretly became alert. He didn't understand the situation of the three continents very well. If he said too much, he would definitely reveal something. Since that was the case, it was better not to say anything. Can fellow immortal Xiao give me your name? At this time, Su Zhuoyang still didn't know Xiao Hua's name. Moreover, it seemed that the 5 of them hadn't officially announced their names to Xiaohua. Oh, this one is Xiaohua. Xiaohua only said his name and didn't mention anything else. Su Zhuoyang smiled bitterly, but he couldn't force Xiaohua. Then he gave his name. Master Pure Dust, Chu Muhuan, and Leopard Spiritual Master also came forward to meet him. Xiaohua was very interested in this Leopard Taoist Master and couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. This Leopard Jinren was very similar to the beast cultivators of the Huan nation. However, after listening to Su Zhuoyang's introduction, Xiaohua realized that the two were completely different. This Leopard Jinren should be a real leopard and not a combination of the Huan nation's beastmen. What was special was that this Leopard Spiritual Master did not have a name at all. It was unknown if it was because he did not give himself a name or if it was some rule of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Xiaohua didn't dare to ask any more questions. Fellow Immortal Xiao, do you have any mounts? Or flying on a sword? After the 5 people greeted each other, Master Pure Dust and Chu Muhuan released their mounts. Su Zhuoyang opened his mouth and the golden flying sword rushed out and landed at his feet. Xiaohua looked curiously at the rainbow Wan and cloud crane. He clapped his hands and took out a flying sword. He said with a smile, "This one is a rogue cultivator from overseas. How can I have any mounts? I can only fly on a sword." Fellow Immortal Xiao? Su Zhuoyang saw that the quality of Xiaohua's flying sword was extraordinary and its style was extremely simple. He was very surprised. "You're flying on a sword? Don't you need the flying sword from before?" "No need. This flying sword is enough." Xiaohua smiled and opened his mouth. The overwhelming righteous energy in his middle dantian rushed out and landed on the flying sword. Buzz. The flying sword made a sword hum and sword radiance shot out in all directions. It slowly vibrated as if it was about to spread its wings and fly out. Wonderful. Su Zhuoyang's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, This seems to be the long-lost sword technique of us Confucian cultivators, right?" "This one doesn't know." Xiaohua flatly refused to reveal. Since Xiaohua started practicing the core heart technique of Confucian cultivators, he no longer used the sword origin of sword cultivators. However, when Xiaohua was practicing true qi, he discovered that the overwhelming righteous energy had the same effect as the sword origin. Could also drive flying swords. Moreover, the flying swords in his space, whether they were transformed into swords or illusory swords, under the influence of this true qi, they could be used as if they were his arms. In particular, this Confucian cultivator's true qi was the same as the sword origin. It didn't consume any meridians. Usually, it was only refined in the middle dantian. When it was used, it could be used at will and produce the same effect as magical power. Now, listening to Su Zhuoyang's words, it should be some kind of elemental force. Su Zhuoyang saw that Xiaohua was so stingy. He asked one question after another and knew that it was not good to ask too much. They still had a few hours to travel together. Moreover, with this trip to the West Sea they could communicate more in the future. Su Zhuoyang believed that with his own ability, it was not impossible to obtain Xiaohua's trust. Therefore he didn't ask too much. Immediately after, Su Zhuoyang experienced Xiaohua's stinginess. Master Jingshan rode on the Rainbow Wan, Chu Muhuan rode on the Cloud Crane, and Master Leopard rode on the Demon Wind. Under Su Zhuoyang's guidance, they flew to the southwest. Su Zhuoyang rode on the Sword Light and accompanied Xiaohua as they flew behind the 3 people. Su Zhuoyang originally wanted to ask Xiaohua more, but Xiaohua did not know anything and did not answer any of Su Zhuoyang's questions. This really made Su Zhuoyang scratch his ears and cheeks. He didn't know how to pry open Xiaohua's mouth. After flying for half an hour, seeing that Su Zhuoyang was no longer interrogating, Xiaohua opened his mouth and asked Su Zhuoyang again for the jade eyes that recorded the languages of the 3 continents. Su Zhuoyang naturally had this kind of jade eyes and he wasn't stingy. He took it out from his sleeve and gave it to Xiaohua. However, when Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense, he couldn't see through it at all. He couldn't help but hesitate. He knew that Su Zhuoyang had seen through his Confucian cultivation base, but that Buddhist sect's Master Qing Chen didn't see through his Buddhist cultivation base. That was because his Buddha Sarira was now stored in his Naiwan palace, and there was a layer of innate divine restriction outside his Naiwan palace. If he didn't release his Buddhist sense or deliberately release his Buddha Sarira, others wouldn't be able to see through his Buddhist cultivation base. Xiaohua's experience in the Xiaoyu continent had already told him that he couldn't expose everything. He had to hide as much as he could. Looking at the relationship between Master Qing Chen and Su Zhuoyang, it seemed that on these 3 continents, whether it was Confucian cultivators, Buddhist cultivators or Yao cultivators, they could all get along peacefully. However, if Xiao Hua exposed his Buddhist cultivation, would it cause any bad consequences? This was not something that Xiao Hua could know at this moment. Therefore, Xiao Hua decided to hide his Buddhist cultivation base and not release his Buddhist sense. Fellow Taoist Su, Xiao Hua said in a low voice, this jade slip. Oh, how do I check it with my jade eyes? Use my Confucian cultivation's divine sense technique. Or clear eyes technique, both are possible. Su Zhuoyang was really observing Xiao Hua's flying sword. When he heard Xiao Hua's sudden question, he replied rather puzzledly, Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't tell me you don't understand? Indeed. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. The art of Elixir Heart only recorded how to cultivate the Elixir Heart and how to refine the awe-inspiring righteousness. There really wasn't any clear eyes technique. As for divine sense technique, Xiao Hua had divine sense when he cultivated his middle dantian, but now his Naiwan palace was occupied by the Buddha's Saraira. How could he still have divine sense? This divine sense was born from the Buddha's Saraira in the past. That's right, it was my negligence. Su Zhuoyang suddenly realized, fellow Taoist Xiao has a Taoist inheritance. Your divine sense technique conflicts with my Confucian cultivation's divine sense technique. This is troublesome. Unless fellow Taoist cultivates my Confucian eye technique, I'm afraid your jade eyes won't be able to see through it. Fellow Taoist Su, do you have this kind of cultivation technique? Xiao Hua said without any trace of politeness, I can use spirit stones or other things to exchange with fellow Taoist. Spirit stones? Su Zhuoyang was puzzled. He didn't know whether he misheard or didn't understand Xiao Hua's words. Xiao Hua saw that he had made a mistake again. He thought for a moment and carefully took out a piece of low-grade spirit stone from his space. He said with a smile, this is it. All fellow Taoist is talking about spirit stones. Su Zhuoyang understood and shook his head, I don't lack spirit stones. Moreover, I don't have this kind of cultivation technique. And then I'll go and ask Chu Muhuan. Xiao Hua urged his flying sword and suddenly flew past Su Zhuoyang and arrived in front of Chu Muhuan. Su Zhuoyang had been observing Xiao Hua's imperial sword technique all along. Now that he saw Xiao Hua leave as soon as he said so, without any accumulation of power, and his speed was much faster than his own, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Su Zhuoyang wasn't the only one who was surprised. Chu Muhuan's Yunhe was also startled by Xiao Hua's sudden approach. He immediately stretched his neck and let out a long cry. Yunhe's vigilance attracted Chu Muhuan's attention. He also didn't expect Xiao Hua to fly over without him noticing. If Xiao Hua really had ulterior motives, this sneak attack would definitely be enough to make Chu Muhuan suffer. What was even more mysterious and what made Chu Muhuan even more surprised was that Xiao Hua's figure flashed and calmly flew out from the flying sword. He didn't wait for Yunhe to spread his wings and speed up. He flew to Chu Muhuan's side like a gust of wind and landed on Yunhe's back. Yunhe was abnormally frightened. He used all his strength to flap his wings as if he was startled. His whole body trembled as if he was afraid and wanted to expel Xiao Hua from his back. However, no matter how Yunhe struggled, Xiao Hua stood steadily and didn't move in the slightest. Chu Muhuan saw this and immediately understood. It wasn't that Yunhe was afraid of Xiao Hua, but that Xiao Hua's actions were too strange and startled Yunhe. He hurriedly comforted Yunhe while waving his rattan staff. A cyan light flashed and wrapped both him and Xiao Hua. This cyan light was really effective. Yunhe gradually returned to normal and spread his wings to fly with the rainbow wand. Chapter 3120. Fellow Immortal Xiao. Chu Muhuan wanted to berate Xiao Hua, but when he thought of Xiao Hua's terrifying methods, he restrained himself and smiled apologetically. May I know why fellow Immortal Xiao suddenly came to this Chu's place? Seeing Chu Muhuan's slightly changed expression, Xiao Hua actually regretted his impulsiveness. He thought that this flying beast's mount was similar to a flying boat. How could he have known that his arrival would actually frighten Yunhe so much? Therefore, Xiao Hua cupped his hands without hiding anything and said, Fellow Immortal Chu, it's all this Xiao's fault. This Xiao, I really didn't expect your mount to have such a big reaction. Xiao Hua's expression was very sincere without any pretense. His respect for Chu Muhuan was also very obvious. This made Chu Muhuan somewhat embarrassed and he hurriedly returned the greeting, It's fine, it's fine. Fellow Immortal Xiao has lived overseas for a long time, I'm afraid you're somewhat indifferent to some taboos. Hee, Xiao Hua scratched his head and didn't dare to say more. Chu Muhuan smiled and asked, "Fellow immortal Xiao, for you to come in such a hurry, is there something urgent?" "There's nothing urgent," Xiao Hua said somewhat awkwardly, "it's just that this Xiao doesn't understand the language of the 3 continents. I just obtained a jade eye from fellow immortal Su, but this jade eye can only be seen with divine sense or eye-clearing technique. Unfortunately, fellow immortal Zhao's Taoist divine sense technique conflicts with my Confucian divine sense technique." Once Xiao Hua said this, Chu Muhuan immediately understood. He looked at Su Zhuoyang, who was standing on a flying sword, and said with a smile, "Moreover, fellow immortal Xiao doesn't cultivate eye-clearing technique." "That's right." Xiao Hua nodded, "Therefore this Xiao can't even see through this jade eye." "Not only that," Chu Muhuan said with a smile, "not only this jade eye can't see through it, all the jade eyes in my hidden immortal continent, even the Buddhist archives in Western Paradise and the beast skins in Thousand Devils Sacred Realm can't see through it." "That's right." Xiao Hua rubbed his hands, looking very embarrassed. "Therefore this Xiao came here to see if fellow immortal Chu has any shallow eye-clearing technique. This Xiao will give something to immortal Chu in exchange." This. Chu Muhuan's face showed that he was in a difficult position. He understood what Xiao Hua meant from his first sentence. It wasn't that he didn't have any eye-clearing techniques, but this eye-clearing technique was passed down in the Jing province's Chu clan. How could he casually exchange it with others? However, looking at Xiao Hua's delicate and pretty face, as well as his sincere expression and clear gaze, which was very similar to some of his juniors, he couldn't bear to refuse. "If fellow immortal Chu has any difficulties, please don't hesitate." "Forget it then." A trace of regret flashed in Xiao Hua's eyes. He knew that he could not do this, so he did not want to force the other party. "Fellow Taoist Xiao." Chu Muhuan's mind raced. He raised his hand and said, "Please wait a moment." Xiao Hua raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Chu immortal friend?" "Alas, fellow immortal Xiao doesn't know." Chu Muhuan sighed, "Speaking of divine sense, it's very common in the hidden immortal continent. Just like the Taoist spiritual sense technique, there were also some superficial records that were carved on bamboo slips. Although this Chu doesn't have it today, fellow Taoist Xiao only needs to go to the continent and you can find it at any trading place. You can buy it with some spirit stones. However, eye-clearing techniques are passed down in my Confucian family. You can't find it at any trading place." "Not necessarily, right?" Xiao Hua didn't think so. He had seen a lot of such techniques on the Xiaoyu continent. As long as he had spirit stones, he might be able to find it. However, he didn't open his mouth and carefully asked, "Does fellow Taoist Chu have any good ideas?" Of course, fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to consider divine sense. Chu Muhuan was very satisfied with Xiao Hua's attitude and said with a smile, "You can only start with eye-clearing techniques." Yes, this is where this Xiao is in a difficult position. Xiao Hua spread his hands and quietly looked at Chu Muhuan. He knew that Chu Muhuan definitely had something to say. Sure enough, Chu Muhuan said with a smile, "Since this Chu can meet fellow Taoist Xiao, and fellow Taoist Xiao is from my Confucian family, this is definitely fate. This Chu wants to make friends with fellow Taoist Xiao." "Io, thank you fellow Taoist Chu." Xiao Hua was very happy when he heard this and hurriedly said, "I don't know if fellow Taoist Chu needs any magic tools or spirit herbs?" Who would have thought that when Chu Muhuan heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao misunderstands. This Chu doesn't lack anything right now. I don't need anything from fellow Taoist Xiao." Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, "Then fellow Taoist Chu's meaning is?" "It's like this." Chu Muhuan explained, "Fellow Taoist Xiao has been overseas for a long time. Now that you've returned to the hidden immortal continent, I'm afraid you don't have a place to stay. Although my Jing province's Chu clan isn't a big clan and can't be compared to the Tianji sect, it's just a slightly famous clan in Jing province. If fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't mind, why don't you come to my Chu clan as a guest? What do you think?" "Guests of the curtains? What does that mean?" "I'm afraid it's similar to an elder's position." Xiao Hua was stunned and his heart was somewhat bewildered. However, after thinking for a moment, he slightly shook his head and said, "This Xiao has liked freedom since childhood, and it's precisely because of this freedom that I paid a huge price. Now, this Xiao is overseas because of this. Therefore, fellow Taoist Chu's suggestion, this Xiao can't agree." When Chu Muhuan heard this, although there was some doubt in his eyes, it was clearly outside of his expectations. Chu Muhuan's gaze swept over the distant Su Zhuoyang. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "How about this, fellow Taoist Xiao? This Chu has a clear sight technique that my Chu clan's low-level disciples cultivate. It's the most basic technique. Although it's not easy to find in the hidden immortal continent, it's not considered rare in my Chu clan. If you really need it, this Chu can draw it with inscriptions. What do you think?" This. When Xiao Hua heard Chu Muhuan say, Chu clan, and hidden immortal continent is not easy to find, he naturally understood Chu Muhuan's intentions. At this moment he was no longer the ignorant brat from before. He understood that there was no such thing as a free spirit pill in this world. He thought for a moment and straightforwardly said, "Fellow Taoist Chu, this brat knows that this clear sight technique is very rare. It's a clan's secret technique. Fellow Taoist Xiao took this out with the intention of helping this brat. This brat is very grateful for this kind intention, but this brat can't make things difficult for fellow Taoist Chu. How about this, since fellow Taoist Chu doesn't need anything in exchange, then if there's anything fellow Taoist Chu wants this brat to do, feel free to say it. As long as it's not too difficult, this brat will agree." And fellow Taoist Zhao's words make this Chu very happy. A gentleman doesn't eat handouts, this is how it should be. Chu Muhuan became even more happy, since fellow Taoist Xiao is so frank, this Chu won't hide it from fellow Taoist. My Jing province's Chu clan has a difficult matter that requires assistance. Of course. Seeing Xiao Hua slightly wrinkle his brows, Chu Muhuan hurriedly said, "This matter requires a lot of assistance. My Chu clan will invite experts to participate at an appropriate time. This Chu naturally has to contribute to the clan. Fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation is so deep, it's precisely the assistance my Chu clan needs. Of course, since fellow Taoist Xiao is helping my Chu clan will also repay you. This clear sight technique will be paid by my Chu clan in advance, how about it? Can you tell this Xiao what the matter is now?" Xiao Hua sighed in his heart and asked in a low voice. "Naturally, I can't tell fellow Taoist right now," Chu Muhuan said with a smile. "However, this Chu can guarantee. As long as fellow Taoist Xiao participates, my Chu clan will definitely repay you handsomely. Moreover, if fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't want to receive too much, then there's no need to put in too much effort. So that's how it is." When Xiao Hua heard this, he immediately understood. It seemed that Jing province's Chu clan's matter had a great impact and needed a lot of manpower. This Chu Muhuan must have invited a few powerful fellow Taoists. Perhaps he had taken a fancy to Xiao Hua's strength. If he could invite Xiao Hua, he would be able to explain it to his clan. As for whether Xiao Hua would contribute in the process, it wasn't something he could control. Even if Xiao Hua were to pass off as a fish-eyes pearl, it should be fine. "Alright." Xiao Hua nodded and said, "This Xiao agrees. Good, fellow Taoist Xiao is straightforward. Let's make an oath." When Chu Muhuan heard this, his face lit up and he raised his palm. Good. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate and raised his palm to Chu Muhuan's right palm. In the distance, although Su Zhuoyang didn't deliberately look over, he still paid attention. When he saw the two of them clapping their palms, he couldn't help but feel regret in his heart. He knew that Xiao Hua must have made some kind of deal with Chu Muhuan. However, he also had no other choice. After all, his thousand-eyed pupils was a secret technique within the sect. It couldn't be easily taught to non-sect disciples. Although he had a wide range of connections, he really didn't have a similar technique in his bag. Alas, what can I do? Su Zhuoyang understood that Xiao Hua's cultivation was unfathomable. Moreover, his character seemed to be extremely good. He was a person who was hard to come by. However, Su Zhuoyang's regret only lasted for a moment. He knew that the West Sea lost treasure had already connected Xiao Hua with him and the others. As long as he succeeded this time, he would have plenty of opportunities to contact Xiao Hua in the future. With effective sex strength, he could definitely establish a good relationship with Xiao Hua. On the cloud crane, Chu Muhuan handed over a tiger talisman to Xiao Hua and said, "This is the command talisman of my Jing province's Chu clan. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please accept it." After 3 years. Oh, of course, if fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't have any other matters, you can follow this Chu to Jing province once the matter in the West Sea is settled. This Xiao will take the command talisman first. Xiao Hua took it with a smile. After this matter, this Xiao has an appointment with Master Jingchen. Of course, this Chu forgot about this matter. Chu Muhuan slapped his forehead. He really neglected the main reason why Xiao Hua could go to the West Sea lost treasure. Only after Xiao Hua took the command talisman did Chu Muhuan feel relieved. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. There aren't many of these chants. However, if you want to change them into armor inscriptions, it will be a bit troublesome. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Daoist Chu, Xiao Hua said with a slight smile. Chapter 31-21. Immediately, Chu Muhuan sat down cross-legged and took out a bag-like object from his sleeve. He patted his hand and took out the 4 treasures of the study and even a bamboo scroll. This. Xiao Hua was stunned. Of course, he couldn't use divine sense, so Chu Muhuan had to carve inscriptions on the bamboo scroll. How else could he read it? The cloud crane flew very steadily, and Chu Muhuan's brush flew like it was flying. One by one, the inscriptions were written on the bamboo scroll, like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, like golden hooks and silver strokes. It took Chu Muhuan less than a meal to finish writing it smoothly. Xiao Hua really prostrated himself in admiration. That kind of admiration came from the bottom of his heart. Chu, immortal friend, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and praised, good writing skills, this Xiao is convinced. Hehe, this is nothing. Chu Muhuan laughed. My Confucian path of cultivation has the 6 arts of etiquette, music, archery, imperial, calligraphy, and mathematics as the foundation. If your writing skills aren't up to standard, how can you refine essence into qi? Boom. Chu Muhuan's simple sentence immediately woke Xiao Hua up like a bolt of lightning. That's right, Xiao Hua only treated the core heart arts as a Dao sect cultivation method to cultivate. He didn't know that the core heart arts of Confucianism and Dao sect cultivation methods were fundamentally different. Xiao Hua only wanted to refine the art of core, but if he didn't cultivate the 6 basic arts, how could he truly become a Confucian cultivator? Many thanks, Chu, immortal friend. Xiao Hua bowed to Chu Muhuan with heartfelt admiration. Oh. Chu Muhuan was caught unprepared. He thought Xiao Hua was thanking him for the clear spirit eyes cultivation method, so he hastily got up and put away the 4 treasures of the study. He said, Xiao, immortal friend doesn't need to be so polite. This cultivation method is the most basic. You can only see the records in the jade eyes. It's far from seeing through illusions, seeing through fabrications, or even understanding 1,000 miles. Hehe, that's right, if Xiao, immortal friend is interested in the clear spirit eyes, you can ask my Chu family's patriarch for it in the future. Hehe. Xiao Hua didn't point it out. He smiled and took the bamboo scroll from Chu Muhuan's hand. He immediately sat down cross-legged and said, we'll talk about this later. This Xiao is going to study the secret technique. From now on, I'll leave everything to Dao friend Chu. Okay. Xiao Hua was so excited that he actually casually called Chu Muhuan fellow Daoist. Fortunately, the 2 of them were using the inscriptions on their armor to communicate, so Chu Muhuan might not be able to understand. He just casually responded and urged the cloud crane to fly into the distance. Seeing Xiao Hua actually sit down on the cloud crane, the distant Su Zhuoyang sighed in his heart, knowing that he had already lost an excellent opportunity. The night gradually faded and dawn was breaking in the east. The bright light behind them quickly streaked across the sky and caught up with their hurried backs. However, looking at Su Zhuoyang's slightly anxious look, it was obvious that they were already a little too late. Unfortunately, fortune did not come in pairs and misfortune did not come singly. The West Sea was filled with sea beasts. Su Zhuoyang and the others had not encountered any powerful sea beasts even after flying for half a night. It was truly a stroke of luck. Now, the 5 of them had just spotted an island that was about 10 acres in size in the distance. Before they could even get close, a cold divine sense swept over them. Hiss, Su Zhuoyang sensed the divine will and immediately knew that the sea beasts on this island had powerful cultivations. He couldn't help but gasp. Almost without thinking, he waved his hand and shouted, let's go around this place. Don't disturb it. As he spoke, the sword light under Su Zhuoyang's feet turned, and he hurriedly tried to go around the island from another direction. Roar, a mournful roar rang out. In the center of the island, a splendor like a splash of water appeared. Then a faint cloud appeared, and a strange-looking sea beast that was more than 20 feet tall flew into the sky on a demonic cloud, blocking Su Zhuoyang and the others' path. This is bad, Leopard Spiritual Master cried out involuntarily behind Su Zhuoyang. This sea beast cultivation is probably at the 4th or even 5th level of origin power. If we get entangled with it, even if we can defeat it, it will take a lot of time. It's going to be daybreak soon. Dodge. Su Zhuoyang didn't say anything else. He pressed down on the sword light, turned around and actually tried to fly away from another direction. The Rainbow Yuan and Cloud Crane obviously could also sense the power of this sea beast. They cried out in unison and flapped their wings even harder, hoping that they could escape from this sea beast's obstruction. Huff. What sounded like a long moan was heard. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth within several miles of the island started to vibrate. Not only were the rainbow swan and cloud crane frightened, their bodies trembled slightly and their flight slowed down significantly. Even Su Zhuoyang and leopard spiritual masters' bodies were faintly flickering, and their flight speed had obviously decreased. Rustle. A sound like sand was heard. The sea beast's body moved strangely in midair, flashing past afterimages. Following the vibrations of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it appeared in front of Su Zhuoyang like a ripple. Off. This road was opened by me. This island was planted by me. If you want to pass through, leave a toll. The sea beast's voice was hoarse and it wasn't clear at all. Xiao Hua was completely focused on the bamboo scroll in his hand. When he heard this, he only raised his head to look at it for a moment, then lowered it again. The sea beast seemed to be pentagonal, but it also seemed to be humanoid. A tumor several feet in size was erected on top of its seemingly soft body, and a four-cornered hole was expanding and contracting from time to time. The sound came from that hole. As for the surroundings of the hole, there were several tentacles about the thickness of a thumb. Above the tentacles there were small balls of black and white. These black and white balls rotated left and right, just like a human's eyes. This fellow immortal. When Su Zhuoyang saw the sea beast blocking his path and saw how ferocious the sea beast was, he knew that he was in trouble. He smiled and said, "I don't know what fellow immortal wants to leave a toll. If I have it in my pocket, I will definitely give it to fellow immortal." Huff. The sea beast's entire body was trembling, and then some saliva flowed out from the hole in its body. Several of its tentacles seemed to be trembling, causing the several black and white balls to jump around. It seemed to be extremely excited. Its body, which was several feet in size, flapped slightly, and it actually pointed at Master Qing Qin. This? When Su Zhuoyang saw this, he immediately understood. This sea beast wasn't after money but for sex. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Evil creature. Before Su Zhuoyang could speak again, Master Qing Qin shook her hand, and the space-splitting cauldron immediately flew out. She made a Dharma seal and waved her hand quickly. Boom. The entire space-splitting cauldron was like a volcanic eruption. A scarlet flame rushed out from it and fiercely rushed toward the sea beast. Previously, when Master Qing Qin faced Leopard Master and Xiao Hua, she had already used the space-splitting cauldron twice. During those 2 times she didn't make a Dharma seal. Now, when she heard the sea beast's words, she immediately urged her mind power to make a Dharma seal. Of course, it was because the sea beast was too powerful. On the other hand, it was obvious that Master Qing Qin was very angry. Wherever the scarlet flame passed, there was a lot of white gas. At the edge of the white gas there were faint black strands. Obviously, the heat of the flame was extremely high. Puff. The sea beast's body moved quickly, and it suddenly waved its tentacles. A clear water light appeared out of thin air, blocking in front of the flame pillar. However, as soon as the water light touched the flame, it immediately made a sizzling sound and also turned into white gas. Kill. Seeing that Master Qing Qin had made her move, Su Zhuoyang couldn't care less. He made a Dharma seal with his hand, and the flying sword under his feet rushed forward. The sword split into 4 and attacked the 4 corners of the sea beast. Immediately after, other than Xiao Hua, Leopard Master and Chu Muhuan also took out their own Dharma treasures. The rattan staff turned into a dark green rattan. It flashed brilliantly from bottom to top, like a fishing net that was about to trap the sea beast. From the mountain-containing box, a mountain-like yellow color flew out, and with a buzzing sound, it fell down like a thunderclap. Roar. The sea beast was caught off guard. The water that it spat out had just been destroyed by the fire pillar, and the fire had already burned the lower half of the sea beast. Another sizzling sound of frying was heard, and a hole several feet in size appeared in the fire. Green liquid was still dripping from the hole, and an extremely unpleasant smell was emitted from the liquid. However, as the liquid dripped out, the flame of the cracked void cauldron was gradually extinguished. However, before the flames of the space-splitting cauldron could be extinguished, Su Zhuoyang's 4 streaks of sword light flashed past like lightning. The tentacles, which were several feet long, were immediately chopped off like tofu. The smooth wounds on the tentacles were also covered with green liquid. Not only that, the rattan wrapped around the sea beast, but before it could retract, Leopard Master's mountain came crashing down. With a boom, the sea beast was pressed down from the sky and smashed deeply into the island. The ground seemed to have sunk more than 3 feet. Seeing that his flying sword had succeeded, Su Zhuoyang frowned. He was in disbelief. Before he could use his 1,000 eyes to see what was going on, another unforeseen event occurred. Swoosh, a green brilliance pierced through the dark clouds like the sun. In an instant, it pierced through the mountain formed by the magnificent mountain box. Peng! With a loud sound, the yellow congealed mountain immediately exploded into pieces. Chu Muhuan did not have time to retract his rattan in time. From the connection point on the ground, there were crisp cracking sounds as it broke inch by inch. Chu Muhuan's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly shook his hand and the rattan broke in the middle. Those that were close to Chu Muhuan quickly retracted, and the broken part had already turned into green spots before it fell from the sky. 3 feet deep in the ground there was a violent vibration. A glaring brilliance flashed, and Su Zhuoyang could not help but close his 1,000 eyes that he had just used. Whoosh! When Su Zhuoyang opened his eyes again, a starfish that was a few feet in size was waving its tentacles. Its entire body was flashing with green light as it pounced toward Master Qing Chen. The starfish was extremely fast, and in an instant, it was in front of Master Qing Chen. The 5 waving tentacles emitted strange water ripples that covered Master Qing Chen's entire body. On the starfish's abdomen, the holes at the 4 corners trembled slightly, as if it was laughing wretchedly. Chapter 31-22. You're courting death. Master Qing Chen's whole body was filled with coldness, and a shuddering feeling arose from the bottom of her heart. It was as if this gaze had directly penetrated her monk robe. Almost without hesitation, Master Qing Chen hit the Buddha's seal that she had just formed on the space-splitting cauldron. A wisp of fire that was several times purer than before, but also several times smaller, rushed out like a red snake. Puff! The starfish's abdomen also sent out a wisp of cold water which touched the fire. With a muffled sound, the fire was extinguished instantly. Master Qing Chen turned pale with fright. Her whole body was filled with Buddha's light, and she wanted to use other Buddhist magic. However, the starfish was too fast. Just as the Buddha's light was produced, the starfish's 5 tentacles had already covered Master Qing Chen's body. Although Master Qing Chen was sitting on the rainbow wand, the tentacles were like a big hand holding Master Qing Chen, and the Buddha's light quickly melted in the starfish's green light. The starfish grabbed Master Qing Chen and immediately flew back. It seemed that this fellow's target was Master Qing Chen. Su Zhuoyang was shocked. While urging his flying sword, he hurriedly looked at Xiaohua, who had not moved just now, on the cloud crane. However, Su Zhuoyang's gaze was everywhere, and the cloud crane's back was empty. He did not see Xiaohua's figure. Evil creature. Not far away from Su Zhuoyang, Xiaohua had appeared in front of the starfish at some point. His voice sounded coldly. I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but you actually learned from other bandits who occupied a mountain and robbed others. You even learned to rape others. I really can't stand it. I'll give you one more chance. Quickly put the sorcerer down, and I'll spare your life on account of your difficult cultivation. Su Zhuoyang smiled bitterly, but he did not take it seriously in his heart. Xiaohua's words were all inscriptions. Even if the starfish had cultivated into a spirit, how could it understand them? Sure enough, the starfish seemed to know how powerful Xiaohua was. His whole body flashed again, almost like a shadow flashing, making everyone unable to see which one was the real starfish. Crack, crack, crack. Just when Su Zhuoyang's 1,000-eyed pupils couldn't distinguish clearly, Xiaohua waved his hand, and several hundred bolts of lightning fell from the sky, covering an area of 3,000 feet. All the phantoms were destroyed by this heavenly lightning without exception. The true form of the starfish was revealed. Oh no! Unfortunately, when Su Zhuoyang saw the starfish clearly, the joy he had just felt completely disappeared. Because in the middle of the purple lightning, the starfish's body also emitted green lightning, blocking Xiaohua's lightning. This starfish also had the lightning attribute. Ha ha ha! Xiaohua laughed. He glanced at the starfish's tentacles and at Master Qing Chen, whose Buddhist light was already very dim, and knew that he couldn't delay any longer. With a clap of his hand, the spirit execution sword gourd appeared, and he laughed loudly. Treasure, please show yourself. Whoosh! With a loud sound, 2 green and red spirit execution sword gourd flew out. That faint gray color, which seemed to have a nose and eyes, emerged from the sword gourd. The refined spirit execution sword gourd was indeed powerful. As soon as the sword light appeared, the starfish immediately stopped moving in midair. Haste! Xiao Hua chanted an incantation. The sword light rushed into the starfish's lightning. With a muffled puff, a stream of aqua blue pus rushed out. The starfish immediately slid down from Master Qing Chen's almost completely disappeared Buddha's light like a tattered rag, falling onto the island. Ah? Xiao Hua released the spirit execution sword gourd and then killed the starfish. In just a few breaths' time, Su Zhuoyang and the others almost didn't see clearly what was going on with the spirit execution sword gourd. The starfish had already been killed, and they naturally couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. They looked at each other and their eyes flashed with shock and joy. As for Chu Muhuan, he was almost ecstatic. Thank you, Xiao Tanyu. Master Qing Chen seemed to be still in shock, and his face flashed with slight panic. He put his palms together and flew in front of Xiao Hua, bowing and thanking him. The previous benefactor had been replaced with Tanyu. You're welcome. Xiao Hua put away the sword gourd and waved his hand. You and I are on the same side. I'm still waiting for that matter after this. Yes, this poor nun understands. Master Qing Chen took a deep breath and said, just for Tanyu's life-saving grace today, even if this poor nun has to use up her glib tongue, I will ask Zen Master to take action. Then this Xiao thanks you in advance. Xiao Hua said with a smile, and his gaze fell on his left hand again. He did not put away the bamboo slip in his left hand at all. His magic power is boundless. This was Master Qing Chen's evaluation of Xiao Hua at this time. At this moment, her heart was in a mess. These sea beasts were not ordinary. Most of them were lustful creatures. She was a bhikkhuni. If she were to fall into the hands of these sea beasts, death would be the best outcome. She did not dare to imagine anything else. At this time she really regretted it. She really should not have gone deep into this unpredictable West Sea for some greed. Fortunately, Xiao Tanyu is an expert. He is really my Buddhist sect's boundless protector. Suddenly Master Qing Chen had some understanding. It seemed that Xiao Hua should have practiced the Buddhist sect's protector cultivation method. Although there was no Buddhist consciousness and no Saraira, it made her feel close to him. However, looking at Xiao Hua's indifferent look, she also knew that Xiao Hua would not answer directly. Anyway, there was still a chance in the future. Master Qing Chen sighed, stepped on a light cloud and landed on the back of the colorful Wan, who was also in a daze, to rest for a while. Thank you. Su Zhuoyang wanted to say again, but Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, don't mention it. Hurry up. We have wasted a lot of time again. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we will be late. Yes, Su Zhuoyang nodded, but his eyes fell on the sea star corpse on the island and he reminded, fellow immortal Xiao, the sea beast's monster core can be used to refine medicine and refine qi, and there are many things on the corpse. Can also be used to refine imperial weapons, magical weapons, and so on. Oh? Is that so? Xiao Hua's eyes left the bamboo slips, glanced at the sea beast corpse and said with a smile, then I'll have to trouble you, fellow immortal Su. I want the monster core. As for the rest, please make the decision and distribute it to everyone, okay? Ah, okay. Seeing that Xiao Hua was so generous, Su Zhuoyang was overjoyed. This sea star was so powerful and it was of the thunder attribute. Its physical body must be precious. Compared with it, the monster core was not that obvious. In Su Zhuoyang's eyes, Xiao Hua gave up the precious body, but wanted the monster core. He was just looking for an excuse to save everyone's face. With such a shrewd overseas cultivator accompanying them to the West Sea lost treasure, how could Su Zhuoyang not be at ease? What Su Zhuoyang thought, Chu Muhuan, Master Qing Chen, and Leopard Spiritual Master also understood. Some of their previous worries had long disappeared. Fellow immortals. Su Zhuoyang landed next to the sea star corpse, took out the monster core and gave it to Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua casually took it and put it away, he said, after all, it will take time to divide the corpse. We'd better hurry. When we arrive at that place, I'll find some free time to distribute this thing, okay? It's okay, we'll listen to Su Tanyue's instructions. Master Qing Chen nodded. This thing originally belonged to Xiao Tanyue. Now it's distributed to us, we can do it at any time. Okay, seeing that the others also nodded, Su Zhuoyang put away the sea star corpse, urged the sword light, and flew straight across the island toward the northwest. Xiao Hua also got on the cloud crane, still looking down at the bamboo slips as if nothing had happened. Alas! Seeing that Xiao Hua was so calm, Chu Muhuan sighed in his heart. He understood that he could no longer treat Xiao Hua as an ordinary overseas cultivator. Fellow immortal Chu, at this moment Xiao Hua put away the bamboo slips and said with a smile, I have something to ask. Fellow immortal Shao, please ask. Chu Muhuan's face immediately piled up with a smile and replied. Fellow immortal Su just said that this monster core can be used to make medicine. What's going on? Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and took out the bowl-sized monster core, which emitted a water-blue brilliance from the space. Seeing this monster core, Chu Muhuan was immediately frightened and hurriedly shouted, Fellow immortal Shao, it's not easy to take this thing out here. You'd better put it away quickly. If other sea beasts see it, thousands of sea beasts will come to seek revenge. Even if fellow immortal has 3 heads and 6 arms, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to escape. Seeing Chu Muhuan's reaction, Xiao Hua didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly put it away. Then he looked at Chu Muhuan and quietly waited for his explanation. Fellow immortal Shao, you have Taoist cultivation. Presumably, you also know that Taoist cultivation steals the essence of heaven and earth for their own use. They blindly take from heaven and earth without asking for anything in return. Speaking up to here, Chu Muhuan seemed to be afraid that Xiao Hua would be displeased and hurriedly explained, of course, as a cultivation path that is on par with our Confucian cultivation and Buddhist cultivation, although it has declined after our Confucian cultivation and Buddhist cultivation joined hands to exterminate it, its alchemy techniques are indeed somewhat unique. However, alchemy techniques also inherit the Taoist cultivation method. They also take a shortcut by seizing the essence of heaven and earth and refining it into medicinal pills. They use the medicinal effects of the pills to improve the cultivation of Taoist cultivators. Chu Muhuan thought for a moment and said, but this unique alchemy technique also provides us Confucian cultivators with a new path to take as a reference. Although we Confucian cultivators don't advocate using medicinal pills and other things to increase the speed of cultivation, when one's cultivation is unable to advance even an inch, this medicinal pill can also allow us to walk out of a situation where we are at the end of our rope and have no way out. Of course, this is a chance to live, but the road is short. It's far from being as far as relying solely on tempering the righteous energy in the chest. But on the other hand, the road of cultivation is long and endless. We search from top to bottom, and if we can take one more step, it's one more step. Who doesn't want to take a few more steps? Therefore, we Confucian cultivators now also have some alchemy techniques. Although they are not as exquisite as the Taoist alchemy techniques. Hearing this, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He probed, when was the Taoist exterminated by us Confucian cultivators and Buddhist cultivation? To what extent has it declined now? In fact, it might not be appropriate for Xiao Hua to say these words here. After leaving the Western Ocean, he could inquire as much as he wanted. However, Xiao Hua was very curious. The Dan Rain continent claimed to have exterminated the Buddhist and Confucian cultivators, and the 3 continents claimed to have exterminated the Taoist cultivators. What was so strange about this? Chapter 31-23. This. Chu Muhuan shook his head. Taoism was exterminated in the ancient times. It disappeared for a long time. We didn't know there was such a cultivation path. Later on, we didn't know when it started, but Taoism was revived and we slowly knew the secret. However, this Taoist disciple didn't have much fame in the 3 continents, and I know very little about it. Oh, right, doesn't fellow Taoist Shao have Taoist cultivation? The previous one, was it a Taoist magic tool? Xiao Hua nodded slightly, but he was already absent-minded. Yes, on Xiaoyu continent, Xiao Hua knew that Buddhism and Confucian cultivators had been exterminated by Taoism and no longer existed. Confucian cultivators might have some insignificant inheritances in the Dan Rain continent, or perhaps in the millions of Meng Mountains. As for the Buddhist sect, they could be found in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Now the only cold bamboo was killed by Xiao Hua. Perhaps, it would be difficult to find any Buddhist sect disciples in the Dan Rain continent. However, on these 3 continents, things were actually the opposite. Everyone knew that Taoism had been exterminated by Buddhism and Confucian cultivators, and no longer existed. Although there was some revival now, the situation was similar to Buddhism and Confucian cultivators on Xiaoyu continent. Maybe even stronger than that. At least, Xiao Hua didn't become a rat on the street, and everyone didn't want to beat him. As an overseas cultivator, Xiao Hua could still show his Taoist cultivation, and not be killed by Confucian and Buddhist cultivators. But the question was, who was the one who killed who? These 3 continents and Xiaoyu continent, what was going on? Could it be that this was also an independent world like Demon Realm and Demon Realm? Did I come here by chance through the space vein? Could it be that whatever formation was made by heaven? And I'm afraid so. Only a natural formation could have such power. No matter what nascent soul cultivator or spirit-severing cultivator entered, they wouldn't be able to return. Xiaohua immediately understood. Moreover, the space vein of these two worlds is actually in the depths of Guihisi and Shihisi. It's far from what I imagined. Hehe, that's right, second senior brother didn't say where the space vein was. In the air, in the water, in the mountain rocks, maybe even in the flowers and plants. However, how did Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects move to this world? Everyone, this is such a big deal. Forget it. Thinking of this, Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. This is an ancient secret. What does it have to do with this Xiao? Right now, I have a home that I can't return to. It's better for me to think about how to raise my cultivation. Only by reaching the level of the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress can one discover the spatial vein and return to the Dawn Rain continent? Xiaohua had gone through painstaking cultivation. Although his strength had not reached the level where he could challenge the spirit-severing stage, he had been suppressing the desire to return to the Dawn Rain continent from the depths of the Kuai Sea in a few days and give the person who had plotted against him a head-on blow. At the very least, he had to avenge the two vengeful souls in Yellowflower Ridge. He had to kill two nascent soul cultivators for everyone to see. But now that he was in a different realm, it would be extremely difficult for him to go back. He could only let go of this blood feud. Whether it was Yuanying or Avatar, their lifespans were extremely long, enough for Xiaohua to find a spatial vein in the future and go back to take revenge. Of course, if he was unable to find the way back, Xiaohua would not be too disappointed in his heart. Everything that happened in the Dawn Rain continent basically had an effect. The two people who treated Xiaohua the best had now died. Their souls had fallen into Xiaohua's space. From now on, they would accompany Xiaohua at all times, never to be separated. Although Xiaohua would sometimes think of Fairy Hongxia, when he thought of Fairy Hongxia's appearance in those days and compared her to the dead Xue Xue, Xiaohua's heart would involuntarily calm down. Time was the best elixir. If Fairy Hongxia's feelings for him were sincere enough, then these feelings might not fade because of time. Thinking of Fairy Hongxia, Xiaohua could not help but smile bitterly again. Fairy Hongxia wanted to distance herself from him, leaving space and time for the two of them to calm down. And the heavens had also fulfilled her wish. It was just that this distance was beyond Xiaohua and Fairy Hongxia's imagination. The distance between two realms it was so far that Xiaohua could not imagine it. As for the time, it was far beyond Xiaohua's imagination. Xiaohua, who already knew the truth of the matter, had such thoughts. As for Fairy Hongxia, who also knew of Xiaohua's death, what did she think? The so-called time, the so-called space, those were the difference between life and death, the separation of yin and yang. This test could not be said to be not big, nor could it be said to be not far away. Who would know the result? Xiaohua's mood was somewhat gloomy. He lowered his head as if he was thinking. Chu Muhuan was somewhat baffled, but he did not dare to ask. Not only was Xiaohua's speech mysterious, his methods were also powerful. He was definitely the eccentric overseas rogue cultivator in his impression. After a while, the sky brightened. Xiaohua closed his eyes, his expression had already returned to normal. Clearly he was comprehending the eye-clearing technique on the bamboo block. Xiaohua was calm, but Su Zhuoyang's face was abnormally anxious. He had opened up a distance of several tens of feet between the four of them. Unknowingly, he had already rushed in front of them. When the red sun rushed into the sky, the blue sky was clear as if it had been washed. On the blue sea surface, countless gray-white sea birds spread their wings and fluttered. The five of them arrived at the left side of a coral reef. This coral reef was roughly several li in size. It was either exposed above the sea surface or hidden below the sea surface. The multicolored corals were like flowers blooming in spring. They dyed the several li of sea surface, making them extremely easy to recognize. What was special was that on the coral reef facing the east, there was a protrusion about half a zhang tall. This protrusion seemed to be in the shape of a human with a head and a face. Right now, facing the rising sun, it was like a child watching the sun. Sigh. From far away, Su Zhuoyang released his divine sense. When he saw the empty coral reef, he couldn't help but sigh. He turned his head to look at the people still following behind him and felt a wave of disappointment. Indeed, he had met up with the three of them, encountered Xiaohua, and then encountered the sea beasts halfway. The time spent in between was indeed too long. According to that person's cautious nature, he definitely wouldn't have waited here for too long. Perhaps his divination technique was really wrong. Or perhaps, this was the true auspicious omen. Without going deep into the lost treasure, how could he encounter danger? Su Zhuoyang's sword-light converged. He stopped on the reef and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking into the distance. Fellow immortal Su, is this the place? Leopard Master was impatient. As soon as he saw Su Zhuoyang stop, he immediately called out. That's right. Su Zhuoyang's voice wasn't as loud as before. He said lightly, this is a hidden fisherman's reef in the West Sea. It's only a few li in circumference. Without a special route it's not easy to find. That person asked us to meet here. Where is he? Master Qing Chen also flew over. He put away his rainbow wand and looked around curiously. The time has passed. Su Zhuoyang sighed. That person. I'm afraid he has already left. Su Swansea. Leopard Master was displeased. He said somewhat anxiously, it's not that I want to criticize you. Isn't it better for you to set up the meeting place here than anything else? But the meeting place is so far away from here. We didn't encounter any particularly powerful sea beasts along the way. If there were any disturbances from sea beasts, how could our sect have arrived? Su Zhuoyang also smiled bitterly. He bowed and said, fellow immortals, it's all my fault. I've made you come here in vain. I apologize to you. It's okay, Su Xiangyue. Although Master Qing Chen was also somewhat regretful, he still comforted him. Xiangyue has already said that person was more cautious. This place was obviously chosen by him. He didn't want us to know. It's not your fault. If we don't go, maybe we won't have the fortune to not go. At this time Xiaohua also flew over with Chu Muhuan. He was walking at the back. Their words were already filled with many inscriptions. However, Xiaohua only pricked up his ears. Looking at their expressions, he knew that it was already too late. He didn't care. It didn't matter whether they went to the West Sea lost treasure or not. Since it was a lost treasure, it was bound to be dangerous. He still had Jianghu in his space. It was best if they didn't take risks. He couldn't wait to return to the Elysium with Master Qing Chen. It depends on fate to get the West Sea lost treasure. For so many years, I don't know how many people have come to the West Sea to search for treasures, but I've never heard of anyone who got the West Sea lost treasure. We came late, so naturally it's not fate. No one can be blamed. Chu Muhuan also comforted Su Zhuoyang. Su Swansea, don't you have a telepathic spell? Leopard Taoist Master urged. Sen 1. Maybe that person is waiting for you. Su Zhuoyang shook his head and said, I don't have that person's telepathic spell. Everything was arranged by that person. If I did, I would have sent it last night. Forget it. Leopard Taoist Master was disheartened. He looked around and asked, I'm unfamiliar with this place. I don't know if there are any useful sea beasts nearby. You and I, the 5 of us can't come here in vain, right? It's also good to hunt some. Don't. Su Zhuoyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, this place is woo-woo? Just as Su Zhuoyang objected to Leopard Taoist Master, the sound of a tsunami came from the middle of the reef group. Everyone looked up and saw a brightly colored reef slowly emerging from the sea. When the reef came out of the sea, a head that was a few feet in size rose from the sea. This head was triangular. On top of it were 2 bright black eyes that were extremely careful. Behind the head was a slender neck that was connected to the reef. Under the reef was a body that was several feet in size. This body was like a huge millstone. Around the body were 4 thick legs that were several feet in size. Wow! What a big turtle! When Xiaohua saw this thing, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This was the biggest turtle he had ever seen in his life. Chapter 31-24. Just as Xiaohua's astonishment was born, the tortoise's gaze swept over him. Hiss! Xiaohua's heart trembled and he sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt as if he had been seen through from the inside out. This tortoise. I'm afraid it has the strength of a late nascent soul stage. Xiaohua immediately made a simple judgment of the tortoise's cultivation. When Su Zhuoyang saw the tortoise appear, his face immediately filled with ecstasy. He hurriedly flew over but didn't dare to get too close. He stood in midair and saluted with cupped fists. Greetings, Senior Xin, Wu. The huge tortoise raised its head and let out a low roar. Waves of snow rolled up around its body and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into the tortoise's body. Immediately after, the tortoise's body flashed with a blue brilliance and rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a short old man less than 3 feet tall. This old man had shifty eyes and a goatee on his lower jaw. In particular, this old man's back was a bit hunched and he carried a medium-sized tortoise shell on his back. Seeing the huge tortoise transform into a human, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a strange light. However, when he saw the old man's appearance, he couldn't help but laugh. That's right, what was wrong with transforming into? Why did it have to be so ugly? Fortunately, the huge tortoise's transformation caused quite a stir. Just the waves near the coral reef were several feet tall. Amidst the sound of the waves, Xiaohua's faint laughter wasn't too obvious. Little friend Su. The huge tortoise's voice wasn't jerky. It even carried a trace of dignity as it said indifferently, "This old man didn't make an appointment with you at this time. This old man originally wanted to leave, but it just so happened that I didn't have to be on duty today, so I came here to rest a little. This old man wasn't waiting for you." Senior Xian. Su Zhuoyang looked at the cultivators behind him who didn't even dare to breathe loudly and hurriedly said with a smile, "This one knows that I came late. I can't keep my promise anymore. It's this one's fault. This one also doesn't want to say anything more. However, these are all fellow immortals that this one invited from the 3 continents. If Senior is willing, could this one introduce them?" And Senior Xian nodded, tacitly agreeing. Seeing that the huge tortoise didn't refuse, Su Zhuoyang already had an idea. He pointed at Chu Muhuan, Master Clean Dust, and Leopard Taoist Master and introduced them one by one. The 3 of them naturally also immediately came forward to greet him. Yes, that's right. This old man has heard of them before. Unfortunately, Senior Xian's expression did not change in the face of the 3 people's greetings, nor did he return their greetings. He only replied indifferently before turning his gaze to Xiaohua. And this one? Are you the descendant of a great scholar on the hidden immortal continent? I'm afraid that Senior Xian is mistaken. Su Zhuoyang said with a smile, this is fellow immortal Xiaohua Xiao. Although he was born in the Shi country of the hidden immortal continent, he is now a rogue cultivator of the West Sea. Cultivators of the West Sea? How come I didn't know? Senior Xian's eyes lit up, and a layer of blue light flashed through them. Xiaohua felt a strange fluctuation sweep across his body. Then he heard Senior Xian say, this old man knows most of the loose cultivators in the West Sea. Even if I don't know them, this old man knows where they came from. This little friend Xiao is a complete stranger. Speaking of fellow immortal Xiao, I still have to tell Senior Xian in detail. Su Zhuoyang laughed even more happily. He looked at Xiaohua and said, fellow immortal Xiao, why don't you come and greet Senior Xian first? Yes, I'm Xiaohua. Greetings, Senior Xian. Xiaohua was quite easygoing as he bowed and said, get up. Senior Xian seemed to have noticed that Xiaohua's cultivation was different. He did not treat the other 3 as he raised his hand and said, this old man is Xian Qing, the deputy of the West Sea Patrol under the West Sea Dragon Palace. Since little friend Xiao is a West Sea rogue cultivator, you must have heard of this old man's name. Seat West Sea Patrol. Whether it was Chu Muhuan, Master Qing Qin or even Leopard Spiritual Master, they were all shocked. Their expressions became even more respectful as they understood Su Zhuoyang's previous words. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had never heard of this name. He only regarded the West Sea as the Guihe Sea. However, he immediately changed into a respectful expression and said in a deadpan manner, that's right. Senior's name is known to all cultivators in the West Sea. Although I haven't been in the West Sea for long, I've also heard of your name. However, this one has never seen you before, so I don't know you. Xiaohua's words were quite archaic. Most of them were pronounced with the inscriptions of armor. Xian Qing could hardly understand them, but Xiaohua's respect was not fake. Then, Xian Qing was very satisfied with Xiaohua's respect and the other 3's astonishment. He knew that his name was resounding and that Su Zhuoyang hadn't revealed anything, so he opened his mouth to ask about other things. However, Su Zhuoyang knew Xiaohua's ignorance and hurriedly said with a smile, speaking of fellow immortal Xiao, we're really fated to meet. We can be said to have become friends after a fight. What? Xian Qing was startled and asked curiously, could it be? Little friend Xiao wasn't invited by you? That's right, Su Zhuoyang hurriedly explained the whole story. In the end he said, this is also a chance given to me and the patrol. That's the great heavenly cycle star formation. I've only heard of it and have never seen it before. If fellow immortal Chu had not seen the records of this formation before, you would have recognized it at a glance. I don't even dare to believe my eyes. With little friend Xiao, our great matter. And? Xian Qing was originally somewhat reluctant in his heart. Now that he heard Su Zhuoyang's roundabout persuasion, his heart was moved again. After all, there were many cultivators who were proficient in formations, but there were very few cultivators who understood this kind of ancient vicious formation like the Great Heavenly Cycle Star formation. Actually, we weren't a match for fellow Immortal Xiao at all. We were defeated by fellow Immortal Xiao in just a few rounds. Unfortunately, although he was born in Hidden Immortal Continents Yu Province, he wasn't proficient in our Hidden Immortal Continents language. He only spoke the ancient inheritance of Confucian cultivators, so we spent a lot of time communicating with him. Su Zhuoyang struck while the iron was hot and said, "Moreover, when we passed through an island just now, we encountered a sea beast and were blocked. If it wasn't for fellow Immortal Xiao, it would have been difficult for us to escape." "Oh? Which island?" Xian Cheng's small eyes flickered again. "Tell me first." After Su Zhuoyang finished speaking, Xian Cheng's face was very stunned. He looked at Xiao Hua with some disbelief and said, "That sea beast was extremely powerful. Back then it didn't submit to my discipline. Although it was fiercely taught by me once, I knew that it was in my heart." However, this old man also understood that it was indeed fate that allowed it to take human form. It was just a hair away from being able to take human form. It wasn't any worse than this old man. In these years, it already didn't come out to stir up trouble and concentrated on cultivating. Therefore I didn't remind you. Who knew? It was actually killed by little friend Xiao. It's really fate making fools of people. Yes. With this delay. I came late. Su Zhuoyang didn't miss the opportunity and said again. Although he didn't say anything, he had already attributed the reason for the delay to the sea beast. Finally it faintly fell on Xian Cheng. "And I know. This matter can't be blamed on you. It was my negligence." Xian Cheng nodded. "Thank you, Senior Xian." Su Zhuoyang was overjoyed. "Don't worry." Xian Cheng waved his hand and looked at Xiao Hua. "Little friend Xiao, what about the sea beast's demon core? Do you have any use for it?" Xiao Hua was baffled and unconsciously looked at Su Zhuoyang. Su Zhuoyang hurriedly explained Xian Cheng's meaning. "Oh, no use." Xiao Hua took out the demon core without hesitation and directly handed it to Xian Cheng. "If Senior Xian has any use for it, please take it." Little friend Xiao is really generous. Xian Cheng was really stunned. Although he didn't reach out to take it, his two small eyes blinked and didn't leave the demon core in Xiao Hua's hand. "Haha, Senior Xian, this thing is useless to fellow Immortal Xiao. If you have a use for it, you can exchange it with fellow Immortal Xiao. There's no need to hesitate." Su Zhuoyang hurriedly said. Xian Cheng nodded and said, "It's indeed so. One of this old man's divine abilities is precisely lacking that sea beast's inner core. If little friend Xiao has anything you wish to exchange for, feel free to say it. My West Sea Dragon Palace is filled with rare treasures. This old man will definitely satisfy you." After Su Zhuoyang finished speaking, Xiao Hua threw the demon core into Xian Cheng's hand. He said with a smile, Xiao Hua himself had many cultivation methods and countless spirit herbs. He didn't lack anything at all. As for the cultivation methods and rare treasures of the 3 continents, he was even more in the dark now. How could he make a suitable request? It was better to be generous now and look for an opportunity later. However, just as he opened his mouth, he was suddenly shocked in his heart. He thought of a cultivation method that he hadn't found for a long time. Therefore Xiao Hua hurriedly changed his words and said, "I am very interested in the West Sea's water escape technique. I wonder if Senior Xian can part with it?" Water escape technique? When Su Zhuoyang heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. He seemed to have never heard of this cultivation method. After Xiao Hua explained, Su Zhuoyang smiled and turned his head and said, "Senior Xian, fellow Immortal Xiao is very interested in the West Sea's water avoidance technique. I won't ask for other cultivation methods for fellow Immortal Xiao. This water avoidance technique is an extremely common cultivation method in the West Sea. If Senior has it, you don't have to be stingy." Xian Cheng was very satisfied that Xiao Hua gave him the demon core without any conditions. When he heard that Xiao Hua only wanted the West Sea's water avoidance technique, he was even more happy. The water avoidance technique was something that could be seen everywhere in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Xiao Hua's words were obviously giving the demon core to him. As a result, Xian Cheng felt even more embarrassed. How could he take out a simple water avoidance technique? After thinking for a moment, Xian Cheng stretched out his hand and took out a square jade eye from his sleeve. He handed it to Xiao Hua and said, "Fellow Immortal Xiao, this is a water avoidance technique that I obtained when I accompanied the West Sea's army to conquer Jianghu. It is said that it was passed down from the Heavenly Abode River. Although this thing is not unique to my West Sea Dragon Palace, it is extremely mysterious. I'm afraid it is more suitable for you humans. This thing has been idle for thousands of years. I will give it to you now. Oh, Senior Xian, this is a good thing. I thank Senior on behalf of fellow immortal Xiao. Su Zhuoyang hurriedly replied and then explained to Xiao Hua. Great. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He hurriedly received it and sent it into the space. He said respectfully, "Many thanks for Senior Xian's gift. I'm very grateful." Chapter 31-25. Haha, good. Xianqing saw that Xiao Hua didn't even look at it. Obviously he believed it and laughed. He took out a thin invite-like thing and handed it to Xiao Hua. Little friend Xiao, this is this old man's voice transmission spell. When you finish cultivating the water avoidance spell, you can come to the Dragon Palace for a while. After listening to Su Zhuoyang's explanation, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He respectfully took the voice transmission spell and carefully put it away. Xiao Hua had already obtained a lot of treasures in the West Sea before he started searching for them. He didn't want to follow the crowd to the west. Seeing Xianqing like this, Su Zhuoyang was very happy. He knew that Xianqing was cautious by nature. He was as timid as a mouse. Otherwise he wouldn't only contact him. He would take care of everything else. Even the location of the meeting was a secret. Moreover, he had an intuition that even if he could arrive in time, Xianqing might not appear in time or there might be other tests. As for the thing that Xianqing gave to Xiao Hua, Su Zhuoyang understood Xianqing's stinginess from the bottom of his heart. As Su Zhuoyang said, the water avoidance spell was nothing in the West Sea. It was different from the secret techniques of the Fectis sect. Any member of the water race in the West Sea Dragon Palace must know the water avoidance spell. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to enter the Dragon Palace. Of course, the water avoidance spell was the innate ability of the water race. Most of the water race couldn't use it. However, there were good and bad water avoidance spells. The origin energy consumed and the effects were different. Su Zhuoyang could tell that Xianqing had at least dozens of water avoidance spells just by looking at his feet. However, Xianqing didn't take out any water avoidance spell of the water race in the West Sea. Instead, he gave a water avoidance spell of the heavenly abode to Xiao Hua. Su Zhuoyang didn't think that this water avoidance spell was anything special. However, he couldn't say anything about it. He could only say that this water avoidance spell was a good thing. Xiao Hua didn't know any water avoidance spell. It was already good that he could get one from Xianqing. Of course, Xianqing had received benefits from Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua couldn't receive the corresponding rewards, these treasure hunts in the West Sea had been guaranteed. Xianqing would definitely fulfill his promise and bring Su Zhuoyang and the others to the secret location of the West Sea. Furthermore, Su Zhuoyang already had a plan in his heart. If there were other fateful encounters in the West Sea relic, he would definitely think of Xiao Hua and not let Xiao Hua waste the inner core of a 4th grade essence Chi Si beast for nothing. Senior Xian. After Xiao Hua put away the voice transmission spell, Su Zhuoyang probed, "This trip to the West Sea is really not easy for us, and it's really helpless that we missed the time. It wasn't easy for me to find a few good friends. Especially being able to find a formation grandmaster like fellow Taoist Xiao has even increased our chances of finding treasures. What do you think?" Although Xianqing had already somewhat loosened up, he still hadn't officially agreed to Su Zhuoyang's request. Hearing Su Zhuoyang's words, he was still somewhat hesitant. Looking at the rolling waves in the distance and the birds and fishes enjoying themselves, he said hesitantly, "We haven't even set out and already encountered a delay. I'm afraid this trip is inauspicious." Senior Xian knows. Before this junior came to the West Sea, I already used my sex divination technique to divine the location, Su Zhuoyang said with a smile. Without waiting for Su Zhuoyang to finish speaking, Xianqing hastily called out, "What's the result?" "Naturally it's an auspicious omen," Su Zhuoyang said with a smile, "otherwise how could I have arrived at the West Sea so smoothly?" This. A hint of joy flashed through Xianqing's small eyes, but then he hesitated again. It seemed that he was really timid and cautious. "Little friend Xiao, what do you think?" Suddenly Xianqing turned his head and looked at the leisurely Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua didn't quite understand the words of the 3 continents, he still understood the first half of Xianqing's sentence. Without any hesitation, he shrugged and spread his hands, saying, "I've already obtained the water avoidance art. I have nothing else to ask for. And, to be honest, I don't know what you're talking about. If you want to go, I'll go. If you don't want to go, I'm more than happy to oblige." At the side, Su Zhuoyang sighed in his heart. However, he still honestly explained Xiao Hua's words to Xianqing. Unexpectedly, Xianqing laughed loudly and waved his hand, saying, "Since I was able to meet little friend Xiao, a formation master, and I was able to obtain that item, this in itself is an auspicious omen. How can we not go?" Good. Not only did Su Zhuoyang's suspended heart settle, but the others also showed joy on their faces. Everyone had come to the West Sea with great difficulty. Naturally, they weren't willing to return empty-handed. Quick, without waiting for Su Zhuoyang and the others to speak, Xianqing opened his mouth, and a water-blue brilliance flew out like a fountain. When it rushed into the air, it immediately turned into specks of fireflies and fell on the sea surface. As soon as these fireflies touched the water surface, they immediately trembled and spread out in all directions with incomparable speed. Xianqing's figure fell from mid-air. His foot was stepping on the sea surface. His whole body moved up and down with the waves, and his eyes were closed. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xianqing opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he took out a walking stick from somewhere and said with a smile, "Let's go." Immediately, Xianqing's figure didn't leave the water surface. He quickly floated towards the west. Looking at his speed, it was actually not slower than the flying of ordinary cultivators. Seeing Xianqing fly away, Su Zhuoyang didn't need to say anything to Master Qing Chen and the others. That leopard Taoist master was the first to give chase. Master Qing Chen and Chu Muhuan naturally wouldn't release their mounts. Similarly, faint clouds and mist appeared under their feet, carrying the two of them to fly into the distance. "Let's go, fellow immortal Xiao." Su Zhuoyang originally wanted to urge his flying sword, but seeing that Xiao Hua still hadn't gotten up, he hurriedly said, "This is all thanks to fellow immortal Xiao. Later, there's no need to say too much to me." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "I don't care where we go on this trip. I'll only distribute things according to how much effort I put in." "Yes, I understand." Su Zhuoyang nodded. His figure flew along with the sword light, and he didn't forget to explain, "I definitely won't treat fellow immortal unfairly. Please rest assured, fellow immortal Xiao." Xiao Hua nodded slightly. His figure also turned into the wind, silently flying along with Su Zhuoyang. His mind was now on the bamboo slips, and he didn't care about Su Zhuoyang's words at all. With his cultivation, if he wanted to do something, could Su Zhuoyang and the others stop him? He didn't believe that these people didn't know this. Su Zhuoyang flew for a moment, then passed everyone and flew to Xianqing's side. He seemed to be discussing something with Xianqing. Behind the two of them was Leopard Taoist, followed by Master Qing Chen and Chu Muhuan. Xiao Hua himself was at the back. They watched as the sun rose from the east and reached the middle of the sky. Then it passed by the crowd and left their backs behind. Fog rose above the surface of the sea. Dusk had arrived. The originally green sky was now dark. Although there was no blood red from the burning clouds, the orange-red sunlight shone down listlessly. The sea and the sky were filled with decadence. On the surface of the sea that didn't seem to have any signs at all, Xianqing suddenly stopped. He waved his hand and immediately, a drop of water-blue brilliance fell into the sea. This brilliance was the same as the brilliance that Xianqing spoke of earlier, rushing in all directions with incomparable speed. Xianqing's words were too sudden, and Su Zhuoyang was caught off guard. His figure flew several feet away in an instant. When he stopped and saw Xianqing casting the technique, he couldn't help but be stunned. He looked around and said with extreme astonishment, "Senior Xian, this is the place you were talking about?" "That's right." Xianqing nodded indifferently. "It's here." "It can't be." Su Zhuoyang knew that what he said was somewhat inappropriate, but he couldn't help but ask curiously, "The West Sea relic is in the depths of the West Sea, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is all dried up. I thought that we would have to fly to the extreme west for several days or even more than 10 days. How could we stop here? The spiritual chi here is abundant and it's still very far from the extreme west. How could it be?" Su Zhuoyang said, "How could it be?" a few times. Wizard Qing Chen and the others also flew closer and they were also puzzled. He who said that the West Sea relic must be in the extreme west. Who said that the West Sea relic must be in a place where the spiritual chi is dried up. Xianqing sneered. "That's all hearsay. I've been patrolling the West Sea for who knows how many years, and I know the territory of the West Sea like the back of my hand. There is no spiritual chi in the extreme west, and the sea insects can't even grow there. How could the West Sea relic be there? But the West Sea relic was left behind because of the war that annihilated the Taoists. The war was so fierce that it caused the spiritual qi in the extreme west to be dried up, and it couldn't recover for 1,000,000 years. Chumuhuan whispered, so the West Sea relic went to the extreme west. Humph, this kind of baseless guess has ruined many immortals. Xianqing didn't take it seriously. He looked at the rippling sea water and said, they went to the extreme west where the spiritual qi was dried up. Not only did they not find the West Sea relic, but they also lost their lives there. There's something strange here. Leopard Immortal's withered yellow eyes turned slightly, and he suddenly said. Xianqing raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Junior Leopard, you found something strange? Leopard Immortal's face showed a trace of embarrassment, but Xianqing's cultivation, age and identity were enough to call him Junior Leopard. He could only point his finger and said, I followed you all the way here. Although I didn't see any sea beasts, there were a lot of sea fish, sea shrimps and seabirds. But here, it seems that there are no living creatures within a radius of 100 miles. Even seaweed and seaweed are rare. Yes, that's right. Master Qing Chen and the others hurriedly used their divine senses. Sure enough, they saw that the West Sea under their feet was exactly as Leopard Immortal said. Junior Leopard, you deserve to be a spiritual creature of the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Xianqing praised, I've been patrolling the West Sea for who knows how many years, and I don't know how many times I've passed by here, but I've never found anything strange like this. Alas. Su Zhuoyang sighed and said, the territory of the West Sea is unimaginably vast. The sea surface of 100 miles is just a drop in the ocean. We've only been flying on the sword for a moment. How could we notice the situation here? Chapter 31:26. Then Su Zhuoyang took out a jade eye and looked at it for a moment. He said with a wry smile, from the sea map given by Senior Xian, it seems that this place is much closer to the lava island than the Fisherman's Reef. My ink cloud pupil was found in this sea area. Xianqing said proudly, my friend Su must have seen it, right? Yes. Su Zhuoyang nodded. I've seen it a long time ago and so have you. We all think that what is written in it should be true. But Master Qing Chen was a little puzzled. Since this is the location of the West Sea relic, then, how could ink cloud pupil be here? I don't know. Xianqing said with a smile, but in my opinion this West Sea relic has been in the West Sea for a long time. I'm afraid that some immortals have already come to look for it. This ink cloud pupil should be left by them after they failed to break the formation, right? Yes, you're right. Master Qing Chen nodded slightly, knowing that what Xianqing said was reasonable. In my early years, I secretly went down there according to the records of ink cloud pupil. Xianqing said mysteriously, I've also seen the formation of the relic, so I sent a message to Su Zhuoyang and asked him to invite his best friends to come together. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and were overjoyed. At the same time, they understood why Su Zhuoyang looked for them. Obviously he had come prepared. All right, Xianqing spoke to everyone while looking at the surface of the sea. While this old man is inspecting the surrounding 10,000 li of sea, let's discuss everything that happened after we entered. Although there are many records in ink cloud pupil, they are not detailed and many places are vague. We have to make a foolproof plan. Yes, I'll listen to your instructions. Su Zhuoyang nodded and agreed. But when he saw Xiao Hua, who was a few feet away from him, squinting his eyes as if he was comprehending something, he said with a smile, Fellow immortal Xiao. Oh please. Xiao Hua opened his eyes and said, Here I can explain to fellow immortal Xiao. This is the most famous West Sea relic among the 3 continents and 4 seas. According to old legends, it's the place where the ancient Taoists were annihilated. Su Zhuoyang did not hide it and explained, Fellow immortal Xiao has Taoist cultivation. If you can get something from the relic, you will be like a tiger with wings. A relic of the West Sea? The place where the Tao sect was annihilated? Xiao Hua raised his brows in astonishment. No one knew that the Tao sect was living a carefree life in the Dawn Rain continent. Yes, I won't lie to you. Su Zhuoyang said solemnly, Fellow immortal, if you can lend us a hand and go to the place where the treasures are, you will definitely be able to get a share that you like. Now, we need to discuss how to enter and how to deal with some unexpected situations. If fellow immortal is willing, I can explain everything to fellow immortal. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand, that would be too troublesome. Why don't you all discuss this? If you need this Xiao's help, feel free to tell this Xiao. I trust fellow immortal Su. Su Zhuoyang's heart warmed. He bowed and said, Thank you for your trust, fellow immortal Xiao. Soon after, Xiaohua comprehended the eye-clearing technique. Qianqing and the other four discussed their next move. Unknowingly, the night had already covered the entire horizon. Although there was a moon tonight, at some unknown time, the originally clear sky during the day was filled with clouds. The full moon was covered by thick clouds. The entire West Sea seemed to not have a trace of light. All right. Qianqing's voice was heard. Everything has been discussed more or less. It's useless to think too much. Let's talk about it after we go in. We have to act according to the situation. Yes, we will listen to Senior's instructions. Taoist Leopard and the others agreed in a low voice. Whoa. A strange sound was heard as if a hurricane was dancing. Qianqing raised the walking stick in his hand. The tip of the walking stick flashed with a gray brilliance, and the sound was heard. Go! Qianqing pointed the walking stick at the surface of the sea. Woo woo woo. A ghost-like wailing sound was heard from a point on the sea surface. The spiritual energy within a radius of 100 miles surged towards this point. That small gray point suddenly swelled and actually became a whirlpool the size of a bowl. Hua hua hua. Following the whirlpool, the sea water gradually expanded and gradually went deeper. Hoo! Just when everyone's gaze fell on the whirlpool, Qianqing suddenly raised his head. His two small eyes were like pitch-black gems, flashing with brilliance as he looked at the distant night sky. Xiaohua and the others were also greatly alarmed. They hurriedly turned their heads. Whoosh! Before the 5 people could see clearly, a crisp sound was heard from the sea surface 100 feet away. A thumb-sized jade light rushed into the air. Roar! A low and deep hiss was heard from that jade light. Countless waves rose from the sea surface out of nowhere and rushed into the jade light. Immediately, a huge python that was several tens of feet long and as thick as a water bucket appeared from the jade light. You. Qianqing's expression changed greatly. He said in astonishment, "Why are you here? You've been following this old man all this time?" Jie. An unusually coquettish and especially strange sharp sound came from the huge python's mouth. That huge python slowly shrunk again. After a moment, a monster with the upper body of a woman and the lower body of a python wearing tight armor appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This servant felt that you were strange. The snake woman opened her mouth and her snake tongue flashed out. She said in a sharp voice, "You're not on duty today. Why didn't you rest in the Dragon Palace? Instead you sneaked out. So it turned out that you came here. It's just that this servant doesn't understand. What are you doing here?" By Hao Jiao. Qianqing sneered, "This old man is the deputy of the West Sea Patrol. You're also the deputy of the West Sea Patrol. In terms of age, you're still this old man's junior. What qualifications do you have to question this old man? If you want to follow this old man and find out this old man's shortcomings, then step on this old man to seek the position of the West Sea Patrol, then you're wrong." "Ah, old geezer Xian, you've finally said what's in your heart." Bai Hao Jiao laughed loudly. "I didn't expect that after enduring this servant for so many years, you've finally said it today. How could this old man not know that you want to step on this old man to rise up?" Qianqing sneered, "You've stirred up this old man's wrongs in every possible way in front of the patrol, and you've even said this old man's shortcomings in front of the Dragon Palace's guards. You're just short of flattering the Dragon King of the West Sea." TSK. Bai Hao Jiao didn't seem to be angry. He smacked his lips and that strange snake tongue rapidly retracted. "You old fart, you don't have any ability at all. You only know how to patrol the sea and you're even blocking this servant's path. If this servant wants to be the patrol, then shouldn't this servant first move you away? You and I both know this very well. There's no need to say it clearly in front of outsiders. I just don't know why you dare to say the words you've been holding back for over 1,000 years today. If this servant hadn't followed you, I still don't know what you've united these people from the 3 continents to do here. What gave you the courage to do so? Is there any need for you to care what this old man does?" After Qianqing finished speaking, he seemed to have some regret. He waved his hand and said, "These are all this old man's close friends. This old man merely brought them out for a walk. Now that it's late, this old man will bring them back to the Dragon Palace." That's pretty good. Bai Hao Jiao nodded. "Since that's the case, this servant will return to the Dragon Palace and report to the patrol tomorrow, or invite a few close friends over. The sea scenery here is very beautiful. We'll have to stay here for a few more days." "That's right, old geezer Xian, how many days do you think this servant should ask for leave from the patrol?" You. Qianqing had never expected that there would be someone following behind him. Moreover, this person was the one he couldn't deal with the most, and the one who opposed him with equal harshness. Thinking of this, Xian Cheng's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Haha, what? Old geezer Xian, do you still want to kill me? Bai Hao Jiao didn't seem to be afraid. She seemed to be teasing him, not to mention that this servant has already left my jade eyes before coming out. Even in this West Sea, you and I are both patrol deputies. Do you think, with these 5 people, you can definitely kill this servant? If you don't, as long as you make a move, your thousands of years of hiding and enduring hardships will all turn into flowing water. Not only will you not be able to surpass this servant, you will also be punished by the iron law of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Hearing this, Xian Cheng was immediately discouraged. He knew very well that in this West Sea he definitely couldn't kill Bai Hao Jiao. This was also one of the reasons why she dared to follow him. Since there's no other way, why don't you tell me your plan? Bai Hao Jiao chuckled. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill. If this servant is interested, perhaps, all right. Since things had come to this, Xian Cheng had no other choice. He could only tell the whole story in full detail. This place is really a treasure of the West Sea? Even though Bai Hao Jiao was also the patrol deputy of the West Sea, she didn't dare to believe Xian Cheng's words. If you don't believe me, feel free to leave. Xian Cheng said indifferently, this old man will take these fellow immortals down. Even if this servant doesn't believe you, I still want to take a look. How could Bai Hao Jiao let go of such an excellent opportunity? She asked. However, how should this servant divide it with you? Naturally, it's 10%. Xian Cheng had already thought about it. He answered very helplessly. No, this servant wants 20%. Bai Hao Jiao replied without any trace of politeness. How is that possible? Xian Cheng almost jumped up in anger. He said furiously. Bai Hao Jiao glanced at Xiao Hua and the others. Her cold gaze caused goosebumps to rise on Xiao Hua and the others. If this servant's guess is correct, these fellow immortals will all get 10%. Bai Hao Jiao said indifferently, what about the remaining 50%? Old geezer Xian, you'll get 50%. This servant will get 20% and you'll get 30%. It's more than anyone else. Are you still not happy? Think about it yourself. If you don't agree, we'll go our separate ways. Not to mention you getting 50%, even if you get 100%, I'm afraid you won't get 30%. Chapter 31-27. Facing Bai Hao Jiao's threat, Xian Cheng was helpless. This was also the reason why even though he was an elder, he had always been suppressed by Bai Hao Jiao. Fine. Xian Cheng thought for a moment, then nodded and said, this old man agrees. However, you still have to contribute to this matter. Otherwise, this servant naturally knows this. Isn't there a saying in the hidden immortal continent? How can this servant be a freeloader? This servant will help you right now. Bai Hao Jiao said with a charming smile. Then he lowered his head to look at the whirlpool that was as thick as a bull's mouth and the hurricane that had already disappeared. He opened his mouth and roared. A blue light rushed out and landed on the whirlpool. Woo, that gust of wind swept up again, and the whirlpool rapidly expanded. A hurricane gradually formed around the whirlpool. When the whirlpool was 3 meters wide, Bai Hao Jiao swung his snake tail, and a layer of water-blue runes strangely appeared and hit the hurricane. Whoosh, just like the upheaval that Xiao Hua encountered on the heavenly sea, the hurricane suddenly fell and smashed into the whirlpool. With a loud rumble, the whirlpool that was already 300 meters deep became even more turbulent and rushed into the depths of the western sea. Let's go, Xian Cheng sighed. Water mist appeared under his feet and carried his somewhat tired body into the whirlpool. Bai Hao Jiao and the others also followed. Xiao Hua was also the last to enter. When he entered the whirlpool, he looked inside and unconsciously stuck out his tongue, feeling an indescribable sense of disbelief. This was a channel of water that was 3 meters wide. The whirlpool spun from time to time, blocking the dark green water outside the whirlpool. This rotation was extremely fast, and what the naked eye could see was different. The spinning waves were frozen there like ice sculptures, extremely spectacular. Looking down, it was dark green again. The channel formed by the whirlpool seemed to extend as far as the eye could see. Boom! Just as Xiao Hua entered the whirlpool, the dark green water behind him closed, and the water behind him chased after him. Xiao Hua activated his vast righteous energy and used a sword technique to fly on his sword. His body directly fell into the sea. This island was actually very deep. It took the 7 of them 2 hours to reach the bottom of the sea. Xian Cheng waved his hand, and a pearl the size of a fist flew out of his hand. As the pearl's brilliance was waved out, the seawater within 100 feet of it was pushed away by the brilliance. Water avoidance pearl. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but smack his lips, secretly saying, "This is a good thing. Old Xian, is he here?" Bai Haojiao's gaze swept across the area. He saw that there were both silt and reefs at the bottom of the sea. There were also pitch-black things on the reefs. If he looked closely, he would see that those things were made up of tens of thousands of pitch-black insects. "Of course it's not here," Xianqing said coldly. "Come with me." "Haha, what's the point of hiding here?" Bai Haojiao sneered. He was not afraid of Xianqing having any tricks up his sleeve. He followed Xianqing and floated to a certain spot. The calmer Bai Haojiao was, the more guilty Xianqing felt. Even if he had some plans, he didn't dare to test them now. After the time it took to eat a meal, a pitch-black reef appeared before everyone's eyes. Xianqing listened down and pointed with a finger, saying, "It's here." "Here. It seems, there's nothing special about it." Bai Haojiao floated to the reef without a care. Blue light flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a strange manner. "You'll know once you use my West Sea's dusk transformation technique," Xianqing said indifferently. "This was originally cast by me, so I'll leave it to you. If you don't use your water spiritual power, how will you be worthy of the 20% of the lost treasure?" Dusk transformation technique? Why did you think of casting the dusk transformation technique here? Bai Haojiao was quite confused. If you want the lost treasure and want to enter the treasury, then use it. Xianqing didn't answer him. Instead he urged him. Bai Haojiao coldly looked at Xianqing, as if he was thinking about the truth of Xianqing's words. His slightly protruding snake eyes flashed with a faint scarlet light. Xianqing didn't show any weakness. Although there wasn't any special light in his beady eyes, he stared straight at the snake eyes without backing down. "I'm tired from casting the technique just now. I'll rest for a while more." Bai Haojiao's expression suddenly changed and he smiled somewhat stiffly. "Haven't you always boasted that your cultivation is deeper than mine? Haven't you always said that I'm not worthy of being the vice patrol envoy in front of the patrol envoy? Why is it that I've just entered the West Seas lost my spiritual power today? Do you think I'll believe you?" Xianqing smiled faintly. "Of course it's fine if you don't contribute. You must give up 5% of the share that we've just discussed." "Humph, old turtle shell. Are you threatening me?" Bai Haojiao's expression turned even colder as he said angrily. Hearing Bai Haojiao call him an old turtle shell, Xianqing's face turned red. He almost stuttered as he shouted, You can contribute if you want. I'll cast the technique now. Wait, I'll enter the treasure house. Let's see what face you have to snatch credit from me." So what if I snatch credit from you? It's not like I've been snatching it for a day or two." Bai Haojiao saw that Xianqing was anxious and he was very happy in his heart. He smiled again and said, "However today, I don't dare to not contribute. You can wait on the side." As he spoke, Bai Haojiao glanced at Su Zhuoyang and the others, and flew out from the light of the water avoidance pearl. Once Bai Haojiao fell into the sea, his body immediately flashed with blue water light. His body rapidly expanded, and in a moment he returned to his original form of a huge python that was dozens of feet long. Although they were at the bottom of the sea, the huge python's roar still reached Xiao Hua's ears. Following the roar, the light of the water avoidance pearl quickly converged, and the surrounding sea water immediately swayed. An indescribable heavy pressure passed through the light, and Xiao Hua's body immediately gave birth to a layer of faint dark golden light. Looking at Su Zhuoyang's body, he also gave birth to a silver-white light that protected him. Wizard Qing Chen's body flashed with Buddhist light, Chu Muhuan's body gave birth to a green gas, and Leopard Spiritual Master's thick earthy yellow demon aura transformed into a strange armor. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the flashing light around everyone, and he seemed to understand something. The four people's light was different, and their body attributes were probably not the same. The reason Su Zhuoyang and the others were here was to break the formation. Bai Haojiao rushed into the sea. Following her roar, layers of blue light were emitted from her huge body. Wherever the light passed, countless thin strands of light would rush against the light and rush into her body. Following the entry of these thin strands of light, the huge python's body gradually became crystal clear. When the huge python's body was almost transparent, the huge python's body twisted rapidly in midair, and the entire sea water at the bottom of the sea was completely stirred up by this huge python. Following the stirring of the sea water, a huge strange blue rune slowly emerged from the huge python's body. It was as if it was shedding its shell, and it fell inch by inch. After the time it took to eat half a meal, the huge python that seemed to have gone crazy slowly stopped. The surrounding sea water was still shaking violently, and it supported the huge rune as it fell onto the pitch-black reef that was several acres in size. Boom. There was also a huge sound, and the entire seabed was shaken. Xiaohua could even feel the impact of the reef under his feet. Following the descent of this rune, a layer of blue brilliance rapidly rippled across the entire pitch-black reef. Wherever the light passed, the pitch-black reefs would change visibly. The originally pitch-black worms instantly withered and dried up under the light of the twilight transformation technique, and then slowly solidified. By the time the entire reef was covered by the twilight transformation, all the pitch-black darkness had turned into a layer of withering, covering the reef like a tortoise's shell. The moment the twilight transformation disappeared, a layer of yellow sand slowly emerged from the four sides of the dried-up area. It was precisely the opposite of the twilight transformation's light that extended towards the center of the reef. Sha 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 sha. The sound of silkworms swallowing mulberry leaves echoed in everyone's ears. At this moment, Bai Haojiao had turned back into her human form. Her face was pale, and she didn't return to the light of the water avoidance pearl. Instead, she distanced herself from Xianqing, as if she was afraid that Xianqing would plot against her. However, her gaze was the same as Xiaohua and the others. She was very puzzled as she watched the yellow sand gradually cover the entire reef. Soon, the reef was completely covered in yellow sand, but the reef didn't change at all. Old tortoiseshell. You dared to deceive this servant. Bai Haojiao's pale face suddenly became angry and she hurriedly cursed. Humph, ignorant. Xianqing sneered. This old man only said that the twilight transformation was effective, but I didn't say that it would succeed. If it was a simple twilight transformation, wouldn't this Western Sea's lost treasure have been discovered long ago? As he spoke, Xianqing reached into his bosom and took out a purple-red pearl smaller than his thumb. Although the pearl was small, it was extremely brilliant. Traces of purple and red lightning rapidly flashed within the pearl. An aura that Xiaohua was very familiar with emanated from the pearl. Lightning condensation pearl? Bai Haojiao frowned and asked curiously, could it be that you still want this item? Nonsense. Xianqing said coldly, do you think this old man's 30% was taken for free? This old man has only encountered 2 lightning condensation pearls in my life. Last time this old man already used one to open the seal. This is the last one. If this time we still can't break the formation and enter the treasury, this old man has no other choice. Bai Haojiao knew how precious this lightning condensation pearl was. Even the Western Sea Dragon Palace had a shortage of this item. If Xianqing used this item to break the seal, she could only comply with Xianqing's arrangements. Gotcha. Xianqing waved his hand, and the lightning condensation pearl landed on the yellow sand. He then pointed his finger, and a blue watery light rushed out, and the lightning condensation pearl immediately shattered. Zalala. Countless lightning bolts exploded from the pearl, as if 10,000 flood dragons had pounced onto the yellow sand, and those seemingly sturdy yellow sand instantly turned into powder under the lightning, disappearing into the water. Chapter 31:28. Alas. Seeing this, Bai Haojiao sighed and said faintly, this is the bottom of the West Sea, where did the lightning come from? If it weren't for the thunder-condensing bead, even if others came here, they wouldn't be able to distinguish the true appearance of the treasury entrance. As the yellow sand disappeared from the reef, the thing below was revealed. Everyone couldn't wait to use the divine sense technique and the clear eyes technique to look at that side. Xiaohua naturally released his divine sense without hesitation. When Xiaohua saw the several acres of land, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The shock in his heart was unparalleled. Xiaohua had seen the decline of the whirling world in the ruins of the Buddhist sect, and he had also seen the decline of the Million Buddha painting. He had also seen the real ruins of the Buddhist sect in the Million Buddha painting. Although those places could be described as vast, they were filled with a kind of old and perished aura. It was a kind of aura of passing away. And this several acres of land was actually a kind of Buddhist array. A Buddhist array that seemed to be laid on a blue stone. This Buddhist array was engraved with 18 arhats of different figures. These arhats were either empty-handed or holding Buddhist staffs. There were even 2 mighty arhats who were angrily subduing dragons and tigers. These 18 arhats were huge in size, and they were divided into 18 regions, completely occupying an area of several acres. Under the careful sweep of Xiaohua's divine sense, he understood. The figures of these 18 arhats were not truly engraved on the blue stone. Instead, they were formed by countless Sanskrit characters that flickered with a faint Buddhist light. These runes quietly stagnated on the blue stone, as if they were part of the blue stone. Looking at these blue stone emitting a faint Buddhist light, Xiaohua thought without hesitation that this blue stone might not be blue stone. It was probably formed by billions of Sanskrit characters. 18 arhats array? How is this possible? Master Qingchen was even more shocked than the others. He almost blurted out, "How could the secret array of the Western Paradise appear here? Master Qingchen, this Buddhist array." Su Zhuoyang was also shocked by this Buddhist array. At this time he came back to his senses and his face was very ugly. He turned to look at Xianqing and asked Master Qingchen, "This is our Buddhist sect's very famous Buddhist array, called the 18 Arhat array. Su Tanyue, please take a look. The one sitting on the deer is Arhat sitting deer. The others are Arhat holding bowl, Arhat totem totem, Arhat riding elephant, Arhat laughing lion, Arhat happy, Arhat reaching hand, Arhat meditation, Arhat ear digging, Arhat pouch, Arhat long brows, Arhat guarding door, Arhat sitting meditation, Arhat crossing river, Arhat subduing dragon and Arhat subduing tiger. They are the 18 Arhats, the 18 eminent monks of my Elysium. Each of them has their own divine abilities and methods. This 18 Arhat formation has even condensed the divine abilities of the 18 Arhats within it. Unless one is an almighty, one cannot break the formation." As he said that, Venerable Qingchen looked at Xianqing and smiled bitterly. "Senior Xian, if you want us to break this Buddha formation, I'm afraid it's impossible." Yes, the little nun is right. Bai Haojiao's expression returned to normal. He glanced at Venerable Qingchen and asked Xianqing, "This Buddha formation has a vast aura. I was intimidated by these 18 arhats at first glance. Moreover, this Buddha formation is divided into 18 regions. None of the regions can be broken by us. Not to mention that the 18 regions are connected together. I don't believe that these 18 regions have no connection with each other. Old turtle shell, do you have this ability?" Hee, Xianqing sneered and said, "This old man has already seen this 18 arhat formation. Otherwise, how could I let fellow immortal Su find a Buddhist formation master? How could I let fellow immortal Su find 4 fellow immortals who can control the 5 elements primordial qi?" "You've already prepared?" Bai Haojiao was somewhat surprised. "You can break the Buddha formation?" Then, he looked at the surrounding cultivators in disbelief and said in surprise, "Just based on these few cultivators with primordial qi of no more than 3rd or 4th stage. How would I know if I don't try?" Xianqing said indifferently, "This old man has lived for so many years. Although my cultivation can't compare to yours, my knowledge should surpass yours, right?" Bai Haojiao knew about the grudge between him and Xianqing. This kind of conflict of interest could not be easily resolved. This time it was only a temporary cooperation. When they returned to the Dragon Palace, it would still be the same scheming as before. Therefore he did not continue the conversation. "Little friend Xiao, you know about formations. Let's see how you can break it." Xianqing was not in a hurry to say the method of breaking it. Instead he looked at Xiaohua. "Yes, this Xiao will take a careful look first." Xiaohua nodded and released his divine sense to examine carefully. "Oh, you actually know about formations?" Bai Haojiao did not expect that the most silent Xiaohua was actually a formation master. Moreover, seeing Xiaohua actually release his divine sense, it was even more inconceivable. "You are actually a Taoist disciple? There is nothing impossible in this world." Xianqing replied indifferently, "Do you think that everything in this world is in your eyes?" Xiaohua closed his eyes and released his divine sense. After a full meal's time, he opened his eyes and said, "This 18 arhat formation is really powerful. The 18 arhats are like the same person. They are tightly intertwined and inseparable. If we want to break the formation, it is absolutely impossible with just the few of us." "Of course." Xiaohua changed the topic. "With the few people that Senior Xian found, this Xiao thinks that if we use the 5 elements formation of Taoism to divide these 18 arhats into 5 parts and cut off their connections, then it is not impossible to break them one by one. In particular, we just want to enter and do not need to completely break it. As long as we break one part, we can make this Buddhist formation reveal a flaw." Su Zhuoyang, who was at the side, naturally explained what Xiaohua said again. Good. Xianqing clapped and said, little friend Xiao has the same idea as this old man. I just don't know if little friend has a method to break the formation? Senior Xian. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, breaking the formation is easier said than done. Although this Xiao can see it, if this Xiao really wants to break the formation, this Xiao still has to think hard. Not to mention a few days, even dozens of days of racking my brains may not be able to do it. Since Senior Xian has already prepared, there is no harm in taking it out and letting this one see. He, Xianqing waved his hand and a jade eye appeared in his hand. He handed it to Xiaohua and said, little friend Xiao, take a look. Seeing this, Xiaohua waved his hand and looked at Su Zhuoyang with a bitter smile. This Xiao can't bear it. Please explain it to me. Su Zhuoyang nodded and took it. After he finished reading, he nodded slightly and told Xiaohua. It turned out that what was recorded in the jade eye was a 5 elements formation of Taoism. Although this formation looked simple and Xiaohua had never seen it before, it was similar to what Xiaohua said. Xianqing was going to use the 5 elements formation against the 18 arhats. Senior Xian, it seems that this 5 elements formation needs formation plates and formation flags, right? Xiaohua asked with a bitter smile. Even if it needs the 4 immortals to refine it, I'm afraid that with Taoism's magic power, there will be a conflict. Formation plates? Formation flags? Xianqing was slightly stunned and said curiously, this old man only knows about Taoism's formation diagrams and has never heard of any formation flags or formation plates. After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Zhuoyang who was explaining and smiled. Originally, to restrain this 18 arhats formation, the 4 symbols catalog of the 1,000 demons sacred realm is the most suitable. Unfortunately, this old man has no fate to go to the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Even little friend Leopard has probably never seen the 1,000 demons sacred realm's sacred array catalog, right? Hearing this, Leopard's spiritual master's face revealed a rare awkwardness and said with a smile, Junior's cultivation is shallow and has only heard of the Great Sage Hall. I have never known where this Great Sage Hall is. Therefore, I have never seen one of the sacred array catalog's 4 symbols catalog. Yes, little friend Leopard, who is considered a reputable demon cultivator in the 1,000 demons sacred realm, has never seen it before. How could this old man get it? Xianqing shook his sleeves and a formation diagram that was flashing with brilliance flew out. He said with a smile, therefore this old man could only settle for the next best thing and racked my brains to get this 5 elements evil punishing formation diagram. 5 elements evil punishing formation diagram. Bai Haojiao heard and immediately screamed, You actually dared to sneak into the Dragon Palace's treasury? And dared to steal this 5 elements evil punishing formation diagram from the treasury? What's wrong? Xianqing said with a cold smile. You think this old man doesn't know that you went in before? Where did you get that jade water spirit from? If not for the jade water spirit, how could your cultivation catch up to this old man? Bai Haojiao was also somewhat shocked and pointed at Xianqing, not knowing what to say. The Dragon Palace's treasury is also not yours. Wouldn't it be a waste if this old man didn't take it? Xianqing sneered, how did you enter the Dragon Palace's treasury? This old man knows clearly. Formation diagram? At the side Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He could ignore the tit-for-tat between Xianqing and Bai Haojiao, but he couldn't ignore the formation diagram. He really didn't know what the formation diagram was. Xiaohua interrupted the two's bickering and reached out to ask, can this junior take a look? This time Xianqing hesitated slightly. Although he didn't quite understand what Xiaohua meant, he naturally knew that Xiaohua wanted to take a look from his hand gesture. However, inside the water avoidance pearl in the depths of the West Sea, he didn't care about Xiaohua's strength. However, he didn't dare to give this formation diagram that was related to entering the West Sea's lost treasure to Xiaohua. Xiaohua immediately understood and said to Su Zhuoyang with slight embarrassment, this Xiao didn't say anything. You wait and listen to Senior Xian's instructions. If there's anything this Xiao needs to do, please speak. Su Zhuoyang naturally understood Xianqing's cautiousness and explained Xiaohua's words. Xianqing nodded and took out 4 jade eyes from his sleeve and handed them to Su Zhuoyang, saying, little friend Su, this is the method to control the 5 elements evil punishing formation. You and these 3 little friends can comprehend it. This old man will place the formation diagram on it. After you've finished comprehending it, we'll join forces to break the formation. Yes, this junior understands. Su Zhuoyang took the jade eyes and looked at them. He distributed different jade eyes to Master Qing Qin, Chu Muhuan, and Leopard Taoist Master. He also took one for himself and sat cross-legged to comprehend it. Chapter 31-29. Bai Haojiao. Xian Qing glanced at Bai Haojiao in the distance and said, "This is the bottom of the West Ocean, a place where water-type spiritual energy is abundant. Moreover, we are from the Sea Clan, so in this 5 elements evil punishing formation, the Water Clan should have an absolute advantage. Originally, with the help of 4 little friends, this old man had a 40% chance of breaking the formation. Now that you're here, that chance has increased by another 20%. Our chance will be in this one move." "Hee, old turtle shell, are you trying to squeeze me dry?" Bai Haojiao laughed coquettishly, and the old turtle shell spoke again. "Damn it, then you should have a taste of this old man's turtle shell." Xian Cheng's face turned red and he became angry. He then waved his sleeve and another jade eye flew in front of Bai Haojiao. "This is the formation that this old man comprehended in the past, you should have a taste too. Hee, what's so good about your turtle shell?" Bai Haojiao laughed again. "It's not like I haven't tasted it before. If you want to let me know the benefits of your turtle shell, then work hard. When we get out of this West Ocean lost treasure, this old man wants to have a taste of your turtle shell." Bai Haojiao's teasing was very obvious, and Xian Cheng's face turned red. His beady eyes flashed with a peculiar brilliance, and he looked at the others who were comprehending with their eyes closed and said with a lewd smile, "Since you want to know, then this old man will definitely satisfy you. Don't worry. This old man will let you know what it means to be strong with age." Bai Haojiao laughed and gave him a coquettish look, as if the previous grudge had completely disappeared. He took out the jade eye, and a trace of blue light appeared in it as he carefully looked at it. Seeing that the 5 of them were all comprehending the jade eye, Xian Cheng's expression changed, and he flew up again, out of the brilliance of the water avoidance pearl, and towards the 18 Arhat formation, and looked at the formations one by one. After 2 full days, Xian Cheng's face became somewhat impatient, and the others opened their eyes one by one. "Everyone." Xian Qing glanced at Bai Haojiao and said with a bitter smile, "You all know that this old man and Bai Haojiao are the vice inspectors of the West Ocean, and we can't leave the Dragon Palace for a long time. This old man asked for leave to come here, and presumably Bai Haojiao is the same. We don't have much time left." "Yes, I understand." Su Zhuoliang exchanged glances with Wizard Qing Chen and the others before replying, "We've already understood how to control the formation map. As long as we follow your instructions, we can activate the formation map and imprison the 18 Arhat array in a short time." "How long?" Xian Qing raised his hand and stopped Su Zhuoliang from continuing. He asked somewhat impatiently. "It can probably stop them for the time it takes an incense stick to burn," Su Zhuoliang said after pondering for a moment. Clearly the 4 of them had already discussed this earlier. "The time it takes for an incense stick to burn will be sufficient." Xian Qing nodded slightly, glanced at Bai Haojiao and asked, "What do you think?" "Yes, I think so too." Bai Haojiao nodded and said, "If the time it takes for an incense stick to burn isn't enough, then let's push the water spirit diagram to the limit and break the 18 Arhat diagram. I'm afraid that no matter how much time we have, it will be useless." Fellow Immortal Xiao. When he heard up to here, Su Zhuoliang turned around and asked Xiao Hua, "Can Fellow Immortal use that seal again now? If Fellow Immortal can assist Senior Xian, that would be even better." "Of course." Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the seal of overturning the sea flew out of the space. It turned into a fist-sized seal and landed in his hand. "Oh." Bai Haojiao's snake eyes lit up. He looked at the small seal and said curiously, "Is this a Taoist Dharma artifact? It seems like it can really restrain the water spirit diagram. If its power is enough, it can also be useful in breaking the formation." "Let's do it." Xian Qing glanced at the seal of overturning the sea. He wasn't too surprised and waved his hand. "Yes." Su Zhuoliang and the others didn't dare to be negligent. They all urged their origin power and were about to fly up. Xian Qing shouted again, "Two little friends, if your mounts can do it, let them out. If you can help, then do it." "Yes, Junior understands." Chu Muhuan and Master Qing Qin heard and waved their sleeves. The Rainbow Wan and the Cloud Crane flew out respectively. "Let's go." Master Qing Qin landed on the Rainbow Wan. He pointed his finger and the cracking cauldron flew out. A crimson flame flew out from the cauldron and suddenly exploded in mid-air. It was like an exploding lantern, covering Master Qing Chen and the Rainbow One. Everyone felt the entire brilliance heat up abruptly. The Buddha's light on Wizard Qing Chen and the Phoenix's body flourished. This Buddha's light was like a fire that transformed into a ball of crimson fire. It charged out of the water avoidance pearl and burned a space of several feet in size in the seawater, flying towards the east side of the formation map. Master Qing Chen's flame was so hot that even though it had flown far away, the boiling hot breath could still penetrate the water spiritual energy of the West Sea and rush to everyone's faces. "I'm going." Immediately after, the leopard Taoist let out a roar and opened his mouth. The magnificent mountain box flew out. As the leopard Taoist spat out a mouthful of demonic energy, the magnificent mountain box emitted a dazzling yellow light. A heavy aura came from the magnificent mountain box, and a strand of dust rose from this aura. As soon as this small cloud of dust appeared, it forced the light of the water avoidance pearl to sway. It expanded by more than 10 feet. Then, with the sway of the light, the cloud of dust turned into a whirlwind that was several feet in size. The earth's spiritual energy in the whirlwind was rich. When Leopard Spiritual Master saw this, his body turned into the wind and rushed into the whirlwind. With another roar, he rushed to the north of the formation. Just as Leopard Spiritual Master left, Su Zhuoyang's body flashed with a silvery white brilliance. The true qi in his middle dantian immediately rushed out of his body. Su Zhuoyang looked like a burning silvery white golden flame. Clang! There was the sound of a sword ringing. Su Zhuoyang opened his mouth and the flying sword rushed out and fell into the true qi. The luster of the flying sword was golden. Boom! As the flying sword fell into the true qi was like the pitch-black rock layer under the twilight transformation technique. The entire true qi condensed and in a moment, a flying sword that was several feet in size was born outside of Su Zhuoyang's body. The thin flame pattern was like the sword pattern of the flying sword. Go! Following Su Zhuoyang's sword ringing sound, the golden flying sword rushed out of the light and fell on the west side of the formation. It's this Chu's turn. Chu Muhuan waved his hand and the rattan staff produced a green light. As the green light flashed, the entire rattan staff turned into a sprout. This sprout rapidly grew and turned into a small tree. In the end, it became a towering tree that was several tens of feet in size. Chu Muhuan opened his mouth again and a mouthful of true qi rushed into the big tree. A rattan as thick as a child's arm grew on the thick tree trunk. The rattan coiled out and fell on Chu Muhuan's waist. Chu Muhuan's body flashed with a green brilliance and fell on the roots of the big tree along with the rattan. The cloud crane also let out a cry and spread its wings to lift Chu Muhuan and the big tree, flying towards the south of the formation. Good. Xian Cheng was overjoyed and opened the formation in his hand. A stream of light came out of the formation and rushed towards the 4 people who had already stabilized themselves in the air. It was like a picture being shaken into the mortal world. 5 different colored balls of light came out of the formation and rotated under the feet of the 4 people. We'll go too. Xian Qing glanced at Bai Haojiao and said, although you and I have a grudge in the past, we can only work together today. Understood. Bai Haojiao's face was solemn and her entire body trembled violently. Countless amounts of water spirit qi rushed into her body from the sea and a 3-meter-long python appeared again. Roar. Xian Ming also let out a loud cry. A blue brilliance blossomed from his body and a black tortoise the same size as the python appeared. As soon as the true forms of the python and the black tortoise appeared, countless tiny whirlpools appeared between them. The water spiritual energy rushed into the whirlpools like a swarm of bees, condensing into countless needle-shaped crystals in an instant. Almost without any sound, the black tortoise and the python left the water avoidance pearl and floated to the center of the formation. It was the largest blue ball of light among the 5 balls of light. Fall, just as the black tortoise and the python approached the light, Xian Cheng's voice came out. Master Qing Chen and the other 4 balls of light fell into the formation. Shua, almost at the same time, the 5 balls of light were like 5 huge suns. They suddenly emitted a strong brilliance and rushed towards the 18 Arhat formation. Boom! The impact was like an earthquake. Xiao Hua almost couldn't stand still in the air. The water avoidance pearl was shot far away in this impact. Fall, how could Xiao Hua let the water avoidance pearl run away? Opening his heaven and earth sleeve, he forcefully trapped the water avoidance pearl above his head. Wong wing. A violent roar sounded. In the center of the 5 balls of light, a whirlpool shaped like a tornado rushed into the sky. The black tortoise and the python were on both sides of the whirlpool. Countless needle-shaped crystals were born in this whirlpool and pierced towards the 18 Arhat formation. Every time those crystals pierced the formation, the entire seabed would shake. However, after half an incense stick's time, the power of the whirlpool was already somewhat weakened. However, the formation only trembled and didn't show any signs of collapse. Not good. Xiancheng's voice came. He said anxiously, "Little friend Xiao." Although Xiancheng didn't understand inscription armor, he called little friend Xiao very familiarly. Xiao Hua understood as soon as he heard it. Urging the magic power in his body, the seal of ocean overturning seal immediately let out a roar. The little earth spiritual energy on the seabed swarmed in. The seal of ocean overturning seal immediately became half a mu in size. Go. Xiao Hua's figure flew up and urged the secret technique. The coiling dragon on the seal smashed towards the center of the whirlpool. Rumble, an extremely strong vibration came from the center of the whirlpool. Clang, a bright light was born from the whirlpool. Ha! Xiao Hua, who was in the air, saw this light and knew that the 18 Arhat formation was broken by his seal of ocean overturning seal. He couldn't help but stare blankly. He thought that although his seal of ocean overturning seal was powerful, looking at the previous situation, he would have to urge it a few more times to succeed. How could it be effective in one strike? Could it be that my magic power has greatly improved? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. Chapter 3130. Okay, watch me. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to think, Bai Haojiao's voice sounded. Then the vortex suddenly expanded and the light inside the vortex shone brightly. After a while, the light stopped growing stronger and the vortex remained stable. Little friends, Xianqing shouted in surprise, let's quickly enter the treasury. This 5 elements evil punishing formation can last for 6 hours. Yes. Everyone was overjoyed. Each of them jumped out of the light and landed beside the light with a joyous look on their faces. It was a hole a few feet in size. It was the water ripple under the feet of the river Arhat in the 18 Arhats formation. Around the hole, the Sanskrit characters that formed the water ripples churned violently, trying to gather towards the center to mend the hole. However, the blue water spiritual energy also spread out in all directions like a corrosive corrosion, negating the mend of the formation diagram. Looking at the other parts of the 5 elements evil punishing formation, it was the same as the water formation. At the same time, it emitted a strong elemental energy fluctuation to cover the Buddhist formation below, limiting the connection between them and weakening the power of the Sanskrit characters in the hole. The light emitted from the hole was a little red, and there was even a trace of heat. Moreover, the entire Buddhist formation blocked everyone's divine sense, Buddhist consciousness and all kinds of eye-clearing techniques. No one could see the situation inside. Xiao Hua landed beside the light and frowned. There was a trace of a fishy smell in this aura. It was the same as the aura he smelled when he was cultivating on Lava Island. Could it be that the West Sea relic is in the lava? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua looked at Xiancheng and Bai Haojiao. At this time, the 2 monsters had already transformed into human form. Their faces were pale and there was a trace of blue in the whiteness. It was obvious that they had consumed a lot of energy just now. However, their weak faces couldn't hide their surprise and helplessness. They looked at each other and Xiancheng smiled bitterly. I didn't expect the West Sea relic to be in the lava. For our sea race, it's really difficult. Then Xiancheng looked at Master Qingchen and smiled. Master, how about you go first? Okay, Master Qingchen already had a plan in mind. Hearing Xiancheng's order, he nodded without hesitation. Wait. Bai Haojiao hastily raised his hand and said, I'll go down with you, Venerable One. Anything is fine. Xiancheng was somewhat impatient. He seemed to be in a bad mood. He waved his hand and said, let's hurry down and talk about it later. Bai Haojiao opened his mouth and a semicircular jade bracelet flew out. He also breathed out a mouthful of water spiritual energy, and the jade bracelet turned into a watery light that protected Bai Haojiao. When Xianqing saw this, he was stunned. He cried out in disbelief, West Dragon Ring? How can you have this item? However, just as Xianqing finished speaking, he slapped his forehead as if he had come to a realization, and said regretfully, Alas, yes, you should have it. He must have given it to you. How could I have forgotten about him? Old turtle shell? Bai Haojiao was clearly surprised when he saw such an intense reaction from Xiancheng. A trace of understanding flashed across his snake eyes as he coldly said, Could it be that the half of the Western Dragon Ring that was long lost is in your hands? Who said so? Qianqing raised his eyebrows and said faintly, I only know that the Western Dragon Ring is one of the treasures that was lost in the treasury of the West Sea Dragon Palace. I didn't expect it to be damaged and fall into your hands. Since we have this item, we can go down even if it's a place of fire. The chance of getting the relic has increased by another 10%. Seeing that Qianqing did not admit it, Bai Haojiao had no choice. He looked at Master Qing Qin, who was flashing with Buddhist light and had tiny flames mixed in the Buddhist light. Bai Haojiao's snake tail produced water vapor, and he slowly landed in the hole of the Buddhist formation. Master Qing Qin did not dare to delay and flew down as well. Seeing the light above the hole, the water film of water spiritual energy did not obstruct them, and the two of them entered. Come in. After a moment, Bai Haojiao's somewhat disappointed voice was heard. Qianqing heard the meaning in Bai Haojiao's voice and his heart thumped. He did not have time to greet Su Zhuoyang and the others, and immediately jumped into the light. Let's go. When Qianqing entered the Buddhist sect, Su Zhuoyang sighed. How could he not know that there was a problem again? He waved his hand, called Xiaohua, and jumped in as well. Xiaohua's eyes turned a few times and he looked to his left. The water-blue brilliance above his head had become pitch black, and an incomparably strong pressure came from the darkness. Xiaohua understood that he was now at the bottom of the sea, and everything had to withstand the heavy pressure of the water. He did not have the water escape technique, and could only survive under the protection of the water avoidance technique. If he wanted to reach the surface, he had to rely on the water spiritual energy of Qianqing and Bai Haojiao, the two West Sea Patrol inspectors. He had no other choice. Let's go, it's lava on both sides. Others may be afraid, but I am not. Xiaohua thought for a moment, and also jumped into the Buddhist formation. Chu Muhuan and Leopard Spiritual Master also entered. As soon as Xiaohua entered the Buddhist formation, an extremely hot aura hit him in the face. This extremely hot aura cut his face, wave after wave, as if it was endless. The dark golden brilliance protecting Xiaohua's body slowly flashed under the sharp heat waves. Xiaohua frowned slightly. He had no choice but to urge his true origin to replenish the consumption of the golden light protecting his body from time to time. Clearly this was a space that was hundreds of feet wide, and divine sense could not be used. Xiaohua's eyes could only see craggy rocks, and it looked like an ordinary cave. However, the rocks were scarlet red, and within that scarlet color, there were specks of Buddhist light. This Buddhist light was like millions of fireflies, covering the entire space. Although hundreds of feet of space was large, Xiaohua finished looking at it in a moment, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Yes, the space was large enough, but there were no treasures. As for the passage leading to the depths, there was also nothing. How could it look like a lost treasure of the West Sea? Qianqing and the others were obviously stunned. After looking around like Xiaohua, Qianqing said, Young friend Su, that Mo Yuntong seems to only say that there is a Buddhist sect, and you need to use the 4 symbols or 5 elements formation to break the formation, right? Yes, Senior Xian. Su Zhuoyang nodded. It also explained in detail how to break the 4 symbols or 5 elements formation, but this detail is also a general idea, and it needs to be carried out according to the specific formation diagrams. It didn't even mention the name of the Buddhist formation. As for the inside of the Buddhist formation, it didn't mention a single word. I thought that the lost treasure was inside the Buddhist formation. As he spoke, Su Zhuoyang reached out to take out Mo Yuntong. Forget it, there's no need to take it out. Qianqing waved his hand and said, This old man has seen that thing countless times. Every single word and sentence in the book was clear. Yes, Su Zhuoyang heard and his hand stopped. Qianqing was right. He had seen Mo Yuntong many times, and there was no need to look at it again. How is that possible? Bai Haojiao mocked. If the lost treasure is inside the Buddhist formation, then the cultivator who came here earlier, the one who left Mo Yuntong behind, has already entered the treasury? Didn't he take away the lost treasure long ago? Why did he leave Mo Yuntong behind? This old man thought. Qianqing said, The person who recorded Mo Yuntong was the same as when I came here for the first time. He only used the thunder condensing bead to break the restriction formation outside the Buddhist formation. When he encountered the 18 Arhat formation, he was helpless. He could only study it for a long time, record the situation in Mo Yuntong, and leave helplessly. Therefore, my previous discussion with you was about how to break the formation. Of course, all of this was an assumption made under the circumstances that Bai Haojiao and Xiaohua hadn't come. I never expected that the two of you would actually show up. Especially Bai Haojiao. If you work together with me, all of our troubles will vanish into nothingness. All of our plans will be useless. But this old man. I didn't expect that. There was still another world inside. Since we're here, we still need to work hard. Su Zhuoyang thought for a moment and said, since we can break the 18 Arhat formation, it's not impossible for us to go further. This is a Buddhist formation. Speaking of this, Su Zhuoyang's eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to have thought of something and cried, by the way, I remember that Mo Yuntong mentioned looking for a person from the Buddhist sect. Yes, that's right. Xian Qing also smiled. Because the people from the Buddhist sect have Buddhist awareness, they can distinguish the Buddhist formation. This old man thought that Master Qing Chen could play a role in breaking the formation, but I didn't expect that you could still play a vital role here. Master Qing Chen. Leopard Immortal couldn't help but cry, can you still use your Buddhist awareness? Master Qing Chen said curiously, of course. Is it possible that? Haha, yes, my elemental spirit skill is useless. Xian Qing said with a smile, what about Su and Chu? Junior's divine awareness skill and mind-clearing skill are useless. Su Zhuoyang and Chu Muhuan said in unison. Well, Master Qing Chen, please release your Buddhist awareness and take a closer look. Bai Haojiao hurriedly nodded and said, is there anything strange in this cave? Yes, this poor nun understands. A strange look appeared on Master Qing Chen's face. He released his Buddhist awareness and explored the space inch by inch. This space was also strange. It seemed to be able to perceive Master Qing Chen's Buddhist awareness. Wherever the Buddhist awareness passed, there would be a faint Buddhist light flickering, and Sanskrit characters flowed in the Buddhist light. Strange. Xiao Hua looked at the Sanskrit characters that were somewhat similar to the golden rune in the Buddhist light and was really puzzled. Normally, the Buddhist formation should be filled with golden rune. Just like. But when he thought of this, he laughed inwardly. Damn it, the runes of my Taoist sect are actually not ordinary runes. The runes in the Soul formation are not all Green Seal script, and the runes used in the 1 million Ming Mountains are only similar to the Green Seal script. So, how is it possible that the Buddhist sect is using the golden inscription? It must have taken hundreds of millions of years to evolve into Sanskrit and use it as the foundation of the Buddhist formation. This Sanskrit should have the same function as Buddhist seals or runes, right? Chapter 31-31. Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, Wizard Qing Chen's Buddhist consciousness had already scanned the rock wall for about 10 feet. There was nothing out of the ordinary. However, seeing that the Buddhist consciousness was useful, everyone's eyes were filled with hope, hoping that a miracle would happen. After all, they were not willing to give up any glimmer of hope at this point. Sure enough, after a meal, Wizard Qing Chen's Buddhist consciousness had scanned 70% of the cave. Suddenly there was a loud buzz. And a Buddhist light appeared on the rock wall. Then, the light shone brightly and a new rock wall rushed out from the Buddhist light. It expanded rapidly and stood in front of everyone's eyes in the blink of an eye. A world in a flower, a Bodhi in a leaf. Xian Qing could not help but groan. The Buddhist sect's Sumru technique is really amazing. I'm really speechless. Ah. Just as Xian Qing was about to praise, Wizard Qing Chen held his head with both hands and screamed in pain. He fell from the air. Wizard. Su Zhuoyang was stunned. He did not dare to delay and hurriedly flew up to Wizard Qing Chen's side. He reached out his hand to grab Wizard Qing Chen's arm. However, just as he was about to touch it, he felt that it was inappropriate. Just as he was hesitating whether to withdraw his hand, he saw a blue brilliance appear. This brilliance firmly supported Wizard Qing Chen. Su Zhuoyang looked in the direction of the brilliance. It was the brilliance emitted by the West Dragon Ring that Bai Haojiao was protecting. This brilliance was very strange. It was like a blue transparent futon supporting Wizard Qing Chen's body in the air. This blue brilliance reflected on Wizard Qing Chen's body and looked a little strange. Thank you, Senior. Su Zhuoyang hurriedly thanked him. Bai Haojiao ignored him and looked at the rock wall that had appeared. Wizard. Su Zhuoyang looked at Wizard Qing Chen with concern. Is there anything wrong? If not, you can take a rest first. I'm fine. This is another Buddhist formation, right? Wizard Qing Chen struggled to get up from the transparent futon. A painful expression appeared on his face. My Buddhist consciousness has been completely absorbed by this Buddhist sect. Now I have a splitting headache. I haven't found anything else wrong for now. Well, thank you for your hard work, Wizard. When Su Zhuoyang heard that it was only the exhaustion of his Buddhist awareness, He knew that it was not a big deal. He felt relieved and said with a smile. At the same time he looked at the stone wall with the same gaze as Master Qingqin. The stone wall was over 100 feet tall, and the entire stone wall was like a crimson-colored glass. This crimson color was extremely alluring, and it looked as if it could completely suck in one's gaze. Furthermore, this glass was filled with flames. However, the strange thing was that the patterns and threads of the flames seemed to have solidified. Everyone could see them clearly with their naked eyes. What was special was that the flames in the glass didn't seem to have any heat. There was no feeling of rushing towards them. However, as everyone's gazes wandered, the crimson light flashed with a wrinkled luster. It was like a burning flame but also like a blooming brilliance. When everyone looked at the flame and sized it up, they couldn't help but groan in unison. This transparent glass was even more magical. It was in the shape of a golden crow. When it had first appeared, no one had noticed it. Now that the flames had appeared, the golden crow had revealed itself. Golden crow. Immortal slaying demon formation? Next to Xiaohua, Leopard Master almost shouted out in disbelief. Oh, how is this possible? Xianqing was dumbfounded. Bai Haojiao was dumbfounded. Su Zhuoyang was even more dumbfounded. The flames of greed in everyone's eyes were instantly extinguished. Instead, it was replaced by an expression of disbelief and despair. Outside the West Sea Relic, there was an 18 Arhat formation that had already made them go through a lot of trouble. Not only did they use the 5 elements evil-slaying demon formation of the West Sea Dragon Palace, but they also used everyone's strength to barely break a flaw. Only then did they have a chance of 6 hours. No one would have thought that there was a demon clan's formation inside the 18 Arhat formation. Not to mention that they were not prepared at all. Even if they were prepared with their cultivation, it was impossible to break this so-called Golden Crow immortal slaying demon formation. Leopard Master, are you sure that this is your demon clan's formation? Xianqing still couldn't believe it. He still had a trace of unwillingness to give up and asked in a low voice. This one does not dare to confirm. Leopard Master unexpectedly shook his head. This one has never seen the Golden Crow immortal slaying demon formation before. I have only heard of it from others. Furthermore, this formation does not have the slightest bit of my demon clan's aura. It is completely unlike a demon formation. Although Senior Xian is from the Sea clan, he should not have sensed this aura, right? Xianqing did not comment. If he knew, would he still need to ask Leopard Master? However, the Golden Crow immortal slaying demon formation is a fire spirit formation. It can only be set up in this kind of hot aura. Furthermore, the shape of the Golden Crow, the flames and fire patterns in the Golden Crow's body are all the same as the Golden Crow immortal slaying demon formation. Leopard Master finally said, therefore this one's intuition tells this one that this is my 1000 Demon Sacred Realms Golden Crow immortal slaying demon formation. Intuition. I'm afraid so. Bai Haojiao sighed. The West Sea Relic was left behind by the annihilation of Taoists. There must be Buddhist and Confucian formations. It is not strange for the 1000 Demon Sacred Realms formation to appear here. If there was only the 18 Arhat formation outside, this one would be suspicious. Anyone who obtained the 4 symbols catalog or the 5 elements formation diagram could enter. Then wouldn't the West Sea Relic have already been taken away? Furthermore, this one does not doubt that behind this demon formation, there must be Confucian origin formation. At this point, a look of extreme regret appeared on her face. Our efforts this time have been in vain. That might not be the case. Xianqing smiled and said, we have finally broken through the 18 Arhat formation and witnessed the Golden Crow immortal slaying demon formation. After we return, we will make plans. That. At this moment, a string of words that they did not understand rang in everyone's ears. What? Fellow immortal Xiao. When this voice entered his ears, Su Zhuoyang almost jumped up. You said, you can try to break this formation. However, this is not some great heavenly cycle star formation. Are you really confident? Not only was Su Zhuoyang ecstatic, his voice was also trembling. This feeling of coming back from death's door was really wonderful. Yes, this one seems to have seen this formation before. Xiaohua said with a smile, if this one is given some time, although I don't dare to say that I can break this formation, I still have some confidence in making it reveal a flaw for us to enter. Yes, when he saw this Golden Crow, Xiaohua had a very familiar feeling. Isn't this the Golden Crow talisman? It was one of the innate divine restrictions that Xiaohua gradually recalled after his Naiwan Palace's seal was broken. Since the rabbit talisman was either the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Formation or the Capital Star Formation, this Golden Crow talisman being some Golden Crow immortal slaying demon formation was not considered strange. However, Xiaohua did not comprehend much about the Golden Crow talisman and still could not control it as he wished. However, if it was as Xiaohua said, it would not be difficult to find a flaw to enter. After all, Xiaohua's divine sense could not be used. However, when he saw the flames inside the Golden Crow's body, he already had a trace of understanding. This Golden Crow immortal slaying demon formation was probably not complete. Otherwise, it would be impossible to see any flames when the entire formation was made of Golden Crows. Hearing Su Zhuoyang's explanation, everyone's hearts were once again rekindled with hope. They all looked at Xiaohua with bright eyes. "Fellow immortal Xiao, how much time do you need to break the formation?" Su Zhuoyang said happily, "More than 6 hours? I don't think so." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Give me an hour first." "Good." Su Zhuoyang clapped and said, "I will wait for fellow immortal Zhao's good news." Immediately, several people gathered at the side, seemingly discussing and waiting. Xiaohua looked around the Golden Crow's stone wall for a long time, then sat cross-legged at the side and actually closed his eyes to meditate. Su Zhuoyang and the others watched anxiously, but they knew that Xiaohua was thinking about how to break the formation, so they did not dare to disturb him. Sure enough, after an hour, Xiaohua opened his eyes, stood up and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal Su, this Xiao is ready to break the formation." "Good." Seeing that Xiaohua had a card up his sleeve, Su Zhuoyang was really incomparably happy. He really did not expect that Xiaohua, this Taoist loose cultivator he casually picked up on Lava Island, would actually be able to break the formation at the crucial moment. His divination was indeed correct. Xiaohua flew in front of the Golden Crow, waved his hand and took out a dozen jade talismans that he hurriedly refined from the space. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the Golden Crow for a moment, then activated his magic power. With a whoosh, a jade talisman rushed into the Golden Crow's abdomen. Whong! A low rumbling sound was heard, and a ripple-like flame emerged from that place. This flame rapidly spread until it affected the entire Golden Crow, then it slowly stopped. Xiaohua's jade talisman actually entered the Golden Crow immortal slaying demon formation. "Good." Su Zhuoyang clapped and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal Zhao's godly skill is like this. This formation should be broken." Hee hee. Xian Qing, who was at the side, also laughed. Since this strange jade talisman could be sent into the demon array, then the other jade talismans could naturally be sent in as well. They could also create an array within this demon array. It was the same logic as the 5 elements evil punishing array breaking the 18 Arhat array. "This Xiaohua is a little strange." Bai Haojiao said with a frown, "He clearly has a strange Taoist technique in his hands. Why didn't he take it out earlier? Why did he have to ponder over it for so long?" "Senior, there's something you don't know." Su Zhuoyang said with a smile. "Fellow immortal Xiao is proficient in Taoist formations. I'm afraid that he doesn't understand the Thousand Demons Sacred Realms formations. Even if he has some tricks, he should still think twice before acting, right? You won't do something, right?" Bai Haojiao was still worried. Master Qing Qin said with a smile, "Although this humble nun is not very familiar with Xiao Tanyu, he is honest and noble. Furthermore, he has something to ask of this humble nun, so there's no harm." Oh. Bai Haojiao was non-committal when he heard that. The aqua-blue brilliance around him moved slightly, and the half of the West Dragon ring appeared at his waist. On the other side, Xiaohua was very cautious as he placed the remaining jade talismans in various parts of the Golden Crow immortal slaying demon formation. Although he would ignite some flames every time, these flames would disappear without exception. "All right, fellow immortal Su," Xiaohua stretched out his hand with a smile and said, "I'm going to break the formation. Everyone be careful." "Got it." Hearing Xiaohua's words, everyone's body glowed brightly. Their expressions turned serious as they prepared to welcome any abnormalities that might occur. However, when Xiaohua's magic power surged and he made a hand seal and grabbed, there were no flames as Xiaohua had imagined. In fact, there was no movement at all. "That's strange." Xiaohua was stunned. He looked at the motionless Golden Crow with some confusion, then turned back to look at Su Zhuoyang and the others in the distance. The magic power in his body surged again, and he prepared to use 50% of his quintessential essence to give it a try. Quick! Mo Yuntong. Bai Haojiao shouted almost without hesitation, there must be something in there that you haven't discovered yet. Bai Haojiao had never seen Mo Yuntong before, so he naturally didn't know the content inside. Seeing this situation, he naturally thought of this item. Although he had seen Mo Yuntong countless times, Su Zhuoyang naturally flipped his hand and took the Mo Yuntong that Shen Qing gave him in his hand again. This is... Xiao Hua's gaze swept past the Mo Yuntong in Su Zhuoyang's hand. A familiar feeling arose and he almost groaned, isn't this the thing I got near the lava island? Suddenly, a kind of warning arose in his heart. The hand that he stretched out again stopped, and the magic power that he was about to send out also stopped. Chapter 31-32. Just as Xiao Hua withdrew his magic power, a sudden change occurred. An extremely strong suction force came from the Golden Crow Immortal Slaying Demon formation. The true essence in Xiao Hua's meridians involuntarily rushed out of his meridians and into the Golden Crow. Moreover, Xiao Hua's body was also pulled to the Golden Crow by this suction force, unable to move at all. He was paralyzed on top of it like a dead person. Not good. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly struggled and shouted, this Golden Crow Immortal Slaying Demon formation has changed. Fellow immortals, quickly leave. As he spoke, Xiao Hua roared again. Chang? A ball of golden light appeared around Xiao Hua's body. Countless scorching fire spiritual energy rushed into Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, Xiao Hua's dragon transformation art was activated again. Xiao Hua wanted to use the dragon transformation art to cut off this suction force and use the heavenly law embodiment technique to forcefully pull his body away from the Golden Crow. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Hua's heavenly law embodiment technique was activated, wung. A series of rumbling sounds came from the crimson walls of the entire space. Billions of Buddhist lights lit up like a fire seed, igniting the entire space. Countless merciless crimson flames rushed out from the stone walls and madly burned everyone. Covering the sky and covering the earth, there was nowhere to hide. What was special was that when the entire space turned into flames, the entire Golden Crow Immortal Slaying Demon formation also suddenly moved. An intense vibration. A kind of heaven-destroying and earth-extinguishing heat suddenly rushed out from the Golden Crow Demon formation. This change was really too sudden. Just as Xiao Hua's voice came out, all of the flames were affected. Xian Qing and the others simply did not have time to escape and were surrounded by all of the flames. Come out, Xian Qing opened his mouth almost without thinking, and a jade bangle that was similar to a semicircle flew out. The moment the jade bangle came out, it immediately turned into a watery brilliance that protected Xian Qing's entire body. What was even more amazing was that this brilliance was like a waterfall coming out from Xian Qing's body. It connected with the brilliance of Bai Haojiao's West Dragon Ring and formed an oval watery brilliance. Old Turtle Shell. Seeing this, Bai Haojiao's eyes were filled with shock and ecstasy, so that half of the West Dragon Ring is in your hands. Xian Qing snorted coldly, but before he could say another word, an even more oppressive and cold snort came from the Golden Crow Immortal Slaying Demonic formation at the same time. Then a seemingly corporeal divine sense swept over. This divine sense was extremely cold, and Xian Qing and the others all felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts the moment they came into contact with it. However, the divine sense completely ignored them. After a slight sweep, it landed on Xiao Hua, who was struggling with all his might. At this moment, Xiao Hua's Dharma idol had just emerged from the golden light. In the 3 great continents, there are still successors of my Dao sect? How strange. A voice that sounded like an owl's came out of nowhere. Caw. Just as this chilling sound landed, the Golden Crow Immortal Slaying Demonic formation suddenly moved. It actually opened its mouth and cried out as if it was real. A pure-colored thread of fire rushed out from the Golden Crow Immortal Slaying Demonic formation, accompanied by an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, pounced towards Xian Qing and the others. Xian Qing and Bai Haojiao were protected by the West Dragon Ring's watery light, but Su Zhuoyang and the others were not. Just as Xian Qing released the West Dragon Ring, Su Zhuoyang, Venerable Qing Qin, Chu Muhuan, and Leopard spiritual masters' bodies flashed with brilliance as they resisted the flames from the 4 walls. At the same time, they tried their best to fly towards the watery light. Unfortunately, everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the destructive thread of fire had already rushed in front of everyone. Fight! Su Zhuoyang's eyes flashed with horror and despair, but he still roared loudly. Sword light flashed around his body, and he wanted to join forces with the four of them to deal with the situation as they had discussed previously on Lava Island. Just as Su Zhuoyang's golden sword light, Venerable Qing Chen's Buddhist light, Chu Muhuan's green light, and Leopard Spiritual Master's demonic aura were activated, the thread of fire rushed over like a storm. Whoosh! It was swifter than a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. All the sword light, Buddhist light, green light and demonic aura were annihilated. The physical bodies of the four of them melted instantly, leaving only a large portion of their skeletons scattered in the fire, and rushed out of the space with the fire. The most eye-catching thing was that the pitch-black inky cloud eyes were still swaying in the fire. They also floated out of the space with the corpses, and fell into the West Sea once again. Haha! With a loud laugh, four blood shadows emerged from where Su Zhuoyang and the others had fallen. Like moths to a flame, they rushed into the Golden Crow immortal slaying demonic formation. A burst of hearty laughter sounded again. Little doll, don't struggle. You saved me today, so I won't take your life. Boom. With a muffled sound, the Dharma that Xiaohua had just condensed collapsed. The vital core in Xiaohua's body was completely absorbed at this moment, and not a single drop was left. It was just as the voice had said. Although Xiaohua no longer had any magic power, nor did he summon the innate primordial water or any other treasures, there was a layer of faint black and white light around him. It actually blocked the destructive fire threads outside, and Xiaohua himself was not injured at all. Ka-cha-cha. Just as the laughter fell, the Golden Crow immortal slaying demonic formation that had absorbed Xiaohua's vital core suddenly cracked. With the dozens of jade slips that Xiaohua had sent into the Golden Crow Grand Formation as the center, the cracks instantly spread throughout the entire Golden Crow. Boom. After the cracks, the Golden Crow immortal slaying demonic formation collapsed. Endless innate primordial fire rushed out of the Golden Crow's body like a flood, and behind the Golden Crow immortal slaying demonic formation, a black hole of several feet in size appeared. The sound of wind howling from within the black hole was endless, and the aura of death filled it. How is this some West Sea treasure? Bai Haojiao's shrill and terrifying voice sounded. This is the West Sea. The Sea Eye of the West Sea. Bai Haojiao and Xianqing both controlled the West Dragon Ring. Although the West Dragon Ring's light was gradually fading, it was still able to withstand the innate primordial fire and those strange fire threads. Bai Haojiao cried out in shock as if he was extremely scared. How could he dare to stay here for even half a second? The demonic light around Bai Haojiao's body trembled, and he turned back into a small snake. With half of the West Dragon Ring in his mouth, he flew toward the hole that was closing up. Umph! With a cold snort, a black and white light shot out like lightning and hit the West Dragon Ring. Whoosh! The West Dragon Ring instantly turned into dust. Similarly, the half of the West Dragon Ring next to Xianqing also shook and turned into dust. With the West Dragon Ring gone, the water light protecting Bai Haojiao and Xianqing extinguished like a candle in the wind. The fire threads that had been surging around them immediately rushed into their bodies. Roar! Seeing this, Xianqing hurriedly raised his hand. Without even thinking, he put the sea beast's core that Xiaohua had given him earlier into his mouth. Kacha! As the core entered his stomach, a burst of lightning appeared in Xianqing's body. Following this lightning, Xianqing's body was like lightning, and he instantly rushed out of space. It was actually the Taoist lightning escape technique. Old turtle shell. Bai Haojiao's expression changed greatly. He never would have thought that the good-for-nothing in his eyes actually knew Taoist magic. And it was from this side. Bai Haojiao, don't think that I'm the same as you, that I only have eyes for the West Sea Inspector. Xianqing's voice, which was also somewhat weak, came from the bottom of the sea. How can a sparrow know the ambitions of a swan? How can a slut like you know what I'm thinking? Save me? Bai Haojiao thought of how he had secretly stepped on Xianqing, and how he had schemed against Xianqing, and how Xianqing had not responded at all. His heart was filled with incomparable regret, and he almost moaned. Huff. Unfortunately, just as he spoke, the true spirit fire annihilated him. His body turned to ashes, and his skeleton was also thrown out of space along with the fire. This little turtle actually knows Taoist magic? The fire thread had clearly rushed out of space for a few feet, and then it shrank back. Forget it. Seeing that you've worked hard, it can be considered as helping me escape. Anyway, I have enough blood spirits, so I'll spare your life. Then Bai Haojiao's blood shadow also rushed into the pitch-black eye of the sea that was a few feet away. Under this terrifying aura, Xiaohua did not have the slightest ability to fight back. This aura was simply as grand as heaven and earth to him. He knew that even if he cultivated for another 10,000 years, he would still be unable to reach it. However, although he did not understand Bai Haojiao's words, the two words, Eye of the Sea, were somewhat similar to the inscription on the armor. Looking at the pitch-black cave in front of him, Xiaohua immediately understood. Eye of the Sea? This is not some treasure trove of the Western Ocean. As Bai Haojiao's final blood shadow rushed into the Eye of the Sea, a black and white ball of air rushed out of the Eye of the Sea. That ball of air did not look like anything, only two strange eyes, one on the left and one on the right, appeared above the ball of air. Kaka. That strange ball of air landed in front of Xiaohua, and an ice-cold divine sense swept over him. He laughed loudly. Brat, you saved me, so I won't take your life. However, whether or not you can escape from here will depend on your own luck. As he spoke, the ball of air rolled, and the black and white balls of air that had just protected Xiaohua immediately retracted. Countless flames immediately rushed over. Ha! That ball of air laughed loudly, and the countless true flames were unable to do anything to him. When the ball of air rushed to the hole where the Buddhist formation was about to close, it suddenly stopped. If I go like this, wouldn't it be boring? Wait until I destroy the plans of these bald donkeys. Let's see if they still have the mind to look for me. Immediately, two black and white rays of light rushed out, and pierced into the Eye of the Sea at a speed 100 times faster than Xiaohua's soul-punishing vital light. Rumble, a series of earth-shaking tremors burst out. It was as if the entire space was about to be turned upside down. Ha ha! That wild laughter became more and more distant, and there was no more movement. When Xiaohua saw that the laughter had disappeared, how could he dare to stop? He no longer had the weak and powerless appearance from before. A stream of innate true water rushed out from the clear water bottle, and tightly protected Xiaohua. Then Xiaohua took out a few spirit pills and sent them into the air. When a trace of true qi was produced, Xiaohua immediately used the wind escape technique to rush toward the hole in the Buddhist formation that was about to close. Chapter 31-33. The innate true fire in the space is indeed powerful, far beyond what Xiaohua had seen before. Even if Xiaohua could use the fire escape technique, he wouldn't dare to try it lightly. Xiaohua had seen the fate of Su Zhuoyang and the others with his own eyes. Therefore, Xiaohua would rather waste some time and use the innate true water to protect himself before using the wind escape technique. Seeing the gap in the 18 Arhat formation in front of him, Xiaohua believed that he would be able to pass through it with his transformation technique. This is the Eye of the Sea? Xiaohua was still looking at it and his mind started to work. What is the Eye of the Sea? Could it be the place where I went from the QC to the West Ocean? Is the Eye of the Sea? If that's the case, are there many eyes of the sea in the West Ocean? If this is really the Eye of the Sea, then the path behind me is the passage to the QC. Thinking of this, Xiaohua stopped and looked behind him with some hesitation. Yes, if behind him was the door to the Xiaoyu continent, how could Xiaohua not want to open it? Even if he had to go through the Sumeru Buddhist formation, even if he had to go through the Clear Song of Time Demon formation, even if his cultivation was completely destroyed in the Five Elements Annihilation Great Formation, Xiaohua was willing. Amit Ba. An abnormally compassionate voice suddenly sounded from the pitch-black Eye of the Sea. Immediately, something that looked like a broken scroll flashed out like a meteor across the sky. On top of the scroll, there were two small snake-like black and white energies coiling around it. As soon as this broken scroll appeared, the 18 Arhat formation beside Xiaohua immediately emitted the same faint Buddhist light as if it was breathing. Bad vegetable? Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Wasn't this scroll that suddenly appeared something that the person who flew out of the Eye of the Sea had used the black and white qi to destroy? Since it was a Buddhist weapon, then it must be. Sure enough, when Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head to take a look, he saw that there was still a foot-sized hole in the 18 Arhat formation. Now it had already disappeared. Tens of thousands of Sanskrit characters were flowing within the Buddhist light. Xiaohua's vitality disappeared in a flash. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Even if he wanted to go out now, he couldn't. The only place he could go back was the Eye of the Sea. Fortunately, this sea eye was a place of certain death in the eyes of others, but in Xiaohua's eyes, it was merely 100 years of bitter cultivation. Of course, just as Xiaohua was about to activate his magic power and fly towards the eye of the sea, his gaze fell on the space once again. Endless flames. Collect. Xiaohua clapped his hands almost without hesitation, and the magic bottle that contained the pre-celestial true fire appeared in his hand. He pointed his finger and the magic bottle produced a strong suction force. The pre-celestial true fire nearby immediately turned into a stream and rushed into the magic bottle. Hee hee. Xiaohua laughed. Seeing the countless innate primordial fires disappear, he felt extremely happy. However, just as he smiled, he saw a trace of crimson flame move within the innate true fire. It was about to merge into the magic bottle, but before the flame could touch the magic bottle suddenly trembled. The space around the mouth of the magic bottle distorted, and Xiaohua's smile froze on his face. This is bad. Xiaohua suddenly remembered that this flame had an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Although the aura had already disappeared, his magic bottle would probably not be able to subdue it, right? Out. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly opened his mouth, activated his remaining magic power, and spat out the spiritual fire. Hiss. The same crimson spiritual fire appeared, and the flame that was about to enter the magic bottle suddenly stopped. Shortly after, it turned around and rushed into the spiritual fire. Good. The two flames collided with each other, making a sizzling sound. They twisted together. Xiaohua was happy in his heart. He praised and immediately activated the divine fire art to control the spiritual fire. It was like a fine net that wrapped around the fire thread. The crimson flame seemed to have intelligence. It rushed left and right, wanting to rush out of the spiritual fire. However, after several attempts it was not effective. It could not help but obediently stop there. Collect. Seeing this, he knew that in the future, if he slowly used the spiritual fire to wear down the fire thread, he would definitely be able to merge it into the spiritual fire. His spiritual fire would definitely make great progress, and he could not help but feel happy. However, he did not dare to collect the fire thread into his body. Instead, he activated the divine fire art and collected it into a corner of the space. When Xiaohua used the magic bottle to collect the innate true fire, the broken scroll swayed a few times in the space and flew back to the eye of the sea. It seemed to only want to see the 18 Arhat formation in good condition and did not pay any attention to Xiaohua in the space. There was an extremely large amount of innate true fire in the space. Although Xiaohua's magic bottle had many ordinary items, it was far from being as powerful as a water bottle. After collecting only 40% of it, it could not contain it anymore. Moreover, at the same time Xiaohua moved, the Buddhist light on the four walls of the space flickered and also collected the innate true fire into the crimson walls. After waiting for half a meal's time, the flames in the entire space completely disappeared. On the ground, there were hundreds of fire-colored crystals of different sizes. The only thing left was the pitch-black eye of the sea in front of Xiaohua. These fire-colored crystals were naturally condensed by the golden crow immortal slaying demonic formation. Xiaohua released his consciousness and collected them as well. These things were not inferior to the fire essence flame crystals that he had previously obtained. They were also excellent materials for Xiaohua's cultivation in the future. Xiaohua was already happy when he obtained the innate true fire. After collecting the crimson fire thread, Xiaohua was even more ecstatic. After collecting the fire essence flame crystals that were comparable to the fire essence flame crystals, Xiaohua was so happy that he almost jumped up. Moreover, the door to his home was right in front of him. He really could not help but feel excited. In order to prevent the things on his body from being destroyed by the five elements annihilation great formation, Xiaohua stored everything into the space. Then he took a deep breath and rushed into the pitch-black eye of the sea that was condensed with an endless aura of death. However, just as Xiaohua rushed into the eye of the sea, before he could release his divine sense to see the situation in the eye of the sea, a faint Buddhist light appeared in front of him. That broken scroll actually blocked in front of Xiaohua. Although the Buddhist light was extremely faint, it was also extremely tough. Not only did it block Xiaohua, even his divine sense could not penetrate it. Humph! Xiaohua coldly snorted and released the Buddha Sarira that was protected by the innate divine restriction from his Naiwan palace. Even the exquisite derivation pagoda was carried out by the Buddha Sarira. When the Buddha Sarira came out, it also emitted a faint Buddhist light. The two Buddhist lights merged together as if they were of the same origin. They were actually indistinguishable. Looking at the broken scroll again, it actually surrendered without a fight and obediently fell into the hands of the Buddha Sarira, slowly rolling it up. Xiaohua looked at all of this in disbelief. He felt that it was extremely unimaginable. However, when the scroll touched the Buddha Sarira's hands, countless golden swan characters were born like butterflies and swarmed into the swan character mark between the Buddha Sarira's eyebrows. A kind of enlightenment appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua almost groaned as he muttered to himself, Mahavairakana Buddha's decree. This Buddha's decree seems to be used to suppress. Before Xiaohua's voice fell, roar? After the Buddhist light of the Mahavairakana Buddha's decree, an incomparably angry dragon roar rushed out. A palm-sized scarlet-red dragon soul flashed with flames that could melt the void and rushed towards Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira at an incomparable speed. It seemed that it was its unparalleled enemy. Damn it! Xiaohua was greatly anxious and was somewhat flustered. He wanted to throw away the Mahavairakana Buddha's decree in the Buddha Sarira's hands, but it was already too late. The Buddhist light disappeared along with the Buddha's decree. In the entire eye of the sea, there was only the Buddhist light of Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira. Even if the Buddha's decree was thrown away, the dragon soul that was suppressed by the Buddha's decree would still rush towards Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira. Return. Xiaohua did not say anything and immediately put the Buddha Sarira into his Niwen palace. In an instant, the Buddhist light in the eye of the sea completely disappeared. Even a trace of Buddhist aura could not be seen. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's wishful thinking was wrong. That dragon's soul was simply unreasonable. It flew straight at Xiaohua. You are too reasonable. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and used heaven and earth sleeve. Boom, almost like a clay chicken or pottery dog, Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve was immediately defeated the moment it touched the dragon's soul. Damn it! Xiaohua immediately understood. Since the dragon soul was inside the eye of the sea and was suppressed by the Mahavairakana Buddha's decree, the person in the black and white chi did not dare to take it. Naturally, he was powerless to take it. How could he afford to provoke something that even others did not dare to provoke? Big brother. Xiaohua was almost about to cry. Little brother. Little brother seems to be a dragon vein too. Little brother just wants to go home. We originally came from the same root. Why are you so anxious to kill each other? Unfortunately, how could that dragon soul understand? Xiaohua's mournful image had just appeared when his body was immediately controlled by a power that he could not resist. Everything in his body was completely unable to move. That dragon soul streaked across the pitch-black space of the eye of the sea and directly rushed into Xiaohua's body. Not only that. At the same time that the dragon soul rushed into Xiaohua's body, an endless hurricane was born behind the dragon soul. That hurricane was like a spinning sickle that scraped Xiaohua's skin and rushed into the space behind Xiaohua. Whoa! Like a ghost's howl, the 18 Arhat formation flickered with a faint Buddhist light in this hurricane, trying to block it with all its might. Unfortunately, that Buddhist light gradually melted under the hurricane's sharp blades. In the time it took to eat a meal, the entire formation was broken through by the hurricane as if it was made of paper. The several acres of reefs were blown into the sky by the hurricane like gravel. The area that previously seemed to have no swimming fish or seaweed was now completely a huge abyss. The hurricane rushed out for no less than several hours, then suddenly changed direction and rushed into the eye of the sea with endless seawater. Huff! At the instant that the dragon soul entered his body, Xiaohua felt a kind of blazing heat that he had never experienced before. Even when the origin of fire entered his body, it was not as fierce as this. His body was in pain as if it was about to melt. Actually, it was exactly what Xiaohua felt. Whether it was his hair or his Taoist robe, everything had already turned into nothingness. Only Xiaohua's phoenix body was still unyieldingly struggling. Chapter 31-34. Xiaohua felt dizzy and nauseous. The place that the dragon's soul went to was not a place, but Xiaohua's soul, where the mysterious dark clouds were. Little white, come out. Xiaohua did not dare to let the dragon's soul enter his soul. He quickly summoned little white dragon's soul. Roar! Actually, there was no need for Xiaohua to summon it. As soon as the dragon's soul entered its body, little white dragon had already sensed the danger. It let out a loud roar and rushed out of its body. Without waiting for the dragon's soul to crash into the mysterious dark clouds, its endless soul strands blocked the dragon's soul like the waves of the West Sea. The dragon soul also roared. It was not afraid of little white dragon's soul at all. It bravely rushed into the soul strands. In an instant, thousands of soul strands were broken. Next to little white dragon's soul, Xiaohua's green primordial spirit suddenly appeared. With a point of his hand, countless soul strands again wrapped around the dragon's soul. Roar, the dragon's soul twisted slightly and also broke the soul strands. It did not seem to use much strength. Put it into the space. Xiaohua suddenly heard the green primordial spirit's voice. Thus, Xiaohua immediately released his mind, wanting to cover the dragon's soul. Unfortunately, the dragon's soul was many times heavier than little white dragon. Xiaohua's mind could not capture it at all. What do I do? Xiaohua was anxious. At this moment, his body was firmly suppressed by the dragon's soul. That soaring hurricane could not blow him away. Roar, at this moment, the meridians that were suppressed by an inexplicable power also roared and the dragon transformation art was activated. Go, Xiaohua immediately retracted his mind. The green primordial spirit controlled little white dragon's soul and waved the soul strands. It fought and retreated with the dragon soul and approached Xiaohua's meridians. The dragon soul seemed to be angry. It roared and broke the soul strands while biting little white dragon's soul. Even Xiaohua's primordial spirit was torn apart by the dragon's soul. Who knows how long the chaotic battle lasted? Only when little white dragon's soul was very thin and Xiaohua's green primordial spirit was also heavily injured, did the dragon's soul enter his meridians. The moment the dragon's soul entered his meridians, Xiaohua's meridians trembled inexplicably. The primordial spirit that Xiaohua had never noticed immediately flew out from his meridians. This primordial spirit looked very strange, as though it was a thin and long thread. This thread ran through his essence soul from head to toe. What was even stranger was that some parts of this thin line were clear, while others were blurry. There were even some parts that couldn't be seen at all. However, when the thin and long threads were put together, they formed the vague shape of a dragon. This dragon figure had a head and horns, and there were scales all over its body. When the scales flashed, there was a golden light flowing out. This dragon figure was also in the form of a human, and it was faintly discernible. However, when this primordial spirit appeared, it immediately rushed to the dragon's soul and fiercely bit it. Without waiting for the dragon's soul to react, it immediately hid back into his meridians. Moreover, the dragon transformation art quickly circulated again. However, this time what was refined in his meridians wasn't the ordinary spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but this crimson-red dragon soul. Roar, the dragon soul seemed to understand the danger it was in. It roared and wanted to rush out of his meridians. Xiaohua naturally followed the seawater and rushed into the depths of the sea. Not only that, at the moment the dragon soul's head disappeared, a seemingly incorporeal black dot appeared from where the dragon soul was broken. Roar, the little white dragon that was swallowing the dragon soul was extremely frightened. It let out a miserable cry and suddenly raised its head. It didn't even dare to swallow the dragon soul anymore and hurriedly hid in other parts of the meridians. Xiaohua's two primordial spirits were also panicking. It was as if their world was filled with an earthy yellow color. Moreover, that incomparably heavy and solid aura was born from that earthy yellow color, completely suppressing them. Earth origin. Xiaohua couldn't help but groan as he understood in his heart. Within the eye of the sea, not only was there a Buddhist formation, there was also a demonic formation. These two formations were suppressing the cultivator in the black and white gas. This cultivator was clearly suppressed by the Buddhist and demonic experts in the eye of the sea. However, beneath this cultivator, there was still a supreme Buddhist order that suppressed the dragon's soul, and the purpose of suppressing the dragon's soul was to use the dragon's soul's fire to refine the essence of earth. Presumably, the cultivator in the black and white gas didn't know that the dragon soul still had the earth origin. Otherwise, this cultivator absolutely wouldn't have hurriedly flown out of the eye of the sea and ignored the dragon's soul. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that although the cultivator in the black and white gas was powerful, he didn't dare to provoke the fire dragon soul. After all, that cultivator only revealed a powerful divine sense and didn't reveal himself. Perhaps that cultivator situation was similar to the little white dragon that was in a hurry to swallow the dragon soul. However, no matter what the possibility was, this was the West Sea's lost treasure in name, but in reality, it was the location of the West Sea's eye of the sea. Under the protection of the 18 Arhat formation and the Golden Crow Immortal slaying demonic formation, it was very unlikely for it to be broken by cultivators. Even if a cultivator had the ability to break the Buddhist and demonic formations, they would certainly consider whether or not they could make a move. However, in the eyes of Xiaohua, who didn't know the situation of the three continents and had the ability to break the demonic formations, all obstacles didn't exist. It was unknown how many years ago, but it was actually broken by Xiaohua, a cultivator that didn't belong to the three continents. Only a demonic formation was broken? Only an unknown cultivator that was suppressed in the Eye of the Sea was saved? Xianqing didn't know, Xiaohua didn't know. Perhaps only the person who made the arrangements back then knew. Unfortunately, at this time Xiaohua only realized that this black dot was the Earth origin. An indescribable sense of danger arose in his heart. This sense of danger didn't appear even when Xiaohua encountered the so-called Eye of the Sea in the Guihe Sea. Could it be? Xiaohua turned pale with fright, thinking that this danger came from the Earth origin. However, after a bit of comprehension, he couldn't help but stare blankly. The danger was actually outside. Xiaohua hastily wanted to release his divine sense and Buddhist consciousness, but unfortunately, both of them couldn't leave his body. Xiaohua looked at the pitch-black Eye of the Sea. Currently, he couldn't see anything clearly with his naked eyes. Moreover, his body was crazily rushing into the seemingly bottomless abyss along with waves of indescribable sobbing and a sound that was even stranger than the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. Apart from the unparalleled suction force, everything was completely different from the Eye of the Sea he encountered before. This couldn't help but make Xiaohua's heart tremble. Open, the Buddha Saraira in Xiaohua's Naiwan palace uttered an incantation. His hands formed a Buddhist seal, then he hit the space between his eyebrows. The swastika symbol on the Saraira's forehead slowly rotated. A Buddhist light rushed into the space between Xiaohua's eyebrows. When the Buddhist light passed through, the soul imprint produced by the illusion breaker Dharma Eye from before slowly opened. A silver eye gradually appeared. It was exactly the same as the Dharma Eye in Xiaohua's left hand. This Dharma Eye was cultivated by Xiaohua using the Dharma Eye of the Buddhist sect, the secret technique of the Ardent Fire Mountain, and the brain matter of Mo Zhao in the Black Forest. Although it hadn't reached large success and couldn't reach the realm of looking up into the 9 heavens and down into the 9 underworlds, it was just like the Dharma Eye from before. It could see through the flaws of arrays, as well as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that couldn't be seen by the naked eye and divine sense. Hiss, when Xiaohua's illusion breaker Dharma Eye opened, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In front of the Eye of the Sea, apart from the blue brilliance, there was also some gray brilliance. It was like spider silk and spider webs were blocking the blue brilliance. When the blue brilliance passed through the gray spider webs, it was cut into countless strands. It either disappeared, shrunk, or gathered together again. The blue brilliance couldn't be seen with a glance, and the gray spider webs and spider silk were even more endless. Spatial crack. Xiaohua couldn't help but groan. This was the second time he saw an invisible spatial crack besides Mingxi. Although this invisible spatial crack existed in Mingxi, it was extremely rare. Moreover, the space in that place was extremely large, so it could be avoided. But in this Eye of the Sea, there were so many spatial cracks and the space was so small. How could Xiaohua avoid them? I can only escape from the Eye of the Sea. This was the only way for Xiaohua to survive. However, he also knew that this was nothing more than wishful thinking. If ordinary escape techniques could pass through this Eye of the Sea, then wouldn't the suppressed cultivator have already escaped? Chapter 31-35. Just as Xiaohua had expected, the wall of the Eye of the Sea was extremely strange. Xiaohua activated his limited magic power, but he couldn't use any of the metal, wood, fire, or earth escape techniques. I'm going to die. Xiaohua couldn't help but feel sorrowful when he saw the spiderweb-like spatial cracks closing in on him. The road home is really full of thorns. I wonder if I can enter the space and accompany Xue Xue after I die? The crisis did not stop there. Within Xiaohua's meridians after the earth origin was revealed, it was still somewhat different from the fire origin from before. Near the earth origin, layers of thick earth attribute world spirit energy were rapidly produced, and very soon Xiaohua's meridians were completely blocked. Moreover, when this spiritual energy spread along his meridians, it passed through them and spread to other places. Wherever the earth attribute heaven and earth spiritual energy came in contact with it, It gave rise to a feeling of blockage. Damn it. Xiaohua was once again sorrowful. Even if there were no spatial cracks, I would still turn into a stone statue, right? Alright. At this critical moment, Xiaohua suddenly thought of the situation when he collected the fire origin. Looking at the incoming spatial cracks that were almost unavoidable, Xiaohua couldn't help but twist his body. It was a move of the Big Dipper God Fist. This move was Xiaohua's instinct. Even though Xiaohua's body was very difficult to control in this spiraling sea current, he still cleverly avoided the spatial cracks. The strangest thing was that when the Big Dipper God Fist was used, the earth origin was the same as the fire origin. It also stopped. The earth attribute heaven and earth's spiritual energy that blocked his meridians and body no longer increased. Wonderful. Xiaohua saw that the Big Dipper God Fist was effective, and his desire to live was immediately born. Without thinking about anything else, he opened his Dharma eyes and carefully looked at the spatial cracks coming one after another. Then he used the Big Dipper God Fist one move after another. Following the use of the Big Dipper God Fist, the earth origin moved again and rushed into Xiaohua's bones at an extremely fast speed. Hiss. The pain of having his bones fused together and being separated from Xiaohua's body appeared again. Along with the movement of the earth origin, it attacked Xiaohua bit by bit. Just like before, the pain caused Xiaohua's limbs to go numb and his entire body to tremble. At this moment, aside from the countless spider webs in his eyes, Xiaohua's entire heart was filled with a solemn yellow color. The dust that was as heavy as a mountain seemed to cover his heart and body. His arm, which originally had the strength of 10,000 caddies, was now about to solidify. However, Xiaohua also understood that he absolutely couldn't delay in the slightest. Not to mention that the earth quintessence could take his life. Even the spatial rift was like a sharp sword that hung above his head. He persisted like this for an unknown amount of time. He didn't know how many spatial rifts he had broken through, and he didn't know how many times he had used the Big Dipper Divine Fist. The origin of earth continued to flow in Xiaohua's bones. With every inch it passed, Xiaohua's bones, which had already returned to their original gray color, would once again turn orange. This orange color was extremely bright and very uniform. In the end, all of Xiaohua's bones had already turned completely orange. This orange color was very gorgeous and revealed an incomparable heaviness. Whoa! A strange sound that resounded through the world came from the sea eye. At this moment, Xiaohua's Dharma eye was already extremely tired and could no longer open. However, before closing it, Xiaohua took one last look. In front of him was no longer an endless gray spider web, but billions of tiny gray dots. Every gray dot was the size of a thumb, and every gray dot was in the shape of a rotating vortex. This. Xiaohua stopped using the Big Dipper Divine Fist. He was astonished in his heart. What is this? Just as this astonishment appeared in his heart, a kind of uncontrollable fear arose in his heart. He couldn't help but look towards the depths of these billions of gray dots. Gradually, at a certain place, that gray dot was completely black. This pitch-black dot was wriggling like millions of maggots. It was extremely strange. However, before Xiaohua could take a closer look, countless attacks that were 10 times more tyrannical than Xiaohua's soul stab rushed towards him like a violent storm. A rumbling sound came from Xiaohua's Naiwan palace. Xiaohua screamed and immediately fainted. The innate divine restrictions outside his Naiwan palace emitted a faint golden light. The 360 innate divine restrictions slowly rotated. Those attacks that were similar to soul stab, but were countless times more powerful than soul stab, were like a torrential downpour hitting a hard rock. However, they couldn't cause any damage to the rock. This kind of situation only happened to Xiaohua. If it was any other cultivator, even if they had reached the tribulation passing stage, if they didn't have a special spiritual treasure or even a heaven spiritual treasure, it would be difficult for them to escape death. However, even if it was Xiaohua who had escaped this calamity, his Big Dipper Divine Fist stopped. The earth origin came out from his bones again. Endless earth spiritual chi once again filled Xiaohua's body and meridians. Moreover, Xiaohua's body was like a fallen leaf, rapidly shrinking. He casually floated into the billions of gray dots and disappeared. When Xiaohua's body fell into the gray dots, Little White Dragon's soul and Xiaohua's 2 primordial spirits that were hidden in his meridians moved again. Little White Dragon hurriedly flew out. It opened its mouth and swallowed the rest of the dragon's soul. Then it roared loudly. Sparkling lights appeared on the dragon's body. Countless strange runes appeared on the dragon's body. Little White Dragon's soul gradually grew bigger. Wu Xiaohua's green primordial spirit made a very strange sound. It waved its soul strand as if it was reminding Little White Dragon. Then, the two primordial spirits looked at the earth origin in his bones and hurriedly rushed into Xiaohua's mysterious dark clouds. After the two primordial spirits left, Xiaohua's dragon-shaped primordial spirit looked at the orange color in his bones. It seemed to be thinking about something. Then, its body suddenly turned into a line and hid in his meridians. The dragon transformation art was activated again. The blocked meridians were gradually unblocked. Spinning crazily. Xiaohua's body fell into the gray dots. This was the only ending. However, the earth origin in his body moved again after Little White Dragon's soul entered his meridians. The earth origin first passed through Xiaohua's body. The 13200 primordial spirits that made up his body rapidly passed through. Everywhere it passed, it would condense a strand of yellow dust. After the dust was absorbed by the primordial spirits would turn orange. After these primordial spirits turned orange, they did not stop. Strand after strand of dust continued to form until these primordial spirits were blocked. Then, the earth origin seemed to be attracted by the dragon transformation art and entered his meridians again. Similar to the tempering of the fire origin, his meridians swelled inch by inch and became blocked inch by inch until his entire meridians were completely blocked. With his meridians blocked, the dragon transformation art could no longer be activated. The earth origin finally left his meridians and moved towards his heart. At this crucial moment, a faint star flame appeared in Xiaohua's space. This star flame also had the appearance of Xiaohua. However, the expression on its face was solemn. It was extremely different from the usual Xiaohua's smiling face. Inside this star flame was the shape of a star core. Wasn't this star flame Xiaohua's primordial spirit that had merged with the heavenly Tao starry sky? Compared to before, this star core had evolved again. It did not have the appearance of a single star, but a real starry sky. Within this starry sky, many stars were flashing with each other. This primordial spirit glanced at it and seemed to see the earth origin through space. Then, the heavenly Tao primordial spirit disappeared again. Then, in the entire space, a mysterious fluctuation suddenly appeared. This fluctuation passed through space and rushed into Xiaohua's body. As soon as the earth essence and fire essence came into contact with this fluctuation, they immediately produced similar fluctuations, and the previous boundless earth spirit chi was no longer produced. Thus, the earth origin sent out this fluctuation that resonated with the fluctuation in space. At the same time, it recklessly rushed into space. When the earth origin entered Xiaohua's space, the green-robed Xiaohua who was refining pills, seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. Go, the strand of spiritual fire that Xiaohu absorbed into his space immediately appeared in front of the earth origin. With a loud bang, a yellow spiritual fire appeared beside the pure scarlet spiritual fire. This yellow spiritual fire was as pure as before, and it was actually transparent. A dignified aura that surpassed all living things was emitted from this yellow spiritual fire that did not seem to be able to sense any heat. After the spiritual fire was ignited, there was a loud rumble. The entire space began to tremble. A kind of earth-shaking tremor appeared. However, just as this tremor appeared, Xiaohua's heavenly Tao primordial spirit appeared again. The moment this primordial spirit appeared, the earth-shaking tremor immediately stopped. The heavenly Tao primordial spirit opened its mouth and the earth origin entered it. Then, the heavenly Tao primordial spirit's star flame began to rapidly sway. Following this sway, the primordial spirit expanded like a cloud. The stars in its body gradually solidified and flew into the sky. It gradually merged with the starry sky behind the 9 suns. After a moment, a kind of joy, vitality, and will that took root was born. It filled the entire space and did not calm down for a long time. The earth origin was absorbed by Xiaohua when he was unconscious. As for himself, he fell into one of the millions of whirlpools in the Western Sea's eye. His whereabouts were unknown. Above the Western Sea, where the eye of the sea was located, thousands of miles away, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was rampant. Strands and strands of dragon-like hurricanes rushed over from afar and crashed into the sea surface. Now the place where there were no fish or seabirds within 100 miles had disappeared. A huge funnel with a radius of 1,000 miles had appeared in the Western Sea. This funnel was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Not only did the hurricanes rush in, even the surging seawater also rushed in with a roar. The seawater spiraled in and let out a deafening roar. The seabirds that flew by occasionally crashed into the funnel and immediately had their wings broken. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape the fate of destruction. They fell into the bottom of the funnel, the bottom of the abyss that seemed to be only a few feet deep. If the birds were like this, then there was no need to talk about the fish. Countless small fish with glowing scales seemed to swim over along with the abundant spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Then they fell into the whirlpool and could no longer struggle out. Of course, the fish that fell into the whirlpool all followed the current and did not know their fate in the future. There were even some strong fish that leaped up from the current as if to show off. However, this was only the last time they showed off. The fish were immediately sucked into the abyss and never looked back. Chapter 31-36. After an unknown amount of time, in the sky thousands of kilometers away from the abyss, a ring of crimson light suddenly appeared. Then, the light around the ring of crimson light turned into thousands of flowers. Before the flowers could fully appear, a golden light flashed from within the ring of crimson light and an enormous creature hundreds of feet long appeared out of thin air. This enormous creature that suddenly appeared was actually a dragon. This dragon's body was shining with golden light, and the source of the golden light was the foot-long scales that covered the dragon's body. These scales were somewhat similar to fish scales, but there were indescribable runes that faintly flashed on them. Between each scale, there were traces of crimson flames that flashed, and the edges of the flames were almost completely black. Behind the dragon's body, the butterfly-like tail actually had traces of purple. Now that the purple had just escaped from the gray void, it was already slightly dim. Roar! The moment the dragon appeared, its roar shook the 9 heavens. The dragon's roar was filled with anger. Looking at the dragon's head that was tens of feet long, the pair of crimson dragon horns were very eye-catching. Between the dragon horns was an extremely simple and unadorned dragon crown. The dragon crown gave off a faint golden light that covered most of the dragon's head, making it impossible to see the dragon's face. However, as the dragon roared, the golden light flashed as if it was breathing. Vaguely, one could see the ugly malevolence under the golden light. After the dragon roared angrily, it slightly waved its tail and the crimson light turned into a rainbow. The dragon followed the rainbow and charged toward the eye of the West Sea faster than a meteor. The distance of thousands of kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. Whoa! Seeing the situation at the eye of the sea, the dragon let out another angry roar. After the dragon circled above the eye of the West Sea for a while, the golden light around its body flashed and a figure with a dragon's head and a human's body appeared in the air. It wasn't right to call it a human's figure because this human's body was hidden under a bright yellow robe. Aside from a pair of arms that looked like human arms sticking out of the robe, what was exposed was still a pair of slender dragon claws. At the bottom of the robe was also a thick dragon tail. Like before, the dragon crown on the dragon horns still covered the face of the dragon-headed human's body, so it was impossible to see who this dragon-headed human was. Oh, who is it? The dragon-headed humanoid roared angrily. His voice shook the sky and reverberated above the West Sea for a long time. This person clearly knew that there was no one around this time, but he still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Which damned person actually suppressed the fire dragon's soul, the inheritance of my West Sea dragon palace in the sea eye of my West Sea? Which one of you should be skinned alive? How dare you take away my fire dragon's soul? If this old man knew, I would definitely hack you into 1,000 pieces and grind your bones to dust. This dragon-headed humanoid figure was actually the West Sea Dragon Palace master. After saying that, the West Sea Dragon King still raised his hands slightly as if he had not vented his hatred. An indescribable ripple appeared from the dragon claw. Following this ripple, the seawater within 500 kilometers suddenly rose. It was as if a huge wave had suddenly rushed into the sky and lifted the West Sea Dragon King up. Then, with a loud boom, all the seawater crashed into the eye of the sea. Instantly, water splashed everywhere, and a huge crater appeared around the eye of the sea. Even the Dragon King of the West Sea's figure seemed a little ethereal in the thousands of feet of mist. However, it was only for half an hour. When the water splashed and the waves calmed down, all the seawater continued to pour into the eye of the sea. The West Sea surface did not decrease at all. Everything was the same as before. At that moment, the West Sea Dragon King was standing even higher than before. The The golden light under the dragon crown had already calmed down. I knew it. Back then, Baldi and Bien Yao wanted to borrow my Eye of the West Sea to suppress that fellow. They definitely had other plans. I should not have agreed to it. The West Sea Dragon King muttered again. It's a pity that my royal brother has always been soft-hearted. He nodded before I even said anything. The grudge between the Taoists and the Buddhists originally had nothing to do with my dragon palace. Even if the Great Sage Temple was involved, my West Sea might not be willing to get involved. Now, that fellow actually did not get refined by the yin-yang illustration mirror. Instead, he escaped with the treasure. The most hateful thing is that I don't know if it's Baldi or Bien Yao, but he actually had designs on my fire dragon's soul. He even left it in the Eye of the West Sea to suppress and refine it. The thing that I could not find even after searching the 3 continents and 4 seas was actually right under my nose. Really bullied me too much. With that, the West Sea Dragon King raged again. He raised his dragon claw again and countless amounts of seawater flowed out. However, this time the seawater merely flowed up and then slowly retreated. It did not have the same might as before. This was because the West Sea Dragon King was filled with shock and confusion as he said, "However, this is also extremely strange. Which almighty expert broke the Buddhist and demonic arrays in the Eye of the West Sea? It seems like even I don't dare to recklessly try that golden crow immortal slaying demonic array. It's a pity that the heavenly secrets here have already been overturned by that fellow. Even with my ability, I am unable to find any clues. If this person has the same origin as that fellow, I'm afraid the 3 continents are going to be in chaos again. I don't know if it's that Baldi or that Bien Yao. Their methods are so brilliant. Even if I sense the aura of the fire dragon's soul, I am unable to find any concrete evidence to interrogate them. Such a huge change happened in the Eye of the West Sea and the West Sea Patrol Envoy actually did not sense it at all. They really deserve to die. Sigh, forget it, a good 4 seas banquet has been disrupted by someone. Royal Brother and Royal Brother should have reached the West Sea Dragon Palace by now. It's better to discuss it with them first. As the West Sea Dragon King spoke, his figure slowly flew away. The strong suction force of the Eye of the Sea had no effect on him at all. He flew past it as if he was taking a stroll in the park and gradually disappeared. The West Sea Dragon King had left, but the Eye of the West Sea was still not calm. After an unknown period of time, a faint Buddhist light flashed out from a water droplet in the Eye of the Sea. Then, from an unknown location within the water droplet, a voice that was even softer than an ant's voice rang out. Amitba, that person has escaped in the end. The 3 continents are going to be in chaos again. However, who was the one who saved this person? How can there be such a person in the 3 continents? Could it be that that person has comprehended the Yin-Yang Illustrated Handbook by himself? It's fine if that person left, but he just had to shatter my Buddhist edict. The fire dragon's soul that was suppressed by the Buddhist edict will definitely reveal its aura. At this moment, I am unable to calculate where the fire dragon's soul is. If it was taken away by Ao Hong, not only would it benefit the West Sea, it would also expose me. Yes, according to that person's character, there is nothing that he cannot take. He must have taken it away. How could he leave it to Ao Hong? However, that person has been suppressed by the Yin-Yang Illustrated Handbook for so many years. How could he refine the Yin-Yang Illustrated Handbook so easily? If he could reach that level at this moment, I am afraid he would have already attacked my Thunderclap Palace, right? How could he reverse Yin and Yang here and make me unable to do anything? That's strange, someone else must have saved him. Forget it, Yin and Yang are already in chaos and karma is entangled. I am also helpless. Let's just listen to the analysis quietly. No matter how deep the karma is, there will be a chance for it to surface sooner or later. Just like this Eye of the Sea that is comparable to the 9 underworlds. Sigh, I would never have thought that it would actually reveal itself today. It is so many years earlier than I thought. At this moment, that faint Buddhist light suddenly flourished. A Buddha statue that was a few feet tall suddenly appeared in the Eye of the Sea. Of course, this Buddha statue disappeared in a flash. An extremely shocked voice came from the disappearing Buddha statue. Oh, how is this possible? When did the future Buddha Lord descend? As the current Buddha Lord, why didn't I sense it at all? However, I have been worrying about this for more than 10,000 years. That future Buddha Lord has always been unable to appear in my nirvana. Why did I suddenly have a warning sign today? Could it be that the Eye of the Sea is greatly related to the future Buddha Lord? This seems to be impossible? This future Buddha Lord has actually descended, but where is he? Why did I only see a trace of it? When I look at it carefully, it is abnormally blurry and unclear. This is really strange. Since the future Buddha Lord has descended, where is my disciple? Where is he? Poor Ananda, I don't know where his obsession came from, but he actually wants to cultivate the 9 transformations golden body. I have already explained to him clearly that the 9 transformations golden body is to achieve Buddha fruit consecutively for 9 lifetimes. It is impossible to achieve one less lifetime. Moreover, as long as there is a trace of slack, the heavenly demon will enter the body. The good karma of the previous lifetimes will be tainted by the corresponding evil karma. In every life, the red lotus karmic fire would burn every inch of the golden body that he had cultivated, until the soul dissipates and no longer exists in this world. Not only that, every bodhisattva who cultivates the 9 transformations golden body not only has to cultivate Buddhism when he is alive, but also has to leave his obsession when he is in nirvana. Between life and death, he has to comprehend the true meaning of life and death. When he falls into the 6 paths of reincarnation, he has to keep the mirror clear. Only when he enters the Bodhi seed can he leave the Buddha route for the next lifetime. Under my protection, Ananda has now fully cultivated the 8 transformations golden body. Every time he reincarnates, he is also in my nirvana. Alas, in fact, I should have noticed it in his previous lifetime. The protection of each lifetime has caused rebellion in his heart. This kind of obsession is inevitable when the heavenly demon resides. I was only concerned about the future Buddha Lord and neglected this matter. In this lifetime, he must have used a secret technique when he was in the depths of samsara in his previous lifetime. Either he has reincarnated into other worlds, or he has already descended into the nirvana. He did not allow me to investigate and wanted to rely on his own obsession to cultivate. What a pity, fool, is cultivation really so simple? If it is like what you think, isn't this world full of immortals and Buddhas? You have already cultivated the 8 transformations golden body, why don't you understand it? Sometimes, knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. Ananda, you are my disciple and the number 1 in many rumors. This is originally an advantage, but now, it is a disaster. Chapter 31-37. Amitabha, this sovereign has also become obsessed. Let's go. Even if the Buddha's shadow comes, that old dragon of the West Ocean will know. For no reason he found a trace of truth. And this trace of truth is enough for him to follow the vine to the melon. Actually, this voice was so soft, who could see it? Even if that Buddha's shadow appeared for a moment, even if someone was really near the eye of the sea, they wouldn't be able to see it. However, after this soft voice there was no more sound. Within the sea eye, there was only the roaring waves and the strange whimpering of the abyss. Xiao Hua didn't expect that his trip to the eye of the West Ocean would attract so much attention. He also didn't know that in the eyes of these almighty beings, there was almost no way for him to hide. Fortunately, the cultivator wrapped in the Yin-Yang illustrated handbook did something for his safety. Otherwise, when Xiao Hua just arrived at the boundary of the 3 continents, he would have suffered the same tragic fate as the Dawn Rain continent. At this moment, Xiao Hua didn't think too much. He only felt a splitting headache and his body was incomparably heavy. He couldn't even move. When he opened his eyes, everything before him was pitch black. There was also no sound in his ears. It was as if he was in an absolutely silent space. There seems to be a familiar feeling. Xiao Hua resisted an indescribable fear and thought to himself. When he tried to send out his divine sense, although his Naiwan palace was protected by the innate divine restriction, his divine sense seemed to be extremely exhausted and couldn't leave his body at all. Could it be that I have to drift for many years again? Although Xiao Hua didn't know why he thought this, he couldn't help but have such a thought. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, even he was shocked because he didn't know where this thought had come from. Could it be that I've experienced this before? Xiao Hua thought to himself as he looked at the abnormally pitch-black darkness. There wasn't even a bit of starlight. Then Xiao Hua tried to take a breath. Sure enough, there wasn't a trace of air in this pitch-black darkness. An ordinary person would definitely suffocate to death here. Damn it, I understand. Suddenly Xiao Hua came to a realization. When did I experience this? It must be that phoenix celestial body that was trapped in the void. Earlier, regardless of whether it was Dawn Rain continent or the West Ocean, I wasn't in space, so I was naturally unable to comprehend the comprehension of the phoenix Dharma body. Now that I'm trapped in the void, I can naturally communicate with the Phoenix Dharma body that's also trapped in the void. I just don't know, when will I be able to meet the Phoenix Dharma body? Xiao Hua thought as he looked at the faintly discernible pitch black. He really wanted to know what the Phoenix Law body looked like at this moment. Boom! Just as Xiao Hua was looking at the void, a huge explosion erupted in the darkness. A brilliant ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword. The sunlight was so intense that Xiao Hua couldn't help but close his eyes. Motherfucker, what kind of person is this? What kind of divine ability is this? He could actually break through the void? To be able to bring. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. When had he ever seen such an almighty being with such remarkable abilities? Even the Empress of the 10,000 Demon Realm and Old Wu of the Hoodoo Stronghold couldn't have such magical powers, right? Master. There's actually someone inside. An extremely simple and honest voice rang out in the sunlight. Ah? What kind of situation is this? Xiao Hua was stunned. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. He saw the astonished expression of a young man who wasn't even 20 years old. This expression was even more astonished than Xiao Hua's. Before Xiao Hua could move his gaze away from this young man's face, on the other side of the young man, a lean face suddenly appeared and landed on Xiao Hua's face. His skinny face was full of wrinkles, and his two turbid eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. On his shriveled lips, there was a small white beard that drooped down from the corner of his mouth like a rat's tail. What was special was that between those cracked lips, there were a few large yellow and black teeth swaying in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. A kind of stench rushed out from behind those teeth. Xiao Hua almost instantly stopped breathing. However, that shocked gaze still showed in his eyes. He didn't dare to believe that an almighty being who could break through the void actually had such a wretched appearance. Sure enough, and he's still alive. A slightly hoarse voice that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life also shouted out in surprise. The old man's eyes, which seemed to be extremely astute, quickly turned in surprise and astonishment. Moreover, a faint divine sense subtly swept toward Xiao Hua. This. Xiao Hua frowned. This old man's cultivation clearly didn't match Xiao Hua's expectations. However, not only was Xiao Hua unable to move his body, his four limbs were soft and didn't have a trace of strength. His gaze could only see the blue sky above the two people's heads and the leisurely white clouds in the sky, but he couldn't see anything else. Soul sense. Xiao Hua, who had never placed any hope in weak soul sense, suddenly woke up and hurriedly released his soul sense. When Xiao Hua saw the situation he was in, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. Where did the void come from? Where did the void come from? Right now he was just inside a large yellow crystal. His body was embedded in it and he couldn't move at all. Moreover, his body was currently naked, without an inch of clothing. However, the crystal covered most of his body, so there was nothing particularly embarrassing about it. What the old man or the young man had broken was naturally the yellow crystal. How could it be the void? AI? That's not right. Xiao Hua was disappointed, but he suddenly woke up. This old man seems to be wearing a Taoist robe. Moreover, he's speaking in the Taoist language. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Taoist, is this the country of Shi?" Nonsense, of course it's the country of Shi. The old man's divine sense swept over Xiao Hua's body. When he didn't see any magic power, he unhappily raised his eyebrows and coldly said, "However, you don't know magic, so you don't have the qualifications to call me fellow Taoist." Hee. Xiao Hua laughed. That laugh was really brilliant and happy. That's right, for no reason he passed through the eye of the Gui Sea and actually entered the spatial meridian. The spatial meridian's natural formation not only killed the two middle nascent soul stage cultivators, it also broke the seal on his Naiwan Palace and middle Dantian. Although he lost his gold core and Buddha's Sarira for no reason, he had been in seclusion for more than 100 years. In that strange realm, he also obtained a pile of fire essence flame crystals and the origin of earth. Especially, he also obtained the Mahavairakana Buddhist edict and the fire dragon's soul. These things couldn't be obtained in the Dawn Rain continent. These things were hidden in the eye of the West Ocean. Xiao Hua didn't need to think too much. They must be related to some ancient secrets. If he took them, wouldn't it be best if no one knew? However, not to mention the person inside the black and white cloud, even the West Ocean Patrol Deputy Inspector Shenqing knew about it. Maybe one day it would be leaked out. At that time he would definitely be hunted down. At that time, the hunt would be much more severe than the two middle nascent soul stage cultivators. Now he had unexpectedly returned to the Dawn Rain continent without a hitch. How could those powerful cultivators chase him here? He could just treat these 100 years as a dream or a long period of seclusion. In short, everything was over. The current Xiaohua was like an unsheathed flying sword. Wherever the sword's light pointed, would be the grudges that others should repay. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua's blood was boiling, the old man's words were like a bucket of ice water splashed on Xiaohua's head. Yunya, hurry up and dig this guy out of the stone. Find him some clothes to wear. This old man picked him up with great difficulty from the mountain and spent a lot of effort. Make him work to repay his debt. The old man very indifferently shifted his gaze away from Xiaohua's body. He only greedily looked at the crystal on Xiaohua's body. It seemed that the crystal was much more valuable than Xiaohua. He then instructed, moreover, it's already late. Immortal Town's Minister Lu is still waiting for us to perform a ritual for him at night. We must not delay it. Otherwise he will have to find the bald donkey from Shaojin Temple in the future. The old man spoke very quickly. In the middle there were some words that Xiaohua couldn't understand. It was extremely similar to what Su Zhuoyang said. However, the ritual, bald donkey and other words of the Dao sect made Xiaohua stunned. And, when the young man called Yuanya heard this, he didn't say much and agreed. His right hand reached beside him and at the same time he raised his left hand. Xiaohua's eyes swept over. It was actually a hammer that was about the size of a small millstone in his lean hand. Boom! Without waiting for Xiaohua to ask or look more, Yuanya raised the hammer and smashed it on the crystal beside Xiaohua's ear. Xiaohua's ear buzzed and the fragments of the top-quality crystal also hit Xiaohua's face. However, these fragments didn't leave any scars on Xiaohua's face and immediately fell to the ground. Xiaohua's head could move now. He shook it left and right and asked, "This, brother, may I ask if this is the Dawn Rain continent?" Who knew that Yuanya looked at Xiaohua blankly and opened his mouth to say a few words that Xiaohua couldn't understand. This is bad. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart went cold. He looked at the somewhat blank Yuanya and raised his head with some difficulty. He wanted to ask the old man what this place was. But suddenly he remembered something. That day when he introduced himself to Chu Muhuan, Su Zhuoyang and the others, he said that he was from the country of Shi. Su Zhuoyang and the others also pointed out that there was indeed a country of Shi on the hidden immortal continent. They all thought that Xiaohua was a cultivator from the country of Shi on the hidden immortal continent. Xiaohua naturally knew that this country of Shi wasn't the other country of Shi. He smiled but didn't say anything. Today, Xiaohua also understood that the country of Shi that the old man spoke of wasn't the one he asked about. Xiaohua was miserable and didn't feel like asking any more. Chapter 31-38. Master. Yuanya raised his head and shouted again as if he wanted to say something. Xiaohua understood these two words and his heart ached again. He hadn't heard the word master for a long time, and he couldn't help but think of Wu Hai. He thought of everything Wu Hai had done for him. Although Wu Hai was now a soul, and as the second soul in the space, his future was second only to Xue Xue, but he was no longer a living person. However, the old man seemed to be like Wu Hai and didn't care about Yuanya at all. He didn't even answer him. Yuanya seemed to be used to all this, and when he shouted and didn't receive any response, he raised his hammer again, and hammered Xiaohua out of the earth-yellow crystal. It had to be said that Yuanya's craftsmanship was really good, and it wasn't inferior to Ba Ding's skill. The earth-yellow crystal was abnormally solid, and Yuanya probably used a sledgehammer to hammer Xiaohua out of the crystal more than 100 times. Except for the first hammer, which Yuanya didn't know Xiaohua was inside, the other 100 hammers were very careful, and didn't touch Xiaohua's skin at all. So much so that Yuanya even carefully left some uncut marks on Xiaohua's waist. After Xiaohua's legs could move again, Yuanya took out a shabby Taoist robe and handed it to Xiaohua. Then he turned around and left. The Taoist robe was very shabby, but it was washed clean, and didn't have any unpleasant smell. Xiaohua glanced at it, and with some difficulty, he raised his hand and removed the remaining layer of crystal on his body, and put on the Taoist robe. Xiaohua was tall and thin, far taller than Yuanya and the old man. When he wore the Taoist robe, his hands, arms, legs and feet were exposed a lot. "Ai, what's going on?" Xiaohua just raised his hand and he felt his arm go numb as if his arm was extremely heavy. Even when he slightly raised his leg was extremely heavy and he couldn't move it at all. After trying to take a few seemingly stiff steps, Xiao Hua understood in his heart. The earth origin was different from the fire origin. Before Xiao Hua lost consciousness, it had already produced a lot of earth attribute spiritual energy, completely blocking Xiao Hua's meridians and body. If there was no accident, it should be the extremely pure earth attribute spiritual energy within Xiao Hua's body that caused Xiao Hua's body to be so heavy and stiff. This earth element energy is directly produced by the earth essence, just like the earth crystal Yao milk or even purer. As long as I can refine this energy, my cultivation will definitely reach a higher level. The toughness of his body and meridians is also extraordinary. After he understood, Xiao Hua rejoiced in his heart. Not only was this not a calamity, it could even be said to be an opportunity. Speaking of the calamity, Xiao Hua looked at the crystal stones on the ground. Obviously, these were also things that had spilled out from his body. If there was any danger in the tiny whirlpool, these crystal stones would protect him. If this is the Shi country of the hidden immortal continent, it should be on the opposite side of the Western Sea in the east direction. It was millions of miles away from the eye of the West Ocean. That sea, my goodness, it's really powerful. Xiao Hua inwardly clicked his tongue. However, this place might not necessarily be the state of Shi of the hidden immortal continent. This Xiao had better seize this opportunity to successfully master the clear eyes technique. If I learn the language of the 3 continents as soon as possible, I won't have to go through so much trouble. Soon after, Xiao Hua heard the sound of footsteps again. It was Yuanya walking over. Seeing that Xiao Hua had already put on his Taoist robe, Yuanya bared his teeth and smiled at Xiao Hua. Yuanya was a young man around 20 years old. Apart from his somewhat dark skin, somewhat sparse hair, and some scars on his face, it could be said that he was an extremely handsome young man. In particular, Yuanya's smile was very infectious. When he smiled, his round eyes overflowed with a kind of intimacy, causing people to feel a kind of intimacy for no reason. However, the scars on Yuanya's face were a bit more numerous, and some of them were even especially deep. All of a sudden his handsomeness was shaved off a bit. Moreover, when Yuanya wasn't smiling, his eyes would occasionally flash with a kind of vigilance, and even a kind of threat, causing people to feel a chill in their heart. This caused Xiao Hua to be very puzzled. He didn't understand why 2 different feelings were so obvious when a person was in a different mood. After Yuanya finished smiling, the trace of fierceness in his eyes faintly flashed, and he said a few more words. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua only understood a few words, but he didn't understand the entire sentence. Xiao Hua helplessly shook his head. Even shaking his head made Xiao Hua feel that it was somewhat difficult. Yuanya also didn't find it strange. He waved his hand at Xiao Hua, pointed at the crystal fragments on the ground, picked up a skull-sized crystal and walked away first. Xiao Hua understood, so he also bent down with difficulty. He wanted to pick up a large crystal, but after trying, his arms were really sore and powerless. He could only bitterly smile, picked up 2 fist-sized crystals and held them in his hands. Step by step he followed Yuanya up the slope. Xiao Hua's location was on one side of a steep mountain road. It was a flat land several zhang in size. Below this flat land was about 10 zhang in size. It was the end of the mountain road and there were some people on the road. On the other side of the road, about half a li away, there was a large river that one couldn't see the end of. The large river was surging with waves and the water was very turbulent. Xiao Hua followed Yuanya up the slope and walked onto the mountain road. He looked up and saw that at the end of the mountain road, about 10 zhang in size, there was a small building. The faint blue bricks and blue tiles were hidden between the green pines and green cypress trees. Looking at the building in the distance, then looking at the mountain road under his feet, and then looking at Yuanya who was walking along the mountain road, Xiao Hua understood that Yuanya wanted to move the crystal into the building. See, Xiao Hua unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was a normal day, not to mention 10 zhang, even if it was 10 zhang, Xiao Hua wouldn't be afraid. Not to mention flying, even walking wouldn't be a problem. But today was different. His meridians and body were filled with earth crystal Yao milk, and it was extremely heavy. If he climbed another 10 zhang, wouldn't he be tired to death? Go quickly, what are you dawdling for? The old man's impatient words came from behind Xiao Hua. When he saw the 2 fist-sized crystals in Xiao Hua's hands, he sneered again. One look and I can tell that you're not an honest person. You actually know how to slack off. Why did they send you here? Remember, this is an opportunity that this old man gave you. You paid such a big price. If you want to complete the mission, you have to work honestly. If you're so negligent, When will you be able to move these crystals into the Taoist temple? If other people know about these things, not to mention this old man, even you won't be able to live. And if you don't move these crystals into the Taoist temple today, don't think about eating dinner." After saying that, without waiting for Xiaohua to reply, the old man hurriedly walked past Xiaohua and hurriedly walked away. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This old man's words were the exact opposite of Yuan Ye's. He could understand most of it and only a small part of it he didn't know. Of course he could still understand the main meaning. Did this person make a mistake? What mission? What? He seems to suspect that I deliberately approached him. Also, what is a Taoist temple? Xiaohua's heart was filled with doubts. He was also curious about the old man and Yuan Ye. Forget it, I can't go anywhere. Why don't I just stay here? First, I'll refine the earth crystal Yao milk in my meridians and body. When I regain my freedom, I'll go to paradise. Xiaohua thought and felt relieved. Step by step, he walked towards the Taoist temple. With every step, he circulated the dragon transformation incantation and heavenly infusion technique in his body. Just as Xiaohua circulated these two secret techniques, he discovered that not only had the heavenly infusion technique entered a new stage, even the dragon transformation incantation, which had been dormant for a long time, had entered the second stage of cultivation. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He carefully sensed the changes. After the dragon transformation incantation and heavenly infusion technique entered the second stage of cultivation, there were obvious changes. Previously, no matter which secret technique it was, they all refined the spiritual energy and turned it into true qi or even true essence for the dantian and golden core to use. Now, the two secret techniques were also refining the spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy did not flow into the meridians and dantian. Instead, it was used by the meridians and body. In other words, the dragon transformation incantation was used to refine the meridians, while the heavenly infusion technique was used to refine the body. Good, Xiaohua was even more delighted. This dragon transformation incantation is used by Yao cultivators to transform into dragons. When cultivated to the extreme, I can definitely transform into a dragon. I don't really need to transform my meridians into dragons. However, if I can open up all the meridians in my body and refine them into a whole, connecting my middle and lower dantian, wouldn't my cultivation reach a whole new level? Moreover, although I've been refining my body, I always feel that it's weak. With the heavenly infusion technique, won't my body be strengthened? Thinking about what happened to Su Zhuoyang and the others, the body is really important in the three continents. Xiaohua's idea was extremely good. He could take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate. However, it was extremely difficult to do it. Without divine will and Buddhist awareness, without true energy and true essence, relying only on the two secret techniques to completely block the meridians and body, it would be difficult to complete the earth crystal Yao milk if one did not have great willpower. Xiaohua was either stingy or easily soft-hearted. However, his biggest advantage was his willpower. Once he set his mind on something, he would always be able to do it to the extreme. Step by step, he walked to the middle of the mountain path. Yuan Ye had already turned around and went straight down. His meridians and body had finally refined the first strand of spiritual energy. This spiritual energy was very strange. It was not ordinary true energy. Instead, it was a kind of indescribable strand. It easily entered the meridians and body and could no longer be found. Seeing Xiaohua holding two crystals in his hands and walking with such difficulty, Yuan Ye frowned. However, he did not say anything. When Xiaohua was about to reach the Taoist temple, Yuan Ye caught up with him again. However, he was carrying a crystal that was about the same size as his hammer on his shoulder. Not bad, this kid has some strength. Xiaohua glanced at him and praised in his heart. Chapter 31-39. Yuan Ye quickly passed Xiaohua. When Xiaohua arrived in front of the Taoist temple, Yuan Ye quickly walked out of the Taoist temple and walked down the mountain path. When Yuan Ye walked past him, Xiaohua raised his head and carefully looked at the Taoist temple that the old man had mentioned. This Taoist temple was extremely dilapidated. It was far from the green bricks and green tiles that Xiaohua had seen from afar. The so-called beauty came from a distance, and it was also because of the green surrounding the Taoist temple. At the front of the Taoist temple was a small dilapidated decorated archway. The decorated archway was only a few feet wide and 2 feet tall. There was no color on it, only black stains and spots of rust from the wind and rain. Directly above the decorated archway was an even more dilapidated plaque. The writing on it was abnormally blurry. Xiaohua looked at it a few times, but he couldn't tell what was written. Behind the decorated archway was a small courtyard. There was a door that was a few feet shorter than the decorated archway. At this time the door was half closed. On the red wooden door, there were a few broken gaps that let in some light. Because of the withered paint, it was like the scales of a fish, densely packed together. Xiaohua pushed open the wooden door, making a sound. The door's axle clearly hadn't been oiled for a long time. Behind the wooden door was a screen wall that had almost collapsed. However, it blocked Xiaohua's line of sight, so he couldn't see the situation in the courtyard. When Xiaohua turned around the screen wall and saw everything inside the Taoist temple, he couldn't help but sigh. This Taoist temple was only a few dozen feet tall. In the courtyard there was a rather large pine tree that took up most of the courtyard. Behind the pine tree was a main hall. Inside there was a strange statue. This statue was 3 feet tall and only had half a face. It had a green face and red lips. It seemed to be holding a treasured sword in its hand, but only the sword hilt remained. This statue was the same as the wooden door at the mountain gate. The painted sculptures around it had fallen off, revealing many parts of the black-gray wood. In front of the statue was a small table with 3 fist-sized red candles. However, at this time these red candles were extinguished and not lit. In front of the table were 2 praying mats. One was placed in the center and the other was slightly behind, far away from the statue. On the west side of the main hall was a small hall. Unfortunately, there was no statue inside, only a table and half a broken red candle. There were rooms on both sides of the main hall. In the west wing there were several statues enshrined from north to south. Unfortunately, the statues were much more damaged than those in the main hall. It was almost impossible to tell what the statues looked like. There weren't any statues in the east wing. Instead, it was a clean living quarters. At this moment, the old man was busily pacing back and forth inside. From time to time, there would be some crisp sounds of bells ringing out. Xiaohua scanned the room with his soul sense. He knew that Yuanya had placed the crystals around the worn-out statues in the west wing. Xiaohua slowly walked over to the west wing and tossed the crystals inside. Then Xiaohua thought for a moment, turned around and walked out of the west wing. He was about to walk out of the Taoist temple to get the crystal. At this moment, a dang-dang sound, a strange sound, and footsteps came from the west wing. Xiaohua looked up and saw the old man walking out of the room. Seeing the old man's attire, Xiaohua was stunned. The old man had already changed into a new Taoist robe. On his head, there was a hat that looked like a Taoist crown. Unfortunately, the color of the hat was different from the Taoist robe. It looked a bit awkward. The old man was holding 2 things in his hands. In his left hand was a bell wrapped in velvet, which made no sound. In his right hand was a bamboo pole more than 10 feet long. On the top of the bamboo pole was a small brown cloth banner with the word Tao written on it. The strange sound came from the bamboo pole hitting the ground. As for the old man's body, other than a yellow cloth bag on his left shoulder, there was also a peachwood sword on his back. The old man saw that Xiaohua was still standing in the courtyard and snorted. The bamboo pole paused for a moment before he said, "This old man is going to take Yuanya out. Today you will move those stones from the foot of the mountain to here. Remember, you are not allowed to eat until you finish moving them." Dao. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was a dignified cultivator. Although he had fallen into a difficult situation, but how could he rely on moving stones to make a living? Besides, did he know this old man? Even if he wanted to make a living, was there a need to stay in this cramped Taoist temple? Besides, he had come out of the spirit stone without any injuries. Moreover, he was still alive. Clearly, he was a different person. Why couldn't this old man see him? On the contrary, he didn't seem to be afraid of him. Not only was he not respectful, he even seemed to loathe him. He only said that he had some task to complete. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua said the word Dao, the old man impatiently waved his hand and said, "Call this old man a Taoist priest. I don't know where you learned this Taoist from and where you come from. You inexplicably let this old man run into you. Really unlucky." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xiaohua to reply and walked out of the Taoist temple with large strides. Looking at the old man's appearance, he had a rather imposing appearance. Xiaohua opened his mouth, but when he heard the last few words of this so-called Taoist priest that he couldn't understand, he still shook his head with a bitter smile. "Forget it. No matter what, he said that he hacked me out of the spirit stone. There should be some karma. No matter how the old man misunderstands this Xiao, we'll first move the stones. After I finish moving the stones, this Xiao will leave. Thinking this, Xiao Hua slowly moved step by step to the dilapidated entrance of the Taoist temple. This incomparably heavy body really made Xiao Hua uncomfortable. Compared to the carefree and unrestrained feeling he had in the past, it was really like heaven and earth. Xiao Hua had just moved out of the mountain gate when he heard the old man in the distance shouting, "Yeah, hurry, hurry, throw this thing to that kid." The matter of Minister Lu's family. This old man thought for a moment and decided that it would be better to go there as soon as possible. He is an influential person in town. It's rare for him to send someone 3 days early to invite this old man. No matter what, this old man has to give him some face, right? Yes, master. In this short period of time, Yuanya had already reached 30% of the mountain path. Looking at his master who was rushing towards him, he agreed without hesitation. Xiao Hua actually understood Yuanya's words. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. In his mind, the honest and considerate face of Xiang Yang unconsciously appeared. This master and disciple pair is actually somewhat interesting. Xiao Hua originally had the intention to leave, but his brows relaxed again. He said with a smile, "Sending Lu to paradise is actually not that urgent. As the ancient saying goes, if a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. This Xiao is currently struggling to move forward. Even if I have the heart, I am powerless. Refining the earth crystal Yao milk in my body would take several years. Rather than hiding in the immortal cave and bitterly cultivating, it would be better to follow this master and disciple pair and see the hearts of the people in this ancient town. Reading about the various states of the hidden immortal continent might be somewhat beneficial for pregnancy." Speaking of pregnancy, Xiao Hua's face became somewhat gloomy again. It seems that he has never heard of a cultivator who lost their golden core while cultivating, right? Right now, although he had just started to refine the earth crystal Yao milk, Xiao Hua felt that there would still be a small amount of true qi flowing into his lower dantian. However, the invisible golden core in his lower dantian was like a bottomless pool. No matter how much true qi and true essence entered, it would not be able to contain it. Xiao Hua was afraid that one day, this golden core would mysteriously explode. Of course, that step seems to be too early. Xiao Hua thought as he slowly walked down the mountain path. However, this mountain path has always been easy to go up but difficult to go down. Right now, Xiao Hua's hands and feet were not easy to control. Just as he walked a few steps, his foot slipped, and a majestic late-stage foundation establishment cultivator with half a foot in the nascent soul realm actually rolled down the mountain path like a gourd. Damn it, really shameful. Xiao Hua almost cried out. He was almost 200 years old, yet he still made a fool of himself like this. Unfortunately, there will be no one on this mountain path. That so-called Taoist priest and Yuanya also just left. At worst, he would roll down halfway and stop at the side of the road. At worst, he would fall into the river again. He was not even afraid of the magnificent West Sea. Why would he be afraid of this? This matter was also a coincidence. Xiao Hua's rolling gourd was not as weak as Xiao Hua thought. He actually kept rolling down without stopping at all. It seemed that if nothing unexpected happened, he would really roll down the mountain path at the bottom of the mountain. Just when Xiao Hua was feeling extremely depressed and was thinking about how to stop, he heard a roar that sounded like a wild beast. Immediately after, Xiao Hua felt a huge force blocking him. Xiao Hua's body was pushed down a few feet by this huge force before he finally stopped. When Xiao Hua looked up, he saw that it was Yuanya who had just left. He did not know when he had returned. Yuanya used his hand to block himself, but his arm was cut a few feet on the ground and was already badly mutilated. "Are you okay?" Although Yuanya's words were short, Xiao Hua did not understand. However, seeing the smile in Yuanya's eyes as well as that trace of concern, Xiao Hua's heart warmed. What he understood in his heart was that his body was covered in earth crystal Yao milk. If he felt incomparably heavy, then how heavy was his body? Of course, it could not be counted like this. However, even if it was not earth crystal Yao milk, how big was the force of his fall when he rolled down a few hundred feet? If Yuanya did not have great strength, perhaps he would also be pushed down the mountain path, right? Xiao Hua shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine. When Yuanya saw this, the concern on his face disappeared and returned to indifference. A kind of natural vigilance appeared in his eyes. Immediately after, Yuanya stretched out his hands and cut a few times on the mountain path. His hands were covered in dirt and dust. In front of Xiao Hua, he rubbed his hands on his left and right arms. The dirt and dust really blocked the bleeding places. In a moment, the yellow dirt and dust turned brown and gradually condensed. You. Xiaohua was shocked. He had never thought that injuries could be treated like this. However, Yuanya did not pay attention to Xiaohua's shock. He rubbed his hands on his Taoist robe a few times, nimbly took out an oil bag from his bosom and stuffed it into Xiaohua's hands. Then without saying anything he ran down the mountain. What was special was that the place where Yuanya landed was not the real mountain path, but the surrounding mountain rocks and low thorns. However, looking at Yuanya's nimble hands and feet, he was more powerful than ordinary mountain beasts. Chapter 3140. This. Xiaohua lifted his leg and wanted to chase after Yuanya, but he felt the weight on his left leg and smiled bitterly again. He couldn't even walk properly, how could he chase after him? Xiaohua lowered his head and looked at the oil bag in his hand. Although Yuanya had rubbed off the dust on his hand, there were still a few dust stains on the oil bag. However, the dust stains couldn't hide the faint meat fragrance from the oil bag and Xiaohua's gratitude. Yes, it was a kind of gratitude. Although Xiaohua wouldn't eat the meat in the oil bag, he had accepted Yuanya's enthusiasm. Xiaohua slid down the mountain path. Although he wouldn't be injured and wouldn't lose his life, Yuanya didn't know that Yuanya had already saved Xiaohua's life. Xiaohua couldn't help but feel grateful. How interesting. Xiaohua smiled and opened the oil bag with interest. Inside was a coarse flatbread. Inside the flatbread were some vegetables that had lost their freshness and a piece of fatty meat. There were some black oil stains on the meat and it also didn't look fresh. Needless to say, Xiaohua knew that Yuanya must have been unwilling to eat this flatbread for a few days. Today he actually left it for him. Xiaohua accepted Yuanya's kindness, but to let him eat this flatbread, he really couldn't. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then wrapped the flatbread again and put it into his arms. Then he walked to the flat slope not far from here and looked at the scattered crystals. He smiled and said, "These are more precious than the best quality spirit stones. Which one of them wouldn't be worth tens of thousands of silver taels? What kind of ritual is this for Minister Lu? By the way, what is the ritual?" Thinking, Xiaohua released his mind and put all the crystals into the space. Then he pinched his chin and looked at the Taoist temple dozens of feet above. After thinking for a moment, he gave up the idea of using magic to fly up and carefully walked up step by step. After entering the small Taoist temple, Xiaohua walked to the west wing and threw out all of the crystals without missing a single one. Then he walked to the main hall and sat on the praying mat. He let out a long breath and then closed his eyes and sent his mind into the mysterious dark clouds. For some unknown reason, Xiaohua's divine sense was exhausted. Even the Buddha's consciousness that was protected by the innate divine restriction in his Naiwan palace was also exhausted. Although Xiaohua wanted to use his Buddha's consciousness to check on his jade eyes, he had to wait for his Buddha's consciousness to recover. Right now, Xiaohua could only rely on his soul sense and soul technique. Xiaohua needed to see how his primordial spirit, which had swallowed the fire dragon's soul, and how little white dragon's soul was doing. When Xiaohua's mind entered the mysterious dark clouds, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. Previously, after 100 years of bitter cultivation in the West Sea, his ninth heaven spirit origin had already reached the top of the abundant reality sky, but there was still a very short distance before he could break through to the abundant reality sky. At this time, Xiaohua's Yuan Shen and the little white dragon had already half submerged into the top of the abundant reality sky. The tens of thousands of soul strands had already entangled with the clouds at the top. Green light flickered and inexplicable green seal characters rolled in the clouds. It seemed that he only needed a little bit of cultivation to break through to the meridian condensing realm. But that wasn't the most important thing. What made Xiaohua the happiest was Little White Dragon's soul. That day, when Little White Dragon was fighting the Fire Dragon's soul in the West Sea's eye, its body had already dimmed and was on the verge of dissipating. But now Little White Dragon's soul was abnormally condensed, no different from the true dragon's soul that Xiaohua had seen before. Moreover, Little White Dragon's body was no longer the same size as before in the abundant reality sky. Instead, it was incomparably huge and looked to be at least several zhang thick and several thousand zhang long. Around Little White Dragon's body, the fine dragon scales were abnormally clear. There were strange patterns between each scale. Those patterns looked like runes, but they also looked like heaven runes and earth deeds. The mysteries behind them were not something Xiaohua could understand. However, there were also traces of fire between these patterns. This fire was abnormally red and almost black. A scorching aura and an almost tangible dragon's might filled the entire abundant reality sky. Roar, hearing Xiaohua's mind entering, little white dragon sensed it and let out a dragon roar. The entire abundant reality sky was resounding, and countless green seal characters fluttered in the air. Then little white dragon rolled its dragon body and flew in front of Xiaohua in an incomparably vast manner. Following little white dragon was Xiaohua's primordial spirit that was comprehending soul cultivation. This primordial spirit was also different from before. Not to mention other things, just the size of several zhang was already the difference between heaven and earth compared to the previous size of several qi. It was just like a god standing in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua. Haha, at this time Xiaohua's mind already had the appearance of Jade Archive Xiaohua. He laughed loudly as he looked at the dragon head that was much larger than him, and cupped his hands. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, congratulations, your soul has finally condensed. Xiaohua. On the huge dragon head, little white dragon's appearance was extremely fierce, but its tone was still gentle. Call me Little White, I like it when you call me that. And Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded, and then his body slowly expanded until it was the size of little white dragon's head. Then he cupped his hands towards the other primordial spirit. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Congratulations to you too. Xiaohua's primordial spirit also cupped his hands, his face expressionless as he replied. Jade Archive Xiaohua carefully sized up this primordial spirit, and found that the appearance of this primordial spirit was very clear. It was no different from him, but countless green seal scripts were rolling slowly in its eyes, and there were no human emotions in them. Moreover, the clothes of this primordial spirit were strange as well. It was not a Taoist robe, but rather similar to those worn by millions of soul cultivators in Ming Mountains. Although the clothes covered the soul cultivator's primordial spirit, in Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes, he could see clearly that although the primordial spirit was condensed, there were still many flaws in it, and it was not complete. Perhaps only after completing the cultivation of the 9 heavens of spirit origin could this primordial spirit be truly condensed. Little White, after looking at the soul cultivator's primordial spirit, Xiaohua said to Little White Dragon's soul, now that your soul has condensed, what do you plan to do? Transform into a dragon. Little White Dragon said without hesitation, originally, I planned to use you to seize the body of a dragon, so that I could truly leave this place. But now that I've devoured the soul of a fire dragon, although it can fulfill my long-cherished wish of transforming into a dragon, it also brings with it difficulties. This dragon soul is a true dragon, and my soul is also a true dragon's soul. An ordinary dragon's body can't bear a soul like mine, so the dragon's body can only collapse, and my soul can only dissipate along with it. The only thing I can do now is to see if the dragon clan has any secret arts that can allow me to truly transform into a dragon. The dragon clan? Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled wryly. I've just arrived in the 3 continents and I've never seen any dragon clan, let alone know if they have any secret arts that can allow you to transform into a dragon. It doesn't matter. Little White Dragon replied, since I can encounter such an opportunity by your side, then transforming into a dragon will also bring me an opportunity. Even if I don't have such an opportunity, I'll still be free here. You don't have to be too troubled. It's best if I can encounter it, but it's fine if I can't. Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded, then asked, do you know where the dragon clan is? What secret arts do they have? I don't know yet. Little White Dragon shook his head. Although this dragon soul contains the inheritance of a true dragon, I'm not a true dragon, so I can't obtain it. I can only slowly search for an opportunity. However, I know that the dragon clan must have a secret art that allows the dragon soul to transform into a dragon again. Alright, I understand. Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded. You can cultivate here. If there's an opportunity, I'll help you keep an eye out. Many thanks. Little White Dragon didn't seem to be polite with Xiaohua. By the way, this dragon transformation art. Jade Archive Xiaohua thought of something and asked, where did you get it? Also Yellow Flower Ridge and Dark Flower. What's going on? I'm sorry, Xiaohua. Little White Dragon's answer was beyond Xiaohua's expectations. My memory was erased by someone, so the things you said are all blank in my memory. I only know that I was protecting the disciples of Yellow Flower Ridge, and I don't know anything else. Jade Archive Xiaohua was really shocked. He thought that little white dragon would give him a satisfactory answer. Then, what about the cultivator who killed you? The murderer who killed my yellow flower ridge? Jade Archive Xiaohua asked again. Don't tell me you don't know. Of course I know. Little white dragon immediately told him the whole story. Sure enough, although Jade Archive Xiaohua had never seen Sun Yunzi of Shanghua sect, Fairy Yingzhua of Xuanyan school and Reverend Lu Shi of Qiqiao sect, he had seen the images of Sun Yunzi and Reverend Lu Shi in Tongmu City. Since the nascent soul female cultivator who could be with them, who else could it be but Fairy Yingzhua? With your current cultivation, you are still no match for them. Little white dragon said indifferently. However, don't worry, after I transform into a dragon, I can help you kill the three of them. Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't comment. You can cultivate here first. When you cultivate, I will also cultivate. Just give me a hand. Alright. Little white dragon nodded and then hesitated slightly, whispering, I have two things. I don't know if it's good news or bad news. Are you willing to listen? Say it. Jade Archive Xiaohua was stunned and looked at Little White Dragon strangely. What is it about? First of all, Little White Dragon said with some suspense, I see that there is also a primordial spirit in your meridians. How many primordial spirits do you have? If there are too many primordial spirits, there will definitely be conflicts and it will be very troublesome in the future. I know this. Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded. Now that things have come to this, there is no way to regret it. Seeing that Xiaohua was unwilling to tell him too much, Little White Dragon didn't care and continued, but I see that your meridians also seem to have dragon chi, and that primordial spirit has also swallowed the soul of a true dragon. In my opinion, if you can find the secret technique of transforming into a dragon, you might as well transform your meridians into a dragon like me. I am now a soul, so it is difficult for me to transform into a dragon, but your meridians are much easier. Separating your meridians and primordial spirit from your body will only be good for you. Chapter 3141. How can that be? Xiaohua shook his head. Without meridians, how can I cultivate? This absolutely can't be done. Without meridians, why can't you cultivate? Forget it, this is your business, do as you wish. Little White Dragon said, I'm just giving you a suggestion. Xiaohua's idea of transforming one's meridians into a dragon was just a fleeting thought. He never thought that it would really be possible at this point. However, it was just as he said. Without meridians, how could the Dao sect's mana and spells be used? Isn't my cultivation journey coming to an end? The path of transforming meridians into dragons. I really don't dare to try it. That's all. Xiaohua said. Also, Little White Dragon looked up at the clouds above its head and said, I don't know what kind of secret technique your soul is cultivating, but between these two grotto heavens, there seems to be an extremely powerful seal. This seal is enough to prevent your primordial spirit from breaking through to the next level. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He really didn't expect that in addition to the seal in his Naiwan Palace and Dantian, there was another seal in his soul. Damn it, this is a seal in my soul. What kind of old monster did I offend? Xiaohua almost gnashed his teeth. If the old monster with the soul division sealed my Naiwan Palace and Dantian, it's still acceptable. How can their magic power penetrate into my soul? They are Dao sect's cultivators. But you don't have to worry. Little White Dragon said again, if it was before, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Now that I have the soul of a true dragon, the heavenly fire in my soul is enough to break this seal. I have nothing to do here, so I'll cultivate while helping you break the seal. Then I'll have to trouble you. Xiaohua bowed and thanked. You're too polite with me. Little White Dragon blinked his eyes, and a strange smile appeared on his fierce face. Hee hee, you wait for me to cultivate. I'm going out, I'm in some trouble now. Xiaohua laughed and left the mysterious clouds with Little White Dragon's dragon roar. However, after leaving the mysterious dark clouds, Xiaohua's mood was somewhat heavy. He didn't have the mood to return to the space and return to his physical body. Motherfucker, other people's cultivation. Even if it's filled with difficulties, at least it's safe. Who is the same as this Xiao? If it wasn't the Naiwan Palace that was sealed, then it was the Middle Dantian that was sealed. He had risked his life to remove the two seals, but now a seal had appeared in his soul. In the end, does this even require people to cultivate? Xiaohua opened his eyes and looked at the sky that was starting to brighten in the west. He was truly speechless. This Xiao's dantian was sealed because this Xiao cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra in the past. As for the Naiwan Palace being sealed, I'm afraid it has something to do with the memories. Xiao Hua frowned. But what's the reason for the seal in the soul? Could it be that this Xiao was also a soul cultivator in the past? What's more, to be able to place a seal in the soul. Just how high of a cultivation level was that? Is it worth it for you to attack me? Forget it, forget it. What's the point of thinking so much? One step at a time. Eventually it will surface. Xiao Hua shook his head and thought to himself. Right now the biggest problem is to first refine the earth crystal Yao milk. It's best if I can move freely. Immediately Xiao Hua closed his eyes and meditated again. Time passed extremely quickly. Xiao Hua only felt that in an instant the sky had darkened. A burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the Taoist temple. Bang! The shabby small door was suddenly knocked open by someone. Xiao Hua didn't release his soul sense. He originally thought that the unknown old man in Yuanya had returned. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw a middle-aged man wearing shabby clothes. His face was filled with grief as he staggered in. He didn't even look around as he knelt in front of the main hall. Bang, 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 bang. He kowtowed towards the tattered statue in the main hall. His mouth was even muttering sorrowful cries. His voice was extremely muffled and indistinct. Xiao Hua couldn't hear him clearly. Xiao Hua didn't know if it was because the man's face was covered in tears or because it was already late, but there wasn't any light in the main hall. Therefore he didn't see Xiao Hua's figure at all. He kowtowed several times as if he was paying respects to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua wanted to get up and avoid it, but clearly his body was extremely heavy. How could he avoid it? Although I'm an ordinary person, this kowtow isn't something that can be casually accepted. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He had cultivated Buddhism for a long time and had even comprehended the way of karma. He understood it very well. Unfortunately, this man was still crying and muttering. How could he know what he was saying? Knowing that it was impossible for the other party to understand even if he spoke, Xiao Hua simply released his soul sense and swept it down the mountain. Sure enough, at the foot of the mountain, there were two young boys and girls. They were standing there and crying, not knowing what to do. In addition, there was also a woman lying there on the verge of death. She was already exhaling more than she was inhaling. Looking at the ragged clothes of the three people, Xiao Hua instantly understood. This was definitely a poor and destitute family. The mother of the two children was ill, and the father of the two children brought her to see a doctor. Either they didn't have money, or the illness was too serious and the doctor couldn't help them. The family of four in despair passed by this small Taoist temple. Perhaps the father thought of this clay statue and came up to kowtow and asked for the clay statue's protection. Xiao Hua couldn't bear to see this kind of grief. However, he didn't have any true essence at the moment. He could only rely on pulse-reading techniques to diagnose the illness. But the problem was that he wasn't a clay statue. The other party might not believe him. Moreover, other people wouldn't understand his words. Looking at this woman's appearance, she might not be able to wait until Yuanya and that old man return. And maybe I can give it a try. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment. He saw the man stand up, wipe his tears and put on a strong face. He turned around and hurriedly left. Xiao Hua immediately took out an ordinary parasol pill from his space. He divided it into two parts and waved his hand. It landed on the man's head. Xiao Hua quietly leaned down and nestled under the statue's body. The man was stunned. He touched his head, then turned his head to look at the ground. He squatted down and used his hand to take out the parasol pill. But at this time it was really dark. There was no moonlight. The Taoist temple was silent. Only the soft sound of the wind from the green pine tree could be heard. I am Taoist Master Xiao. I am moved by your piety. This pill will be used to save your wife. Quickly go. Xiao Hua saw the man raise his eyes and look around the Taoist temple very strangely. He raised the parasol pill to his nose and sniffed it. Unexpectedly, he was about to throw it away. Of course, although Xiao Hua didn't have any magic power, it was extremely easy for him to make his voice sound like a statue's. The man was greatly alarmed. He almost threw the parasol pill away. Although he didn't understand Xiao Hua's words, he was also blessed with good fortune. He knew that this was a gift from the gods. He muttered something and used all his strength to kowtow a few more times. Only when his forehead was bleeding did he hastily run down the Taoist temple. Xiao Hua naturally didn't feel at ease. He followed with his soul sense and saw the man put the parasol pill into the woman's mouth. Unfortunately, the man didn't wait for the woman to show any improvement. He carried the woman again. The two young children each pulled a corner of the man's clothes. The four of them hastily left. Xiaohua sighed and withdrew his soul sense. He himself didn't know whether this parasol pill would be useful to that woman or not. I'd better hurry and understand the language of the 3 continents. Xiaohua finally understood what was more important than refining the earth crystal Yao milk. After half a day of cultivation, the Buddha's soul sense in the Buddha's Sarira had already recovered a trace. Just this trace was already enough. Xiaohua immersed the Buddha's soul sense into his jade eyes and carefully examined it. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, it seemed like moonlight sprinkled in front of the Taoist temple. Through the green pine trees, the mottled moonlight fell in front of the main hall. The shabby mountain gate made a loud noise. A heavy footstep entered the Taoist temple. Xiaohua opened his eyes and saw a bloated figure walking in very steadily. When he carefully looked, Xiaohua didn't feel anything. That bloated figure was originally 2 people. But he saw that the old man's previously brand new Taoist robe was already somewhat torn. The Taoist crown on his head was already gone. The peachwood sword and bamboo pole were also gone. Only that cloth bag was slanted on Yuanya's shoulder. As for the old man himself, his thin body was leaning on Yuanya's shoulder. His face revealed a kind of sickly dark red. There was a large bruise above his right eye. He looked very dispirited. The old man was carried into the Taoist temple by Yuanya's shoulder. His feet didn't touch the ground at all. There were still some low muttering sounds coming from his mouth. His mouth emitted a kind of pungent smell of alcohol. He was unexpectedly drunk into a complete mess. After entering the Taoist temple, Yuanya threw the cloth bag and bamboo pole on the ground. He very quickly sent the old man to the east wing. There was no need to light a candle at all. In just a moment the old man was served to sleep. Then Yuanya walked out again. Those seemingly ordinary eyes in this night actually emitted a kind of extremely faint green light. Yuanya only took a glance at the Taoist temple and saw Xiaohua in the main hall. However, he didn't hurry to go to the main hall. Instead, he quickly walked to the west wing. After looking at the oil lamp, he looked at the crystal stones in the room. Then, with a strange expression, he raised the oil lamp and went to the main hall. In the main hall, Xiaohua was still sitting cross-legged. He looked at Yuanya with a smile. "You are hungry, right?" Yuanya put the oil lamp in front of the statue. He didn't light the candle in front of the statue. He looked at Xiaohua and asked in a low voice. "Not hungry." Xiaohua just looked at the jade eyes. He originally wanted to answer. Unfortunately, his mind moved quickly but his mouth was slow. Yuanya didn't wait for Xiaohua to speak. He stretched out his hand and carefully took out another oil bag from his bosom. He took out an already cold bun from inside and put it in his mouth. Then he handed the oil bag to Xiaohua. Chapter 3142. Seeing this, Xiaohua simply did not answer. He smiled and took the oil bun. Without using the light, Xiaohua already saw that there were 2 identical buns inside. Xiaohua laughed. He took out the previous oil bun and handed it to Yuanya along with the oil bun. He stuttered as he replied, "I'm not hungry. You can eat it yourself." "You can speak?" Yuanya was stunned for a moment. He raised his hand and said, "You can eat it. I already ate with master." However, as Yuanya waved his hand, a thunderous sound came from his stomach. "Ha, you can eat it yourself." Xiaohua threw the oil bun and laughed. Seeing the oil bun being thrown over, Yuanya casually caught it with his hand. It was extremely easy for him to catch it without any signs of panic. However, Xiaohua had already seen Yuanya's vigorous skills on the mountain road in the afternoon. He was not surprised. Then, in front of Xiaohua, Yuanya did not wolf down the food in his hand. Instead, he carefully chewed and swallowed it slowly. It was as if every bite was delicious and every bite was not easy to obtain. When Yuanya finished the last bun, he carefully wrapped it in oil again and put it into his arms. It seemed that he would not finish all the food and would always leave some for emergencies. Then Yuanya walked to the back of the room and stood in front of a huge water tank. He opened the lid and scooped up the ladle inside. He also took small sips of water. Then he slowly walked to the center of the Taoist temple. He glanced at Xiaohua, whose posture did not change at all. He jumped onto the trunk of a pine tree and used his hands and feet to climb up the tree like a monkey. He casually sat on a branch. His body swayed along with the branch, but unexpectedly he did not fall. Yuanya raised his eyes and looked into the distance. It was outside the Taoist temple. The moonlight shone on the foothills. Then he reached into his pocket and took out a fist-sized thing. This thing looked like a peach, but there were a few small holes on it. Yuanya put this thing to his mouth. Then, a sad whimpering sound came from this strange thing. This sobbing sound rose and fell, and it was actually very rhythmic. In the dark night, under the moonlight, it was like a gurgling stream flowing endlessly. Xiaohua originally had a smile on his face as he listened, but after a while he started to frown. Obviously, from this nameless piece of music, Xiaohua could hear the bitterness and longing in Yuanya's heart. Damn it! Yet you still want me to sleep? I have to listen to your damn song every day. What were you thinking about? You didn't say anything when I asked you to. If you really want it, then go look for her. If you keep playing, I'll throw your son into Liao River. Suddenly the old man's angry roar came from the west wing, interrupting Yuanya's music. Yuanya didn't say anything and immediately put away the so-called sun. Then he used his hand to hold the back of his head and lay down on the branch to rest. This guy is actually sleeping on a tree branch. No wonder I couldn't find his bedding in the entire Taoist temple. Xiaohua understood from below and couldn't help but be astonished. Then Xiaohua blew on the oil lamp and extinguished it. He also closed his eyes and started to meditate. The entire Taoist temple was filled with the gentle sound of the wind. Outside the Taoist temple, wild insects were chirping, and thunderous snoring sounds came from the east wing. The night quickly passed. When the sun rose, Yuanya took advantage of the thin mist and jumped down from the tree branch. Not only did he fill the water tank with water, but he also lit a fire on a simple stove beside the water tank. He placed a small pot on top of it and began to cook porridge. While cooking porridge, Yuanya picked up a broom and swept the fallen leaves and dust in the Taoist temple clean. Xiaohua opened his eyes and looked. Yesterday's scraped wrist and arm were already healed. Even Xiaohua was surprised by the healing ability of Yuanya's body. Looking at the fire on the stove and smelling the fragrance of the rice in the small pot, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. According to the old man's weak divine sense, even if he wasn't at the foundation establishment stage, he was at the 12th layer of the qi refining stage. He should have already fasted long ago and didn't need to eat these things. Xiaohua didn't understand why he was greedy for these things. However, Xiaohua didn't think too much about it. He clumsily got up and slowly walked out of the Taoist temple. He looked around and walked to a small open space next to the Taoist temple. Facing the morning sun, he opened his mouth and swallowed a mouthful of sun essence. Then he stretched out his hand and started to practice the Big Dipper magical fist. After Xiaohua practiced a few times, he stopped and raised his head to look at the pine branch sticking out of the wall of the Taoist temple. He said with a smile, "Yuanya, do you want to learn?" Whoosh! There was the sound of the branch shaking. Yuanya, who was originally hiding on the branch and peeking, immediately escaped along the branch. He was even more nimble than a squirrel. Ho ho! Xiaohua chuckled. He already knew that although this young man by the name of Yuanya was simple and honest, he was also extremely alert. He would give him his food, but if he wanted to talk to him, he would need to be in closer contact. What's the use of a few flowery moves? That old man also got up and walked over from the wall of the Taoist temple. The bruises on his eyes were still there, making him look very strange. He coldly said, "If you're some kind of mutant, then show me a few spells. Also help this old man vent his anger." Xiaohua unhappily rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "I'm not some kind of mutant and I don't know any kind of spells. I'll only stay here and return your favor, then I'll leave immediately." "Oh? You can talk," the old man said in surprise. This old man thought you had some kind of strange origin. However, if you want to get close to this old man, there's no need to deliberately give yourself the surname Xiao. This old man wants you to return my favor, it's just pure nonsense. What? I'm deliberately getting close to you? You're not mistaken, right? Xiaohua was very surprised. He pointed at his own nose and said, "What do you have that's worth getting close to? Whether it's true or not, you know it yourself." The old man flicked his sleeve. He didn't ask Xiaohua's name, nor did he ask about Xiaohua's origin. He turned around and walked back to the Taoist temple. These two people are really interesting. Xiaohua touched his nose. He was very curious. However, he also somewhat understood why this old man didn't respect him at all. Listening to this old man's words, It seemed like someone had used a similar method to get close to him before? Forget it. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to this anymore. He used both his hands and feet to start his homework under the morning sun. Now Xiaohua's divine sense had also recovered a bit. Under his divine sense, Xiaohua could clearly see that his bones had already turned into an ordinary gray color. However, under the cool current of the Big Dipper God Fist, wherever it flowed, his bones would turn into a sparkling and translucent orange color. This orange color was so pure that it made Xiaohua feel an indescribable sense of pride. Of course, wherever it flowed, a faint yellow crystal filament would be born in the orange color. Xiaohua understood that after obtaining the origin of earth, the second layer of tempering of his bones had already been completed. He had now officially entered the third layer of tempering. His body's attribute had also changed into the metal attribute. After examining his bones, Xiaohua looked at the traces of earth crystal Yao milk in his body and bitterly smiled. His mind entered the space again. Everything in the space looked the same as before. After Jade Archive Xiaohua appeared, he waved his hand and the rainbow-colored conch fell into his hand. After looking at it a few times, he couldn't find any clues. Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned. He didn't know what to do with this object. Xiaohua didn't want to tell anyone about the secrets of the space. He didn't want to tell Little Black and Little Yellow. They were his children and regarded the space as their home. Moreover, they didn't know what the space was. That if it wasn't because she was on the verge of death that day, he would never have taken her in here. Today had returned to her human form. Xiaohua didn't dare to let her out. He still didn't have a good plan to deal with her. This conch was obviously not an ordinary object. It must be related to the dark mantra. Xiaohua wanted to take advantage of the fact that it hadn't formed yet to throw it out. But the problem was, where should he throw it? He definitely couldn't throw it out in the wilderness. He could only put it in the spirit storage bag. However, Xiaohua didn't know whether the spirit storage bag had any drawbacks to this conch. Forget it, I'll put it in the space first. Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and the seven-colored conch disappeared again. If there's any movement, let the green-robed boy deal with it. The spiritual fire? After putting the five-colored conch in a secret place, Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and a red and yellow spiritual fire appeared in his palm. This spiritual fire was the same as before. It was sparkling and translucent without any impurities. It also didn't have any heat. However, beside the previous scarlet red, there was now a bit of yellow. This yellow and scarlet red were like a lotus flower on a stalk. In the middle, there was an indescribable layer of something that connected the two. I thought this spiritual fire could only be ignited by the origin of fire. Now it seems, if the origin of earth can be ignited, then the other elements of water, metal, and wood can also be ignited. In the end, wouldn't it become a five-colored spiritual fire? Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and said, it's actually much more powerful than the Lingyu Zhu flame, right? Oh, that's right. Since this red-yellow spiritual fire has the earth attribute, then, it should also have the effect of dissolving the earth crystal Yao milk, right? Jade Archive Xiaohua thought and was about to leave with the spiritual fire. However, just as the light flashed, Jade Archive Xiaohua thought of something and waved his hand. The jade eye that he obtained from Xian Cheng's water avoidance art appeared in his hand. He smiled and called out to the green-robed Xiaohua, fellow Taoist, thank you for your trouble. No trouble. The green-robed Xiaohua stopped his comprehension and looked at the jade eye in Jade Archive Xiaohua's hand and said, I can't understand this object. Give it to the one in the Buddha's Saraira. He. Jade Archive Xiaohua slapped his forehead and came to his senses. He nodded and said, I was wrong. Chapter 3143. Xiaohua came out of the space and threw the water avoidance technique to the Buddha Saraira to comprehend. He then sent the spiritual fire into his meridians. Sure enough, with the spiritual fire, the refining of the earth crystal Yao milk was much faster. Not only did the spiritual light gradually expand, even his meridians were gradually expanding. There was even a lot of true qi in his meridians that turned into true essence. Good, Xiaohua almost clapped his hands. Another spiritual fire flew out and sent to the primordial spirit of his physical body. He then withdrew from his physical body. When Xiaohua came out and opened his eyes, he immediately felt that there was a heavy object in front of his arm. His arm seemed to have a natural reaction. He slightly stretched out his arm and the heavy object was sent flying. Good. The old man's voice immediately entered Xiao Hua's ears. Xiao Hua stopped and looked at the situation around him. He could not help but smile. Opposite him, Yuanya was holding a broom in his hand. He was lying on the ground in a sorry state. His robe was covered in dust. The old man was standing very far away with interest. He clapped his hands and laughed. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun had already risen 3 poles. He already understood that during the time he was in the space, Yuanya came to call him. He only closed his eyes and immersed himself in the Big Dipper magical fist. Yuanya did not know that if he wanted to wake him up, he would have to compete with his Big Dipper magical fist. Although Yuanya's hands and feet were very nimble and strong compared to him, the difference was huge. Just now, before he opened his eyes, Yuanya should have used the broom as a weapon and was naturally sent flying by his arm. Hee, Xiao Hua stopped and said with a smile, Yuanya, sorry to offend you. Yuanya's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. His eyebrows trembled. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he did not answer. What is your name? At this time, the old man opened his mouth and said, I have seen many powerful people who could defeat you with their eyes closed. I have never seen anyone like you. You are the first. I am Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, How should I address you? The old man looked at Xiao Hua with a smile and replied, Naturally, my surname is also Xiao. However, I cannot tell you my name. You can call me Spiritual Master Xiao. What? Xiao Hua was stunned. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Your surname is also Xiao? Spiritual Master Xiao? Yeah. I am Taoist Master Xiao. The old man shrugged his shoulders. Taoist Xiao is my Dharma name. Of course, ordinary people also call me Taoist Xiao. Forget it, Xiao Hua was speechless. He nodded and said, I understand Taoist Xiao. That's right, even though Xiao Hua is Taoist Xiao in the Dawn Rain continent, but in the hidden immortal continent, this Taoist Xiao is before Xiao Hua. Go and eat, Taoist Xiao waved his hand in satisfaction. Later you and you will follow me to Longevity Town. I want to see if those bald donkeys still dare to attack me. Alas, if I had known, I wouldn't have let you move the stones in the Taoist temple yesterday. If I had brought you along, how could this old man have suffered such a huge loss? Sweat, Xiao Hua almost wanted to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He, a grand late Jindan stage cultivator, was actually going to be this so-called Taoist Zhao's hired thug. However, Xiao Taoist priest simply ignored Xiao Hua. He turned around and returned to the Taoist temple. After Xiao Hua gave all the food to Yuanya, who was somewhat in awe of him, Xiao Taoist priest walked out of the east wing wearing yesterday's clothes. How was it? Taoist Xiao shook the ground with his bamboo pole and asked after coughing twice. How was it? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. He turned his head to look at Yuanya, who was nimbly cleaning up the bowls, chopsticks and other things. I am asking you. Taoist Xiao felt good about himself. How was this old man dressed like a Taoist? Cough cough. Xiao Hua couldn't help but cough twice. He pretended to smile and said, Why would a Taoist like you need to dress like this? Even if you don't wear clothes, you still look like a Taoist. Hee. Taoist Xiao heard this and his face flushed red. He immediately became spirited. He stuck out his chest and said with a smile, Not bad, Xiao Hua, you are indeed not bad. This old man didn't bring you out in vain. And you owe this old man a favor. First reduce it by 10%. Yes, Xiao Hua laughed loudly in his heart. He couldn't help but have some thoughts. He said with a smile, No matter what, it is Taoist's favor. It is this one's fortune to be able to meet Taoist. Even if this one has returned Taoist's favor in the future, if Taoist has any errands, please feel free to instruct me. Xiao Hua kept calling him Taoist, making Taoist Xiao radiant with joy and extremely comfortable. However, Taoist Xiao still instructed in a low voice, When Taoist calls me Taoist, cough cough, it is still a Taoist title. This old man wants to be low-key. Yes, this one understands. Taoist. Xiao Hua almost held his stomach. He looked at the ground and held back his laughter. He said in a low voice, This one will only call Taoist in front of others. Good, the child is worth teaching. Taoist Xiao reached out his hand to stroke his beard. Unfortunately, the beard that was still there yesterday was gone today. Perhaps it was because of something that Xiao Hua didn't know about yesterday. Xiao Hua was really choking. However, he still happily touched his still smooth face. Yes, an old thing that was almost 200 years old still had the appearance of an 18-year-old. This really made Xiaohua arrogant enough. Yeah. The arrogant Taoist Xiao shouted loudly, "Why haven't you tidied up yet? Can't you see that this old man and your senior brother are waiting anxiously? Look at your clumsy appearance. In the future you should learn more from your senior brother." Sweat. Xiaohua looked at Yuanya who was washing his hands. These things, to be honest, Xiaohua seemed to be able to do it as well. However, he hadn't done it for 100 years. If he were to do these things he definitely wouldn't be as good as Yuanya. How could Yuanya be clumsy? In particular, this so-called Taoist Xiao suddenly took a late golden core stage cultivator as his disciple. He really had a wild imagination. Perhaps, this Taoist Xiao wants to say that I am clumsy and clumsy. Xiaohua smiled as he looked at Yuanya coming over. Yuanya's expression was still as calm as before. There was a sense of intimacy and vigilance, but there was no jealousy or resentment. What are you going to do with your hammer? This old man is going to earn money. If you carry this hammer, even if someone dares to look for this old man, I'm afraid they will be scared away by you, right? Seeing that Yuanya was about to walk to the corner to take the big hammer, Taoist Xiao couldn't help but scold him. And? Yuanya responded and quickly walked to Taoist Zhao's side. However, when he saw that Xiaohua was standing in front of him, he actually didn't know what to do. Hurry up and help this old man hold it." Taoist Xiao coldly snorted again. It seemed that he wasn't very satisfied with Yuanya. At this time Xiaohua hurriedly retreated a few steps, making space next to Taoist Xiao. Only then did Yuanya let out a sigh of relief. He walked forward a few steps, walked to where Xiaohua was standing just now, and reached out his hand to take the bamboo pole. "Let's go." Taoist Xiao reached out his hand and snapped his fingers. He very confidently turned around as if he was really a real person. He calmly walked out of the dilapidated mountain gate and went down the mountain. Similarly, Yuanya habitually followed behind Taoist Xiao. However, after walking a few steps he thought of something and turned his head to look at Xiaohua. He blinked his eyes and reached out his hand to take out the oil bun from last night, wanting to give it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't need to look. Naturally, he knew that it was the meat bun that Yuanya wasn't willing to eat in the morning. He slightly smiled, waved his hand and hurriedly followed behind Yuanya. After a night of tempering and practicing the Big Dipper magical fist in the morning, Xiaohua had now somewhat adapted to the weight of his body. Although he wasn't as agile as Yuanya, catching up to Taoist Xiao wasn't a problem. Coming down from the top of the mountain there was a large road. It was the place where the family of four stopped last night. Now there were already some pedestrians. There were even carriages that stirred up a cloud of dust as they left. Looking at Taoist Xiao going down the mountain road, he immediately had the appearance of an expert. His eyes slightly narrowed and from who knows where he took out a horsetail whisk. One of his hands was placed in front of his chest, while the other hand was swinging the horsetail whisk from time to time. His mouth was muttering, "Give advice on marriage, give advice on confusion, divination to dispel the bloody light." This. Xiaohua was originally leisurely walking behind Yuanya. When he heard Taoist Zhao's strange words, he almost lost his footing and fell into the dust. This and the Taoist that he thought were really too different. "I owe this lady." Just as Xiaohua was tidying up his mood, a young woman just happened to walk out of the tea shed. Taoist Zhao's eyes lit up. He quickly walked a few steps, raised his hand and swung the horsetail whisk saying, "I see that your red Luan stars are moving. I'm afraid that in a few days a good fate will come close to you, mother." Unfortunately, before Taoist Xiao even got close, a 3 or 4-year-old girl bounced out of the tea shed and said with some dissatisfaction, "Wait for a boy." Taoist Zhao's hand froze in place just like that. However, in the blink of an eye, Taoist Xiao lowered his head and looked at the girl. With a kind face he smiled and said, "Little sister, how old are you? I see that you have a good bone structure and an outstanding appearance. In the future you will definitely become a hero of this generation. The heavy responsibility of saving the hidden immortal continent. I'm afraid that I will have to hand it over to you. And this old man has a secret manual here. It only costs 3 silver pieces. Take it, it will definitely help you in the future." While speaking, Taoist Xiao felt around in his bosom and took out a small, thin green leather book. His gaze, however, was looking at the girl in front of him. Wow. At first, the girl was still curiously looking at Taoist Xiao, but in the end she was so scared that she started crying. "Crazy." The girl did not hesitate to scold Taoist Xiao. kind-hearted woman? Taoist Zhao's face was magnanimous and merciful. He smiled and said, "You and I are fated people. In my hand I have my Taoist secret manual. Now because of fate child's father?" The girl shouted loudly. "What's wrong?" A burly man walked out of the tea shed with a meat bun in his mouth. His mouth was full of oil. "Someone is molesting me?" The girl fiercely glared at Taoist Zhao and shouted. Chapter 3144. Who is so daring? The man was furious. He looked around and his gaze landed on Taoist Zhao. Taoist Zhao shrank his head and took a few steps back. The secret book that he had extended was also pulled back. Quang quang. A few muffled sounds could be heard. It was the sound of a bamboo pole hitting the ground. Yuanya took the opportunity to take 2 steps forward. His cold eyes swept over the burly man. Yuanya's eyes were extremely cold. Even Xiaohua could sense the danger within. The burly man couldn't help but shiver when Yuanya glared at him. He then looked at Taoist Zhao with disdain and waved his hand. "Let's go. Don't lower yourself to his level." Then, the woman picked up the baby girl and walked away with the burly man. Hee. Taoist Zhao seemed to be used to this. However, he still shrugged and said to Xiaohua helplessly, "You see this old man? What should I say? This old man is too low-key. They can't see through this old man's inner meaning. They can't understand the meaning behind this old man's words. Too high and too few people. Too bad, too bad." Then the secret book was sent into one of the 2 sleeves. With a wave of his horsetail whisk, he walked forward again. Xiaohua only had a smile on his face. He felt that it was fun. However, after he walked a few steps, he raised his eyebrows again. He turned his head and looked at the tea shed that the burly man had just walked out of. Next to the tea shed, under a large banyan tree, 2 old men were facing a chessboard and playing. There didn't seem to be anything wrong. However, Xiaohua knew that the 2 old men's eyes weren't on the chessboard. Instead, they were looking at Taoist Zhao and Yuanya. How strange, Xiaohua blinked his eyes. He looked at the 2 figures in front of him thoughtfully. He didn't understand. These 2 people. What was there to monitor? Longevity Town was a large town with a radius of tens of li. Moreover, it was next to a river. It should have been extremely prosperous. Unfortunately, the river flowed outside the town, and the current was extremely rapid, so there was no suitable place for the boats to dock. Therefore, all the boats had to dock at the town of Jishuan, which was about 100 li away from Longevity Town. This was why Jishuan Town was prosperous and Longevity Town was desolate. Of course, whether Longevity Town was desolate or not didn't affect Taoist Zhao's livelihood. Xiaohua followed Taoist Zhao to the side of a restaurant in town. Taoist Zhao raised his eyes to look, coughed twice, and slowly walked to the intersection of the 3 main roads. He stood there proudly. Yuanya didn't stay idle either. He quickly placed the bamboo pole on the big tree beside Taoist Zhao and left. After a while he returned with a small table and a chair. After Yuanya placed the table and chair under the big tree, Taoist Zhao slowly walked over. After sitting down he placed the cloth bag on his shoulder on the table. Then he stretched out his hand and took out a round bamboo tube. Inside the bamboo tube were nearly 100 thin bamboo sticks. Seeing Taoist Zhao sit down, Yuanya hurriedly took the bamboo pole from the tree. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. With a piu sound, the bamboo pole was forcefully stabbed into the ground. At the top of the bamboo pole on the banner, there was a large Dao character. Looking at it, Xiaohua was particularly dazzled. Not only that, Yuanya walked in front of Taoist Zhao's table and took out 2 red strips of cloth from the cloth bag. He hung them on the 2 sides of the table. When Xiaohua looked at it, he saw that on the left and right of the cloth, there were 2 words written on it. Foretelling future with mouth, foretelling good or bad luck with eyes. After doing all this, Yuanya walked behind Taoist Zhao and stood there, motionless. However, after a short moment he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Xiaohua and hurriedly moved to the left. There was actually an empty spot. What made Xiaohua feel even more helpless was that Taoist Zhao actually turned around and looked at him, indicating that Xiaohua should stand behind him. Ha! Xiaohua was once again secretly happy. Even if he was a golden core cultivator. Forget it. Xiaohua only thought about it for a moment. With a smile on his face, he walked behind Taoist Zhao and stood there obediently. At this time it was already close to noon. There were many people on the road. There were men and women, old and young. There were also some scholars holding books in their hands. There were also some wearing martial arts clothes and weapons in their hands. Of course, there was no lack of bald monks wearing monk robes. They were chanting some unknown scriptures. Their gazes were either hostile or disdainful as they swept past Xiaohua and the other two. Xiaohua stood there. He was different from Yuanya. Yuanya had his eyes closed. It was unknown what he was thinking. Xiaohua was looking around with wide eyes. This was a fork in the road. It seemed to be a lively place in Longevity Town. There were all kinds of shops on the 3 roads. There were grocery stores, cloth stores, shoe stores, grocery stores, and so on. As long as it was something that could be used by ordinary people, it seemed that it could be bought in the shops on the street. Xiaohua had been in Xiaoyu continent for dozens of years. Although he had been to many big cities and seen many spirit pill stores and weapon refinement stores, he had never seen these kinds of ordinary businesses. Looking at this lively scene, a kind of distant memory seemed to be slowly awakened. A few familiar faces and even familiar things slowly emerged. Not bad. Luzhen. A small town. Xiaohua's eyes were already filled with hot tears. Similar to Longevity Town, there was a story of a hero saving a beauty. Unfortunately, these faces and things were only vague. No matter how hard Xiaohua tried, he couldn't recall them clearly. Humph, it must be the doing of the Almighty who sealed this Xiao's soul. Xiaohua sneered. Wait until this Xiao finds an opportunity to break this seal. Then everything from before will be known. However, the resentment in Xiaohua's heart didn't stop the desire in his eyes. Xiaohua's eyes wandered around the street. He really wanted to find his own story from here. Gurgle gurgle. A sound fell into Xiaohua's ears. Xiaohua looked down and saw that Taoist Xiao, who was sitting behind the table, was now somewhat restless. His butt was vigorously twisting on the chair, but his eyes were occasionally glancing at the restaurant that was only a few dozen feet away from the table. Not only was there the aroma of wine and meat drifting over, there were also many people in bright clothes going in and out. Yeah. Taoist Xiao couldn't help but speak. Yes, master. Yuanya opened his eyes and lightly replied. Go to the bun shop and give master 2 buns on credit. Taoist Xiao instructed. Remember, I want pork and onion buns. Yes, Yuanya didn't say anything else and went. Xiaohua, you're hungry too, right? Taoist Xiao asked in a low voice. I'm fine. Xiaohua replied with a smile. This one's appetite is small, so I'm not hungry for a day after eating some. Ah, that's great. Taoist Xiao said with some envy. This old man always feels like I can't eat my fill. And in a while you can eat one of the 2 buns. This old man will eat the other one first to fill my stomach. When we have a business, this old man will treat you to Deshun restaurant. Yes, thank you, master. Xiaohua naturally saw the name of the restaurant that was next to them. Keep a low profile. Don't call me master, call me Taoist Xiao. Taoist Xiao hurriedly said in a low voice. Yes, thank you, Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua nodded. At this moment there was chaos on the street. A noisy voice came from afar. Quickly, quickly, the monster is here, the monster is here. Oh. Xiaohua's ears were sharp and he had already heard it. He unconsciously looked over. About 300 meters to the right, although the street was in chaos, it wasn't the kind of panic and fear that Xiaohua had imagined. Instead, it was a kind of chaos where people were hiding and watching the fun. The street that was originally bustling with activity became even more lively. Everyone was hiding, making way in the middle of the street. Even more people ran to the shops on the street. There were even some people who actually poked their heads out from the 2nd and 3rd floors of the tea houses and restaurants. Hee, as expected, it's the hidden immortal continent. It's different from Luzhen or Xiaoyu continent. Xiaohua looked at all of this and sighed in his heart. It seemed like he could never see the end of the 100 forms of the world. Not long after, from the middle of the street in the distance, an ugly brawny man with a height of 2 zhang walked over. This burly man's skin was coarse, and there was only one eye on his huge head. 2 emerald green tongues would stick out from the gaping hole that resembled a mouth from time to time. Although this brawny man was wearing a silk robe and looked like a human, under that robe there were thick feet and a long tail sticking out. It was very obvious. The brawny man's single eye looked left and right, as if he didn't understand the reaction of these people. His curled tail was still casually swinging behind him. Humph, evildoer. Taoist Xiao stood up at an unknown time. He looked at the brawny man and coldly said, if someone is willing to pay money, this old man will suppress him right now. Xiao Taoist master's voice was very loud. Not only did Xiaohua hear it but the people around him also heard it. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was the only one who paid attention. The others seemed to have turned a deaf ear. Naturally, they wouldn't give him any money. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, that brawny man walked away. No one knew where he went, and the whole street returned to its calm state. Daoist Xiao sighed and sat down. It was obvious that he was a hero who had no place to show his skills. Master. At this time Yuanya came back. However, he didn't have a meat bun in his hand. There was only a teacup filled with orange tea. The lady boss of the bun shop didn't give Disciple credit, so Disciple could only ask for a cup of tea from the tea stall for Master. Why didn't she give us credit? Wasn't the previous debt already settled yesterday? Daoist Xiao was somewhat flustered and exasperated. How could they treat this old man like this? The lady boss said. Yuanya didn't care about Daoist Xiao's feelings at all. He honestly replied, "We owe 20 copper coins. It has already been half a year." She asked for it countless times but still couldn't get it back. In the past she could not give us credit. She was afraid that we wouldn't pay her back even a single copper coin in anger. Now that it's finally settled, she won't give us any more buns on credit. She's afraid that she won't be able to sleep well in the future. Damn it. Your hair is long and your knowledge is short. Daoist Xiao stomped his feet and fiercely said, "Look at how imposing this old man was when he was the king of the country. Now, it's only because I want to live longer that I changed my cultivation to immortality. Wait until this old man becomes an immortal, then it will be too late for regrets." Chapter 31:45. When Xiao Daoist's mouth was dry from talking, he took the teacup from Yuanya's hand and gulped it down. Then he passed the empty teacup back to Yuanya and said, "Tell the owner of the tea house that when I ascend to heaven, I'll definitely bring him along." Yes, Yuanya nodded honestly and turned around to leave. Xiao Hua was a bit worried for Yuanya. He didn't know if the owner of the tea stall would think he was crazy and beat him out of there. Of course, Xiao Hua's worry was unnecessary. After a while, Yuanya came back unscathed without any awkwardness or embarrassment. However, Xiao Hua didn't doubt that Yuanya would repeat what he said to the owner of the tea stall. Under the scorching sun, the sound of cicadas could be heard from the banyan tree behind Xiao Hua. However, the sound of cicadas couldn't suppress the sound of Xiao Daoist's stomach, especially after he drank a big cup of tea. Strange. What's wrong with today? Xiao Daoist was obviously a bit annoyed. Normally, after sitting for so long, there would be one or two people coming over. With his silver tongue he would at least get a few copper coins. "Master, how about we go back first?" Yuanya understood Xiao Daoist's thoughts and reminded him in a low voice. "I don't believe it." Xiao Daoist originally wanted to go back, but after hearing Yuanya's words, his heart was filled with anger. "Will there be business today? Could it be that I will be kicked out of Longevity Town after being disturbed by the monks of Shaojin Temple last night? Xiao Daoist, why don't you let me try?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "I'm unfamiliar, maybe I can get something on credit?" "You?" Xiao Daoist shook his head and said, "You're even more unfamiliar? That year, I also dawdled for a long time before I got something on credit from the bun shop. Since I'm standing, I'll go for a walk. Maybe I'll get something." Xiao Hua smiled and looked around, then walked away. "You." Xiao Daoist raised his hand to stop Xiao Hua, but when the words came to his mouth, he couldn't find any reason to stop him. He had only dug Xiao Hua out of the stone. He knew better than Yuanya what the crystal stones were. It was already good enough that Xiao Hua didn't ask him for the crystal stones. The perfunctory words he said yesterday were originally to coax Xiao Hua like how he coaxed Yuanya, but looking at Xiao Hua's words and actions this morning, he was not as ignorant as Yuanya. How could he possibly keep Xiao Hua? Could it be that this old man made a mistake? Isn't he? Daoist Xiao looked at Xiao Hua's disappearing back. Obviously he wasn't going to the bun shop. "Master," Yuanya, who was standing at the side like a statue, opened his mouth. "Why didn't you stop him? He's very powerful." "How is he powerful? Do you think only the leopards in the forest are powerful in this world? If I can beat you, then I can beat the leopard? Is that awesome?" Daoist Master Xiao coldly snorted. If I were the same as before, even 10 Xiao Hus wouldn't be my match." "Xiao Hua is really amazing." Yuanya hesitated for a moment. "Those stones yesterday were not easy to move up." You think this old man doesn't know?" Daoist Master Xiao snorted again. Weren't you afraid that this old man wouldn't keep Xiaohua, so you helped him move them? It took this old man more than half an hour to organize those things. Moving them up from below, wouldn't he need to move them all by himself for the whole night? No. Yuanya hurriedly said. When this disciple went back, he had already done it. What could it be? Taoist Master Xiao frowned. Could it be that this old man made a mistake? However, when Taoist Master Xiao raised his head again, he didn't look in the direction Xiaohua left. His eyes narrowed as if he saw something and he lightly said, Xiaohua left. If he doesn't come back, then this old man admits. This old man made a mistake. No matter what, a person sealed in a stone must have an extraordinary background. If this old man, or you can form a relationship with this person, it will definitely be beneficial. In front of this kind of person, this old man's words of price are all nonsense. However, if he were to return, yeah, this fellow's origin would be thought-provoking. Tell me, what does our Jiangchao temple have? Why should we keep him here? Just based on what this old man said when I saw him? In other words, even if you chase him away, he won't leave. Master, what you are saying, this disciple doesn't understand. Yuanya heard Taoist Master Xiao talking to him, but it also sounded like he was talking to himself. He was really confused. Forget it. Taoist Master Xiao waved his hand and said bleakly, you really don't understand. Yeah, let's not talk about this guy's origin. What this old man wants to tell you is that in this world, other than fists and feet, there are many other mysterious methods that you have never known. Although this Xiaohua's fists and feet are good, he is just another Yuanya. His meridians are completely blocked. He is not a person who can cultivate supernatural powers. To put it bluntly, he is a cripple. He is not even as good as you. Although he was chiseled out of a stone, he is still alive. This old man suspects. Forget it, why are we talking about this again? Why am I telling you this? Follow this old man, and when you have an opportunity in the future, your luck will be 100 times better than Xiaohua's. As he said this, Taoist Master Zhao's mouth became dry again. He waved his hand and said, Go, give this old man another cup of tea. Yes, master. Yuanya raised his head and looked in the direction Xiaohua disappeared. He had an indescribable good impression of Xiaohua. In front of Xiaohua, he seemed to be able to sense the safety and vastness of the wilderness he had in the past. It was much more interesting than the various kinds of people he had seen after following Taoist Xiao. Tea was naturally worthless. Not long after, Yuanya actually brought a teapot and teacup over from the tea house. Taoist Master Xiao knew that since 2 months ago, Yuanya beat up the local ruffian who blackmailed the tea house. He no longer needed to pay for his tea. This was also the reason why he didn't bring any tea. Taoist Master Xiao drank a mouthful of tea and held back his rumbling stomach. Unexpectedly, he also looked in the direction that Xiaohua had left, which he had previously disdained to look at. In his heart he muttered, This Xiaohua. Just what is his background? I was in a hurry yesterday and didn't think too much about it. If he really isn't. Xiaohua left Taoist Master Xiao and casually picked a direction to walk in. He had a smile on his face and didn't release his divine sense, Buddhist sense, or even soul sense. He just strolled along the side of the street like an ordinary mortal. Looking at the hawkers shouting, listening to the waiter calling out to him, and looking at the little boy crying on the side of the street, his heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. It seemed that many years ago there was also a day in Lu Town when he also walked like this. That seems to be the end of the year, right? It seems that I met some bully? Xiaohua's gaze was somewhat wandering, and the scene in front of him seemed to change. But at this moment, his eyes focused and looked at a place not far from him. A young child stretched out his hand and was about to use his finger to hook the emerald green purse at the waist of a woman. Pay attention to your purse. Xiaohua shouted for no reason. Another name appeared in his mind, Qiu Tong. When Qiu Tong's name appeared, his memories of Lu Town receded like the tide. Aside from a few remnants, there was no trace of it. Xiaohua's shout was heard by almost half the street. The woman who was being stared at by the thief very naturally raised her hand and protected her purse. The thief could only withdraw his hand and turn his head to look at Xiaohua, who was wearing an ill-fitting Taoist robe. His eyes were filled with shame and anger. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed and he also fiercely glared at the thief. However, Xiaohua wasn't much older than the thief and his face wasn't fierce. The thief actually wasn't afraid and even raised his fist to threaten Xiaohua. It was quite funny. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed loudly. His heart was filled with sunshine. He really felt that everything in this world, everything in this longevity town, was very interesting. Even a thief made him feel very cute. Seeing Xiaohua laugh, the thief was actually a bit scared. He looked to his left and immediately ran far away. Xiaohua ignored him and looked to his left. It was a general store. Xiaohua thought for a moment and walked in. There were two shop assistants standing at the door and they had been shouting the whole time. However, when they saw Xiaohua turn around and walk in, one of them frowned and glanced at the other shop assistant. That shop assistant gave him a look and the shop assistant immediately blocked Xiaohua with his hand. He said with a smile, "Daoist sir, please wait." "What's wrong?" Xiaohua was surprised. It's nothing." The shop assistant was still smiling. "My Gao Lianxing General Store is a small business and has just opened today. I don't have anything to give out. Daoist sir, please go somewhere else." "Give out?" Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He lifted his hand and pushed away the shop assistant's arm. "How could this old man want your charity? Little bastard." Hearing Xiaohua call himself an old man, the shop assistant couldn't take it anymore. He rolled up his sleeve and said angrily, "Don't be so shameless. If you want money, go somewhere else. Don't think that you are a monk. If you stay a bit longer, this old man will beat you up." Ba, just when Xiaohua was frowning, a Buddhist chant came from behind him. "Although Tanyua is not a monk, you still have to listen to my Buddhist teachings. You have to treat people kindly. No matter what, this is still a Taoist friend. Like this old man, he is also a monk. How can you beat him up just like that?" "Oh, so it's Monk Mingyu." When the shop assistant heard, his face immediately changed. He hurriedly saluted behind Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Sir, how come you have time to come to the secular world today?" Xiaohua turned around and saw a fat white monk wearing a monk's robe standing behind him with a small alms bowl and a monk's staff in his left hand. He had a smile on his face as he stood behind him. Chapter 3146. Unfortunately, this smile was the same as the shop assistant's, both with a kind of hypocrisy and sarcasm. Buddha has said, "If I don't go to hell, who will? You all have suffered in this mortal world. Although this old monk has already escaped from the sea of suffering, I still can't bear not to come and save you all. Yes, the great monk is merciful. My longevity town has Shaojin Temple with a great master like the great monk, only then can we have a peaceful life. Those demons and ghosts don't dare to disturb us." The shop assistant's mouth was sharp, and now it was like a lotus flower blooming from his mouth. Hearing this, Xiaohua was flabbergasted. "The great monk must already be thirsty, please." Another shop assistant hurriedly bowed and said, "Please come to my humble store to serve tea." This Zen Master Mingyu's face showed an awkward expression. This old monk still has to rush. However, without waiting for the monk to finish, a similarly fat shopkeeper immediately rushed out of the grocery store and shouted, Zen Master, please come quickly. Last month, when I went to Shaojin Temple to worship Buddha, I didn't receive any guidance from the great monk. Now that you've come, you must stay in my humble store for a while. This little one here has the newly arrived daughter tea from Chanu country. It was picked by a young chick who was less than 16 years old. It's this year's new tea, just right for the great monk's status. Moreover, this little one has already prepared everything for next month's visit to Shaojin Temple. Facing the enthusiasm of the grocery store owner, Zen Master Mingyu was helpless. That fat hand pulled on his robe, he couldn't break free. He could only reluctantly say, "This old monk will only stay for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Please." Seeing Zen Master Mingyu relent, the grocery store owner was overjoyed. He hurriedly extended his hand to invite Zen Master Mingyu into the store. Zen Master Mingyu turned his head and asked Xiaohua with a smile, "This fellow immortal clearly looks unfamiliar. Are you a traveling Taoist from outside? Do you want to go in with this old monk to taste the tea?" Seeing Zen Master Mingyu's flaunting expression and the grocery store owner's disdainful gaze, how could Xiaohua go in with them? He smiled. He wouldn't lower himself to the same level as these people. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, how can the tea of the secular world enter this old man's mouth?" After saying that, he walked away. Tiske. Zen Master Mingyu naturally wouldn't speak. The grocery store owner sneered and said, "I've seen many traveling Taoists like you." He was not even comparable to ordinary beggars. Beggars could at least bow and kowtow. Daoist Xiao from Jianghu Temple can still. At this point, the grocery store owner suddenly stopped talking. Looking at Monk Mingyu's displeased expression, he hurriedly smiled and said, "Of course, Xiao Daoist is just a wild fox Zen from some Taoist temple. It can't be compared to Master's boundless Dharma." "Hee, fellow immortal Xiao, let's not talk about it. After being locked in a stalemate with this old monk for so long in that small Taoist temple, his illness has seeped deep into his bones and he has reached the end of the wrong path." Monk Mingyu immediately hid his displeasure. He looked at Xiaohua's disappearing figure with pity and said, "But in this world there are many people like that immortal friend just now. They have just stepped onto the wrong path like a lost lamb. I can't bear to see them go further and further away. I always want to give them a reminder or a warning. Grandmaster is an expert. This little one admires you." The grocery store owner had a pious expression and respectfully welcomed Monk Mingyu into the store to serve him tea. This hidden immortal continent is actually different from Xiaoyu continent. Xiaohua also didn't take this matter to heart. While walking he pondered, according to Su Zhuoyang, this hidden immortal continent is where Confucian cultivators live. It is reasonable to say that Buddhist sects should avoid it. At the very least they shouldn't be so arrogant, right? But this monk Mingyu is openly walking around this longevity town. Moreover, from what the grocery store owner said, this small gold temple seems to be quite famous in longevity town. Those Confucian cultivators don't care? Also, these mortals in longevity town seem to have a very good impression of Buddhist sections. Even when they saw the demon just now, they weren't afraid. How is it that the mortals of Xiaoyu continent don't know the situation of Tao sects at all? It really is like the saying, the great Tao is 3,000. Not only for Tao sects but also for Buddhist sects, Confucian cultivators, Tao sections. I mean, even that demon seems to be within the great Tao. Xiaohua understood. What Buddhist sects emphasize is to enter the secular world. In this secular world, one can see through the secular world and comprehend the good fortune of Buddhism. But what about Confucian cultivators? Thinking up to here, Xiaohua stopped. He looked at the few children who were playing around and smilingly went over to ask. Xiaohua naturally didn't know where those Confucian cultivators were, but when the slightly older child heard Xiaohua ask where there were scholars, he immediately became excited. He smiled and pointed to the east of Longevity Town, saying that it was inside Longevity Academy. Moreover, these children weren't afraid of strangers. They actually wanted to pull Xiaohua's hand and bring him over. However, when Xiaohua heard the children say that they were going to walk for an hour, he immediately waved his hand and gave each of the children a spirit jujube that didn't have enough spirit qi. Then he turned around and walked back. He came out under the guise of buying steamed buns on credit. If he really went back for an hour, Daoist Xiao would really think that he had left. After turning the corner there was a place that sold rice. There weren't many women going in and out, each of them carrying bamboo baskets or cloth bags. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He immediately had an idea. He looked around and walked to the side of the store. He found a shabby cloth bag and with a wave of his hand, some rice seeds fell into the bag. Then he leisurely walked in. Not long after, Xiaohua came out with half a string of copper coins in his hand. There was a satisfied smile on his face. Actually, not all of Longevity Town's residents are like the owner of a grocery store. Xiaohua looked at the street in front of him and laughed in his heart. The owner of this rice shop didn't wait for this Xiao to open his mouth and immediately asked for some rice. Even if he accepted the rice, he still gave a few extra copper coins. Looking at those children just now, this world isn't as bad as this Xiao thought. Soon after, Xiaohua started walking again. He didn't go back the way he came. He still wanted to see more of Longevity Town's situation. Unfortunately, Xiaohua still underestimated his sense of direction. After walking for half a cup of tea's time, he saw that there were fewer people on the street, more trash on the roadside and even fewer shops on the street. I'm really successful. Xiaohua's gaze swept over the distance. It seemed to be where people lived. He sighed and was about to release his soul sense. At this time a pa-pa-pa-pa sound rang in his ears. Following this sound was a low moaning sound, and there were even sounds of begging for mercy. These sounds were extremely soft, but in Xiaohua's ears, they were extremely clear. Oh! Xiaohua was astonished. He scanned with his soul sense and couldn't help but frown. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua walked across the street and entered a shabby door. He then passed through several deserted courtyards and arrived in front of a small courtyard. This courtyard was several zhang in size. There was a pile of unknown junk in the courtyard. A crooked tree that was about to die was standing in the corner of the courtyard under the scorching noon sun. At this moment, a young boy was tied to the crooked tree. Beside him were two strong men in their 30s. Their chests were open, revealing their chest hair and fat flesh. They held a stick as thick as a thumb in their hands. They were hitting the boy's head, face, and body with the stick one after another. The pa-pa sound, the low moaning, and the begging came from the boy's mouth. This boy was the one Xiaohua saw on the street. The thief. Master, master. Without waiting for Xiaohua to enter the courtyard, an even weaker voice came from the shabby house in the courtyard. I beg you, spare my big brother. He hasn't eaten in 2 days. In order to treat my illness. Haha, so it's like this. Without waiting for the voice to finish speaking, an arrogant voice called out, I was wondering why Lugura was giving us so little money these days. So it was all given to you, this little wench. Master. The boy called Lugura weakly called out, I've always given you what I should. The money used to treat Xiao Yun's illness is my own money. Your own money? The other man hit Lugura's cheek with his stick, leaving a trace of blood on his cheek. At the same time, a stream of blood flowed from the boy's mouth. Your money is my money. It's already noon today, how come I don't see a single copper coin? What about yesterday and the day before? You don't seem to have paid enough. If you have money to treat this wild girl, why don't you give it to me? Xiao Yun isn't a wild girl. She's my little sister. The boy coldly snorted and endured the pain. Humph, she's just a bastard picked up from Liao Jiang. You still dare to lie to me and say that you're looking for your little sister. The man who hit the boy was still angry. He used all his strength to hit the boy and scolded, I didn't want to make it clear. I'll wait for you to raise her, then I'll sell her to a brothel. However, seeing how sick she is now, I'm afraid she won't be able to live for long. Third brother, why don't we? Gigi. The other man very lasciviously laughed and scolded, Second brother, how can you bear to lay your hands on such a weak and petite girl? Besides, she doesn't have any taste. What do you know? That man threw the stick in his hand to the ground. Uncle, uncle? Brother Lu yelled, Xiao Yun is only 8 years old, please let go of her. She's still very young? Xiao Hua was standing outside the courtyard listening. At this time he couldn't hold back anymore and kicked open the half-closed door. With a bang the door was kicked flying. Oh. The two large men were greatly alarmed. When they turned around and saw that it was only an 18-year-old youngster, they unconsciously put down their guard. Especially Xiao Hua's shoddy Taoist robe, which completely concealed his jade-like elegance. Where did this wild Taoist come from? You don't want to live anymore? The fat on second brother's face trembled as he scolded. This Taoist master, quickly leave, quickly leave. Luga didn't mention that Xiao Hua had bumped into him earlier. He thought that Xiao Hua was looking for him to give him bad luck, so he anxiously shouted. Chapter 3147. Since you're here, where are you going? Old San laughed. Brother Lu went and a little Taoist came. Isn't this perfect? As he spoke, Old San stretched out his hand and pulled out a sharp knife from his waist. He grinned as he approached Xiao Hua. Why would Xiao Hua care about him? He raised his eyes and looked towards the end of the courtyard. Sure enough, a skinny little girl in ragged clothes was lying on the doorstep with difficulty. She raised her little head with difficulty, and on her somewhat filthy little face, there was actually an indescribable beauty. Whoa! Old Third raised his sharp knife and arrived in front of Xiao Hua. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to him, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He raised the sharp knife in his hand and attacked Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua wasn't slow. He raised his leg, looking somewhat clumsy, to kick the strong man's abdomen. However, this action was useless in the eyes of others. Old San, who was on guard at the side, immediately relaxed. With a light sound, Old Three jumped up vigorously and stretched out his leg, touching Xiao Hua's leg. The other hand holding the sharp knife didn't seem to be slow and still pierced Xiao Hua's heart. Clang! A metallic sound came from the knife. It was as if the knife stabbed a metal stone. It couldn't penetrate the flesh. Ah! Old Third was shocked. Unfortunately, before he could scream, a heart-wrenching pain came from the place where he was fighting with Xiao Hua. His fat body flew out involuntarily and crashed into the corner of the small courtyard with a boom. He rushed into a pile of junk. Old San, what happened to you? Things happened too suddenly. Old San didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. He looked at Old San, who was already unconscious. When he saw that Old Third didn't reply, and then saw the harmless Xiaohua slowly walking over, he hurriedly flipped his hand, and a similar sharp knife appeared in his hand. He somewhat anxiously shouted, "You, don't come over. You come over." As he spoke, Old San turned his eyes and looked at Xiaohua's surroundings. He wanted to escape from here. Unfortunately, although Xiaohua's movements were inconvenient, his movements were very strange. He blocked all of Old Second's possible escape routes, forcing Old Second to either go up and fight or hide in a corner. He was unable to escape towards the main entrance. Damn it, when the second brother saw this, he somewhat staked everything on one throw and fiercely shouted as he pounced toward Xiaohua. Dong. A muffled sound rang out. Xiaohua waved his hand and very casually hit the second brother's chest. Pooh. The second brother spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. His figure was also sent flying and fell into the pile of junk. Brother Lu was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Xiaohua, not knowing what to say. After all, in his eyes, these two were the most powerful people in Longevity Town. When Xiaohua walked in front of him, Lu Gur panicked and said anxiously, Big brother, I was only forced to steal the money." "Really?" Seeing Xiaohua's hand that sent Old Second's sturdy body flying and was about to easily grab his neck, Lu Gur's tears were about to fall. He shouted, "Big brother, it's fine if you kill me, but please don't touch my sister, Kaba." With a soft sound, the hemp rope binding Lu Gur, causing him to be unable to move, snapped like grass in Xiaohua's hands. Lu Gur was already exhausted. He could no longer lean on the banyan tree. His body involuntarily slid down and collapsed on the ground. However, Lu Gur did not care about his own sorry state. He stared at Xiaohua's slender fingers in disbelief. In his mind, he recalled the scene of Old San's sharp knife stabbing Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua opened his mouth. Lu Gur suddenly felt a huge pressure. Even his breathing became hurried. He did not know what the most powerful person he had ever met would ask him. What would he ask him? However, when Xiaohua asked the first question, Lu Gur's mouth opened so wide that a large duck egg could be stuffed inside. How many meat buns can one copper coin buy? This was the question Xiaohua asked Lu Gur. What? Lu Gur blinked his eyes. He could not believe his ears. He felt that Xiaohua was afraid that he would be scared silly. Big brother? Lu Gur stuttered. "I'm not stupid." Xiaohua was a little impatient. He asked again, "How many meat buns can one copper coin buy? Don't tell me you have never bought one before?" Three. Lu Gur saw Xiaohua's serious face and knew that he was not joking. He hurriedly replied, "Although I don't eat it often, little Yun likes it. I have bought it for her before." Thinking of little Yun, Lu Gur's eyes showed a trace of gentleness. He hurriedly looked towards the small house. And there little Yun had already collapsed on the doorstep. There was no more movement. "Little Yun," Lu Gur hurriedly shouted. "She is fine. She just fainted." Xiaohua reached out his hand and took out the hanging copper coins. He took 3 of them and threw the rest in front of Lu Gur. He said, "Take these to treat your sister." Thank you, big brother." Lu Gur was really ecstatic. Wasn't it because he did not have money that the doctor did not come? With these copper coins, little Yun's illness should not be a problem anymore. "In the future, don't steal money anymore." Xiaohua sighed again. "Although you were forced, but there are many things in this world that can make money. There is no need to let yourself be humiliated." "Yes, I understand." Lu Gur's body was in pain. However, the pain in his heart was worse than the pain in his body. He felt that he was not worthy to be a human. "These 2 people. Have they killed anyone before?" Xiaohua turned his head. It seemed that he was about to leave. He asked indifferently. Of course they have killed." Lu Gur gritted his teeth and said, "If Big Brother did not come today, little Yun and I would not be able to live." Xiaohua nodded. He slowly walked to the side of the 2 unconscious men. With a point of his hand, 2 threads of Samadhi true fire floated out. In the blink of an eye, the 2 men's bodies were burned. Then without stopping he turned around and left. Although Lu Gur was stubborn and his heart could be considered good, he still did not like this child who was a thief. However, just as he was about to leave the courtyard, Xiaohua did not forget to take out a lot of rice from the space and put it behind the door. This was enough to let the 2 people live for several months. If Lu Gur had the heart, he should be able to take advantage of these few months to find a suitable livelihood. Big brother. Just as Xiao Hua stepped out of the courtyard, the youth's slightly hoarse voice sounded, "This little one's name is Lu Yi. You must remember, from today onwards, this little one will no longer do anything that owes his conscience. If I go against my words, heaven and earth will not tolerate it." Take care of yourself," Xiao Hua smiled faintly. Today's matter was just a matter of convenience. The people of the secular world. In his eyes now they were really somewhat comparable to ants. Admittedly, he was unable to use the magic of the Taoist sect, unable to use the flying sword of the Confucian cultivator, but his body was tougher than any weapon in the world. This boundless strength was probably not something that the people of the secular world could imagine, right? In fact, if it was in the past or 100 years ago, Xiao Hua would have done more than this. He would have stretched out his hand to check on Xiao Yun's condition, or treat Lu Yi's injuries. However, today in Xiao Hua's view, these copper coins were enough to replace these things. Perhaps this was Xiao Hua's gradually deepening cultivation, a kind of progress towards the master realm. Of course, the most important thing was that Xiao Hua knew that if he stayed here for a while longer, that Taoist Master Xiao would really starve. Xiao Hua used 3 copper coins and the appearance of the shabby Taoist robe to buy 10 meat buns from the bun shop's lady boss. Looking at the situation under the big tree, it was simply too far from what he had imagined. Taoist Master Xiao and Yuanya not only did not panic from hunger, but also, their faces were flushed, very moist. In this world, you can really leave anyone. Xiao Hua touched his nose, looking at the oil bag in his hand. He couldn't help but sigh. I was afraid that they would starve, so I thought of a way to exchange copper coins and then went to buy meat buns. But now it seems that even if I don't buy meat buns, they won't starve. Before Xiao Hua left, in front of Taoist Master Zhao's empty table, there was a small and exquisite palanquin. The person inside the palanquin didn't come out, but that palanquin was right next to Taoist Master Zhao's table. A very quick-witted little girl was standing next to the palanquin, saying something to Yuanya. Taoist Master Xiao was lying on the table, holding the bamboo tube with the skewers in his hand. Looking at his flushed face and excited expression, although Xiao Hua didn't listen carefully, he knew that he must be saying Red Luan Star's move again. Sure enough, without waiting for Xiao Hua to get close to Taoist Master Xiao, Taoist Master Zhao's extremely bewitching voice came. "Miss, this old Taoist is not boasting. Your fate is really too good. Moreover, many opportunities are right in front of you." Of course, it's precisely because there are so many opportunities that if you don't grab hold of them as your last destined marriage, you might regret it for the rest of your life. If you remember today and remember what this old man said just now, you'll blame this old man even more for not giving you directions, for not enlightening you of these mazes. Taoist Master, since it's like this, why don't you enlighten me? A clear and indifferent voice sounded. This little girl was able to meet Taoist Master Xiao here. According to Taoist Master Xiao, isn't this also a kind of fate? Yes, this old man came here to experience the world of mortals, to enlighten the world's infatuated men and women, to prevent them from regretting it for the rest of their lives. Taoist Master Xiao said righteously, however, this is a heavenly secret. If this old man were to easily reveal it, I would be punished by the heavens. And please speak, this little girl understands. The girl smiled again and said, Qing Huan, give Taoist Master Xiao some incense money. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.